All right, let's get to some texts here. Few of them coming through. I'm not sure Prime can handle the NFL ego. I think college is where he belongs. You know, there are coaches that, yes, the ego is one thing, but they can establish that they're the alpha. I mean, is there any question that Sean Payton is in charge of the Broncos? Like, I think everybody in that locker room would tell you he's running things. Has nothing to do with us. And you can build a locker room full of guys that also think that way, that can put themselves in the situation of, I'm the employee, he's the employer, I don't have the power he does. Now, some locker rooms will feed into the other nonsense. That's a sign of a bad coach, by the way. Now, it's part of the reason why I think the Hackett thing burned to the ground so quickly was when you give one player that amount of what I'll call extra, it makes it really hard to pretend that you're the one in charge. And sometimes you have to acquiesce to the player. You know, I think the NBA is a prime example of everybody has done that, and it has gone way too far. And now you can't get it back. There's no I'm in charge of LeBron guy in the NBA. There's no one in Milwaukee that is in charge of Giannis. There's no one in Denver that's in charge of Jokic, but Jokic is humble enough that he still acts as if there is. I mean, I literally think if Nikola Jokic walked up to the Cronkies and flipped them the bird every day, he'd still get this money and still play every night. You know what I mean? Like, that's how good he is, and that's just the culture the NBA has, that those guys are in charge. But can you keep it together? I'm really, really confused as to what would be in it for Jerry Jones other than attention. And perhaps that's all he really cares about at this point, which would drive me nuts if I'm a Cowboys fan. But anyway, 303-504-0925. So, getting back to Bo Nix playing with these fractures in his back, it's a pretty amazing story. And I know that Columbus was talking about this yesterday, that it's a procedure that they can do to make that thing okay and make it something you can play through, but it's still incredibly painful. I know that. And so with that, I think there's a whole bunch of different details here surrounding Bo Nix, where this just adds a little bit more to the lore of his rookie season. And you know what's difficult is it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. And I actually think that's a good thing. Like, Bo Nix had his up and downs throughout the course of the year. And the highs were pretty high and the lows were pretty damn low. But after that first month of the season, that they got through Seattle, Pittsburgh, Tampa, and then New York with a 2-2 record, but very unappealing quarterback play. Since then, it felt like Bo Nix's rookie year truly took off. Because I'll give you, from November 10th through the end of the regular season, Bo Nix threw for, this is touchdown passes, 2, 4, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 4. You can work with that. You can work with a guy that he's putting up numbers at that kind of clip. Now, had a couple of games where he mixed in some picks. Okay, fine, whatever. Like that 3-interception game against Indianapolis that you ended up winning, that 2-interception game against Cleveland you ended up winning. But bottom line is, found a way to get things done. And you look in that final half of the season, he's littered his stat sheet with a whole bunch of quarterback ratings above 100. But the point is, it wasn't a perfect year Not every week was an, oh my God, how lucky are we type of situation, but for the most part, you were left going into this offseason for the first time in a long time with a true answer based on results. We thought we had that with Russell Wilson a couple of years back. Turns out, complete disaster. It was all window dressing. This is actual substance that you have to back things up with. I had my questions heading into this season about giving up on Russell Wilson as quickly as they did.
Russell Wilson from a whole pack of Badgers.
I was trying to point out that, it didn't look great at times, but the numbers were the numbers, and his numbers weren't bad last year. Finished that season with 26 touchdowns and 8 picks. Bo Nix at 29 and 12. 3,070 passing yards for Russell Wilson. Bo Nix threw for 3,700, almost 3,800. But another thing that Bo Nix had that it didn't feel like Russell did anymore was the ability to run. And Russell last year ran for 340 yards, 3 touchdowns. Bo Nix was 430 and 4 touchdowns. Even that wasn't far apart. But the feel is different. And I think a huge reason is the same thing we were just talking about with Dion. It's about how do you fit within a locker room? How do you relate to your teammates? How do you display leadership? And there were certainly some guys last year that appreciated Russell Wilson, like Cortland Sutton loved Russell last year. But no one who is speaking honestly would tell you that the Broncos aren't in a better spot now than they were last year. Because they totally are. And yes, they got really good defensive play this year that I think buoyed maybe some of the struggles that could have happened with Bo Nix. If you were a team that gave up, 21, 24 points a game, and Bo Nix had some of those, 3-and-out stretches, the numbers wouldn't be what they are. The defense really, really helped him out at points throughout this season. But you have an offseason which you are building upon a winning culture for the first time in a decade. Here's the point that we're at now, which was pretty good. We can improve that to something even bigger in the following year. And the question is, where do you find that? And I'm going to be pounding the table all offseason for a couple of things. You need a running back that you truly trust and believe in. You need it. If you come in next year with the same production at running back, I think you're going to see a very similar result, which is hanging on for dear life to try and make the postseason, probably getting a bad matchup in that first round, and having an early exit. It's a must, find some semblance of a running game and have him help out your quarterback. Let me give you guys some details here. Teams left in the postseason, okay? And what their running game looks like. So out of all the guys that are left this year in the NFL, the Houston Texans have Joe Mixon, who ran for 1,000 yards this year, and 11 touchdowns. Pretty good. The Kansas City Chiefs have Isaiah Pacheco, enough said, who's hurt this year, so the numbers aren't great, but we know how great of a running back he is. The Washington Commanders have, out of all the teams that are left, probably arguably the worst running game, even though Brian Robinson Jr. is a good back, and Austin Eckler is good at spelling him. And they get a really good running game with their quarterback and Jaden Daniels, who ran for almost 900 yards this year. So they're able to run the football. Detroit is probably, as far as a two-headed monster in the backfield, the best all-around rushing attack in the league. Jahmyr Gibbs had 1,400 yards. David Montgomery is well on his way to 1,000 before he got hurt. They could have had 2 backs with 1,000 yards this year. The Rams have Kyron Williams, who is incredibly good. He finished the year with... He's always on postseason stats. Stupid. He finished the year with 1,300 yards rushing. The Eagles, yeah, we know about Saquon, 2,000. The Ravens, yeah, we know about Derrick Henry. He almost ran for 2,000. And then, of course, Buffalo, you saw that firsthand last week when James Cook ran for $130 on you. He was a 1,000-yard rusher. Like, it's a necessity. And it helps out your quarterback. Like, you have to have a running game that you trust and believe in next year. Secondly, there needs to be some sort of weapon outside of Courtland Sutton and the occasional Marvin Mims, which I'm looking at as like a tight end too. Like, you need to have a tight end that's a threat on third down to at least suck people inside of the play, maybe cover the middle of the field, which leaves outside the hashes a little bit more open to guys like Courtland Sutton. So we can get into this more in detail in just a few minutes, but like I said, it's a great place to be heading into the offseason. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. You can also watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moj Lombardi and Kane next. All right, as we turn the page to more off-season talk for the Broncos, we have the Nuggets and Avs both back at it tonight. The Nuggets will be on 92.5, the Avs on AM 950. I got a lot of things, actually, I need to discuss today, Vic, because I was upset watching the playoff game last night, which I'll explain in about 15 minutes. But let's start here. I saw this from Schefter yesterday, and here's the tweet that he sent out. Broncos key free agents this offseason. And I'm just going to go through this list and have a question afterwards. It's Javonte Williams, Cody Barton, Justin Sternad, Lil Jordan Humphrey, DJ Jones, Riley Dixon, Matt Pert, Michael Burton, Traymon Smith, Zach Cunningham, Jarrett Stidham, Quinn Bailey, Zach Wilson. That's the list that Schefter put out. Here's my takeaway when reading that. When you hear key free agents leaving in the offseason, like Cincinnati, their name is T. Higgins, right?
Yeah.
Big-time player, big-time part of their offense. That's when I think key. How many of those guys do you consider key in that sense?
That, my friend, is the result of $93 million in dead cap space.
Mm-hmm.
When your depth is that shallow, right?
But
shallow depth.
But I'll take this in another direction. What I was thinking was, I think that's kind of a good thing. It means the people that you do have that you consider cornerstones of your franchise are locked up and good to go.
Of the guys you just mentioned, I'm looking at the same list right now. And by the way, I'm still wondering, what was the Zach Wilson thing all about?
Don't know. That was fun for a minute, though, wasn't it?
I'm looking at that, and I'm like, okay. All right.
I'm going to stick to my theory because nobody can prove me wrong, and that's the beauty of something that doesn't have a definitive answer. I can still claim that I'm right. I still think it was if Bo Nix suffered some season-ending injury early in the year, they would have played Zach Wilson.
You're probably right. It was just, hey, the guy had a broken transverse property or whatever the hell that was in his back.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later. Playing through a back injury like that, good
he
Lord.
did, and Zach never had to be uploaded. He just sort of sat there.
Yeah.
But that's weird, seeing his name on this list, right? You got one big name on there. He's the biggest name on the list, and he didn't play a second.
Yeah.
Think about that. The biggest name on your list is a dude who never played.
Well, the ones that I think some other guys like Sternad, like you bring back for depth or something like that, that's totally fine. But as far as big names that I think are impactful to a lineup, I think DJ Jones is probably the biggest one.
I agree.
Having some keeping that interior defensive line together, I think is big.
And as much as the interior or the entire defense got shredded by Buffalo, they may want to do some work there.
Sure.
Or repurpose some stuff there. Who knows?
Getting a little better at linebacker might help that too.
I think he's critical. I do. I think DJ Jones is a player you want to keep around. Good dude. Plays hard. The other guys on that list, man, you could flip a coin on every one of them. I don't think Javonte Williams comes back. I think that one's. I was looking at a play. Do you remember? And again, I hate to do this 2 days after the fact because the guy played. He had an ACL, recovered from that, came back, never caused any problems. A good kid.
Worked hard.
Worked his way back. Do you remember that little pass over the middle when the Broncos were, backed up near their goal line? And he had like 3 steps or 2 steps on the defender, and he just fell.
Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about?
Yes.
I went back and I said, what happened there? How did it fall?
It feels like that's a microcosm of what a lot of the offense was, which was a lack of explosiveness, especially in the open field, right? How many guys outside of Mims did you have when they were in space that you thought could make a play happen?
Yes, you're right. Yes, playmaking.
Yeah. And Mims can do that. We've seen it, obviously, on punt returns. You give him a little bit of room, he can make guys miss. I don't know if there's anybody else on offense that can really do that.
Honestly, that play, and I know it doesn't seem like a big deal now, but it's little plays like that add up. Turned into like a 5-yard gain. That could have been a 25-yard gain.
Yeah.
He had nothing but green in front of him. Nothing.
What
about Stidham? Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson are on that list of free agents.
If you feel like somebody can be a competent backup for a not so huge price, then go ahead. Maybe Stidham feels like that. Like maybe another. Would you pay him $5 million a year to be a backup? I mean, that's what he was making on this last contract. Wasn't it 2 years,
Hey, man,
$10 million?
If the quarterback room works,
Yeah.
if they like each other, that matters. How about the guy who's got the highest passer rating on the team on that list, Riley Dixon?
Yeah, I think you bring back a punter, but these are all things that like that's pretty ornamental. When I'm talking about like big time, this guy, if he leaves, will really affect us types of players. There's only a couple on the list. I think DJ Jones is one, and I think maybe Cody Barton's another because he had a decent year filling in for Alex Singleton. So maybe you throw him in the mix. But I'm with you on Javonte.
Cody Barton didn't fill in for Alex Singleton. Justin Strnad did.
Right, but he became your number one linebacker
Yes.
when Singleton left, is what I'm saying. I think when it comes to Javonte, as crass as this might sound, I think it's run its course. Like you gave it a shot and it didn't work, and I think you got to find something different. Because, man, Vic, I was just going through this. You look at the teams left in the postseason now that the wild card weekend's wrapped up. Every single team has a 1,000-yard rusher on it. Mm-hmm. Every single one, like without exception. And some of them have like borderline two of them.
Okay, I'm going to go back to that quarterback thing. You're talking about DJ Jones, and we agree. We agree on that. I'm going to go back to Zach Wilson. Given the choice, you have to keep one backup, Wilson or Stidham. Who are you keeping?
I would keep Zach. I just don't know if he doesn't want to go somewhere where he's got a chance to play. Mm-hmm. You know, that's up to him, I suppose. And the longer you're kind of out of that starting game, the harder it is to try and work your way back in.
You're forgotten.
And I think that he probably has that in the back of his head where he's like, dude, maybe I go sign with like Cleveland or something this year and just hope that I find right place, right time stuff. I don't know. You know what I mean? Find a team that doesn't have an established thing at quarterback. And Cleveland's such a weird spot because Deshaun's got the Achilles and the big contract and all that different stuff.
Cleveland is where quarterbacks go to die. By the way, Deshaun, how about him re-snapping his Achilles? How about the word fortune and Deshaun Watson over the last, 3 years?
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. Maybe
he
you
went
get unlucky, but
do you remember? I don't know if I've ever seen a collapse like this. I'll never forget. I will never forget when he played for the Houston Texans, and we were doing a Nuggets game in L.A. Nuggets were playing the Lakers, and I saw Deshaun Watson. He was sitting front row with a couple celebs and signing autographs, and we did a quick interview hit with him for some reason. I can't remember what it was.
Like he was the king of Houston.
Yeah, he was the nicest. No, but he was in L.A. that weekend for some reason. But he was the nicest guy in the world. He was beloved. People in L.A. they're not even Houston Texans fans were standing in line to get his autograph. You know, remember coming out of Clemson and just such a nice dude?
Mm-hmm.
He went from that and leading the Houston Texans on that charge to what is this now? He can't catch a break.
Well, the thing with him, it's one thing when like public favor turns, right? Because you do something disgusting. That's one thing. To have the game leave in the prime of his career that quickly is pretty unprecedented. Of being that good to forget the other stuff, just football-wise. That good to that horribly bad.
I know. I'm trying to think of a comp in another sport. I'm trying to think of somebody who was like among the best at what he does, and then in a span of a year or two, lost it all.
Yeah.
Just couldn't do it anymore.
Insane. But to kind of put a bow on this to start the show, here's my takeaway, though, in reading that, the key free agent stuff from Adam Schefter. The Broncos have their main thing set. They got a quarterback they believe in. They got a coach they believe in. They have a really good defense where the things that you need defensively to be long-term successful is a really good edge rusher and a really good corner. Well, guess what? You got arguably the league's best at both of those. Maybe Benito's not quite there, but he's pretty damn close. He's getting there. Surtain's already established himself as the top. I'm really excited to see what George Payton can do with not quite a full deck salary cap-wise, but getting closer to it. But more than that, Vic, think about what George Payton can do with a coach and a system going into its third year now with the main things taken care of, and we've seen how good he is at finding some gems in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. Well, think about what his job is now. Like, I need to find some of the ancillary pieces that are important to a football team, but you can't worry about until you get the big things figured out.
Yeah.
Well, he can do that now. He can go say, I'm going to invest all of my assets here to try and find a playmaking running back, to try and find a playmaking tight end, to try and find depth in places that we need. Like, that's crazy. And I'm so excited for the idea of what he can do to build upon that. Because I look at some teams that just lost in the wild card round this past weekend, Vic, and I'm like, Minnesota doesn't know who's playing quarterback for him next year right now. Pittsburgh doesn't know who's playing quarterback for him next year right now. And those were teams that were pretty damn good heading into this year.
The Denver Broncos, when you're making that journey and you have all the essentials, the one essential is water, right?
Yeah.
When you're walking long distance across the desert, you need water. They have their water finally. All the other stuff doesn't matter. They have their water. They can survive.
Mm-hmm.
They've got their quarterback. He's my quarterback. My quarterback. In years past, they're looking for all the essentials at the same time.
Right. Like you
don't have shoes. They don't have a shirt.
Like they were, for all intents and purposes, they were homeless. They had no idea where to even start to rebuild their life. By the way, a few names coming up here.
One sandal fell off. It's stuck deep in the sand.
What's going on with that, by the way? How am I driving down the road and there's always a single shoe on like the highway? Where's the other shoe? Why didn't both shoes fall out of the car?
You never had your mom throw a shoe at you while driving?
Not
55 miles an hour down C-470?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Couple names here. You're talking about guys who just kind of fell off a cliff. Somebody said Embiid. Embiid this year.
Oh, you know what, man? That Philly thing's crazy.
Yeah.
We may feel differently when the Nuggets play the Sixers next week. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not this upcoming week. Next week. Yep.
Tiger, I've seen. Tiger was still like in contention after all of his stuff, and he had injuries to deal with. And
Tiger had more comebacks than Lazarus.
Yeah.
Tiger, like when Tiger won his last Masters, do you remember that? We were like, yeah, there's no way he ever wins again. Like, don't be stupid. He's never going to win another major tournament. And he won.
Josh Hamilton, okay. Josh Hamilton's not bad. Anthony Rendon, got the big paycheck. He fell off, yeah. A lot of baseball guys can be thrown in the mix. Anyway, I just think it's great. It's a great place that the Broncos are at heading into this offseason.
Oh, hey, Moshe.
Hey, Moshe.
Hey.
Heading into this offseason with the things that you need to be right within a football team to start, they have those right, and now it's about finding the other things that can just elevate.
What are the odds?
Of?
I mean, I stopped to get a Coke pouch.
What?
I stopped to grab a can on the way in and got out of the 7-Eleven, back to my truck, and it wouldn't start.
Oh, I know why.
What, it's 12 outside? Why?
No. It's the same reason. Your truck is basically me in that situation. You re-enter the truck, and the truck says to you again, for the 40th time, what is that thing under your lip? I'm not starting today.
So I had to call an Uber.
You called an Uber?
What else do you want me to do? The bear wouldn't, bear's sleeping. What do you mean, walk a mile and a half in 12-degre weather? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want you to earn your way here.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what I want.
You're lucky I'm even here, Dillhole. So I got to figure out what to do with this truck after the show. But, you want to talk about commitment. I don't ever want to hear anything again. I could be working on that truck right now, but I said, you know what? I got to be with my boys and my people.
You have to
You're doing us a favor?
Do you want credit for doing your job?
I ran into some unforeseen circumstances, and I'm overcoming them. Now, if that isn't leadership, I don't know what is.
I will give you credit for making your way in, but you made your way in with that thing on your face.
My wife commented on the thing. Oh, she said, "What's he doing with the thing?" Right there.
It's the first thing. Remember Lauren Jabbar the other day when she joined us? Moshe, what's that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to rub it the entire show.
Okay. Um,
I'm just going to rub, and I'm going to
Total
keep rubbing.
midlife crisis.
And I'm going to rub, and I'm going to rub, and I'm going to rub.
Total midlife crisis. I know one when I see one. I've had one.
you know
Probably
what?
having one.
You know what I was bothered by yesterday? Like really bothered, is you thought a story was dead for at least a minute. You're like, good, I can put this to rest, not have to worry about it. And then I watch an NFL playoff preseason show. Or an NFL playoff pregame show. Pregame show, sorry. Pregame show.
It's back.
And they're all talking about Boulder, Colorado again. And this is going to take a minute because I'm starting to get really pissed. I'll explain next. If you want an early look at the divisional round games, well, here's what you got. The Chiefs 8-point favorites over the Texans, Lions 8.5-point favorites over the Commanders, Eagles 6-point favorites over the Rams, and Bills 1-point dogs at home in Buffalo to the Ravens. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook, especially with a night like tonight, which is a double dipperoo. Take a look at the Nuggets and the Avs, not just lines, but also some of those game props, and they are all available to you on the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. So I settled in last night.
I get it, Nelly. That's funny. That's really funny. I get it.
I told Moj I'm sorry about his
Vic,
car, and then he goes, "You're not sorry." I was like, "I don't know what else I can say."
Vic, do you remember the time you put your car?
I'm not sorry.
Do you remember the time you put your car in a ditch? Do you remember that time?
Yeah, and I was I had a
stranded.
Nuggets game.
You were stranded in a ditch, and I felt bad for you. I offered to help. I said, "Hey, can I?" No, I'll handle it.
You made fun of me for weeks on end.
You did.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, is this payback then?
Probably.
Crap.
By the way,
hey, man, what goes around comes around.
When my incident occurred, I just picked up my phone and let's see, where's my wife's phone number? I called my wife and she came to help me. I didn't have to call an Uber. Somebody fears their significant other.
What's your point?
All right. Speaking of Nelly, last night I'm in the living room. I'm playing with magnetic blocks with baby Jamal Cale. And I'm settling in.
Cute. That's kind of cute.
That's dangerous, dude. You got to be very careful, though.
Don't let her eat them.
I'll try my best. I parked myself on the couch as we're playing with these blocks, and I was thinking, let's watch a little bit of this pregame, get a look at what they're saying about some of the wild card games from the last couple of days, and get a preview on what should be a good game between the Rams and the Vikings. And all I'm hit with for about an hour is, hey, Jerry Jones has been talking to Deion Sanders, and this seems like it's pretty real, on Jerry Jones' part at least.
Let's move on.
And all I could think to myself is, stop sniffing around my wife. Like, I was done with this, okay? I'd never been married to one of these, like, Instagram model chicks that have DMs open or dated one of them. I would think it's kind of the same thing, where all she's telling you is, you got nothing to worry about. This is just part of the job, all these guys jumping in my DMs, you know what I mean? I don't respond to them, and it's like, well, you responded to that one. Well, he's an old friend of mine. That's what Jerry Jones is. He's an old friend. Dion said as much to ESPN. He said, to hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful and intriguing. I love Jerry, and I believe in Jerry, and after you hang up and process it, you think about it, it is intriguing, but I love Boulder and everything there is about our team, the coaches, the student body, and the community. And all I kept thinking to myself was, don't even say anything about Jerry Jones. Don't, because all I want to hear is that you're not going anywhere.
If Jerry Jones really wanted Deion Sanders, all right, if this was his quest and his conviction, CU has no chance to keep him. And let me give you a reason why. Many reasons why.
Okay.
And I know a new deal is on the table. All right, it's on the table, ready to be signed. He hasn't signed it yet. Why do you think?
Because of this.
Okay. The current deal, the deal before the one that's been given in front of him, is $6 million per year. That's how much money Deion Sanders has been paid over the last 2 seasons. $6 million per year. That is chump change compared to what he can get at the next level from Jerry Jones.
Rumor is it could be somewhere in the ballpark of $15 million if Jerry wants to offer it.
That's chump change. What CU, and I'm guessing, I don't know this, I have no idea, I don't have these numbers in front of me. I'm guessing CU's extended offer, the one that, they fluffed up the pillow a bit, obviously, because of what he's accomplished. I'm guessing it's somewhere just under 10 or around 10, right?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, around 10. Let's be conservative, call it $10 million a year. The new deal that CU has offered for Deion Sanders. Mm-hmm. And that's everything. That's as much as they can push into the middle of that table.
Right.
Jerry can look at that in his late years and say, that's nothing. I got you.
Yeah, understood. This is not going to happen.
And I agree with that too, Moj. I agree. If they wanted him, they would get him, A, and B, I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen, and there's a couple reasons why.
What if you see a trade today? The Cowboys have traded for the number 1 overall pick.
Okay, then it might happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's what's not going to happen. He's not going to coach against his son. Son.
Correct.
What he's not going to do is have to draw up a game plan to destroy his son. Okay? or have his defensive coordinator drop a game plan to beat the snot out of his kid.
Has a coach coached against his son in the
I
NFL
don't
before?
think so.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Well, I don't recall.
But of that
How?
magnitude
Yeah.
of like a big
Maybe
time
not
quarterback.
that magnitude.
Yeah, listen, if your son's a linebacker and you're coaching against him, that's one thing. But if it's your D coordinator's job to injure or at least get to and try to hurt the opposing quarterback, which is your kid, I don't think that's going to be very appealing to him. Number two, if you're talking about the Dallas Cowboys, you have no say in anything. Anything. Maybe the play calling on Sunday, but even that's probably, hey, boss has just called down and said he wants to run that double right sweep 36 jet on 3, ready break. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? You're basically neutered. You're like my dog Rick.
Get your damn act together.
You got no parts. You know, you go in, you got the cone on your head. All right? That's what you are. You don't have any say in anything. Which is why you could never have a Belichick there or anybody like that, because you have to be a yes man. You got to be willing to do whatever Jerry wants at any given time. He's the owner, he's the GM, he's the de facto coach. You see that video I sent you yesterday?
I did.
Is it funny?
Sure.
AI is getting out of control, is it not?
I did think that was really funny.
It was funny. But, I mean, and that probably would not appeal to Coach Prime to go from controlling everything at Colorado to, you know what, you are absolutely neutered.
Moj, I agree with a lot of what you're saying in terms of the want to and what the preference is, but a paycheck and a checkbook can change your mind in a
But,
hurry.
dude, he's doing all the
Moj,
Aflac, and he's doing all the this and that. I mean,
he wouldn't have to do any of that. Hey, okay, let me ask you this.
He's got a ton of bread.
Moj, does Peyton Manning make enough money? Do you think Peyton Manning is secure in life?
Yes.
Is there anybody that does more television commercials in the history of television commercials than Peyton Manning?
Shaq.
I think Peyton Manning
Snoop.
doubles them up.
Shaq and Snoop are on everything.
Dude, have you watched sports recently?
Dude, Shaq sells insurance and he sells socks
I want somebody to look this up. Okay, does anybody have the capacity as you're driving to work and you only have 15 minutes to get there, just stop everything, pull over, and look up airtime for ex-athletes? And you tell me, who has more commercials running right now? Because everywhere I turn, there's a Peyton Manning commercial.
What's your point?
He's selling something else. What I'm
$5
saying
million
is,
more per year would switch him out.
what I'm saying is money is money. I don't care who you are. You can be swayed by money. You don't have to say yes to all this stuff. Money says yes.
Well, and
Money says yes. And I would be surprised if he took the job or if he was given the job. But you know what? I've been surprised before from Prime.
Let's
Why
say-
should we be we were surprised when he arrived here.
Hold
we
on
were
a second.
surprised. Surprise is not the word to use with him anymore. He will surprise you when you least expect it.
here's the other detail, and this is what makes Dallas different. They're the franchise of this country. They're the biggest name
America's Day.
of any sport
America's Day.
that this country has to offer. And I know that everybody tries to throw the America's team tag on somebody else. Bottom line is, you tell me, every pro sports franchise goes up for sale. Who's the most? It's the Cowboys, and it's not close here. You'd have to travel to Europe to find Manchester United to find a price similar.
How much are the Yankees worth?
Not as much as the Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys are number one in
You
sports.
think so?
It's not close.
No, it's not
Moshe.
think so. It's
not close.
Done. Yeah.
It's by like a couple of $1 billion.
In
they're the
sports,
most.
period, sports.
In all
in
of
this
sports.
country.
In this country.
Yes.
So, like, if you're going to, like, buy Real Madrid.
I think Real Madrid and those like big time Premier League soccer teams might be worth more.
I don't think so. I think the Cowboys are number one in sports.
But this is what I'm getting at. If somebody's coming to you with that name,
the
that
Cowboys
label,
are worth more than Greenland.
yes, they are.
No, they are not.
I would put the Cowboys up there with
Not
Greenland.
shit. Maybe more than, like, I
well,
don't know.
I'll put it this way. If you ask Deion Sanders, would you rather coach the Cowboys or Greenland?
Moj, yes, they are, and it's not close. Greenland's GDP is $3.2 billion.
Thank you.
But the resources, it never.
Okay.
Forget it. I'm not even going to get into this discussion.
The point is this, that you put that on top of what Vic's talking about, which is $15 million a year, on top of one other thing that if Jerry Jones
and he's got a place there.
But you throw on top of it Jerry Jones saying, "Oh, and by the way, I'll go get your kid too." Like, I'll make sure we're drafting.
So you draft Shedeur Sanders. What are you going to do with Dak Prescott, who is got a brand new 4-year, $240 million contract?
Moj, that's not the conversation.
What's the conversation?
We're not having the conversation.
If you waive Dak Prescott, you want to talk about craziness? If you waived Dak Prescott.
Jerry is not concerned with logistics. Okay.
You're arguing the wrong point. I'm not arguing how he would do when he got there. I'm arguing what it would take for him to get the job. That the argument of, what's he going to do when he gets there? Because at the core, here's what I believe at the core. Prime wants to lead young men. It's much easier to lead young men. NFL players at the core. Now, listen to what I'm about to say, and I don't want anybody to get offended by me saying this. NFL players are older. They want to be coached. They don't want to be led. They don't want to hype up videos. They want to be coached. There's a big difference.
He ain't going.
I would tend to agree with you, but this is about as real of an opportunity for him to take an NFL gig as I think there is. I think this is the closest he would ever be to even considering taking a job in the NFL.
All right. I'm just saying, if he wanted to ever win, okay,
Does it matter to you that Bovada has him as the favorite to be the Cowboys' next head coach?
You're kidding.
The favorite.
Moj, how come he hasn't signed that CU deal?
I don't know, Vic. Maybe it's fun to listen. I don't know.
There's no more negotiating. CU is saying, this is what we have.
Moj, how come he hasn't signed?
All we have.
You get rid of Dak Prescott.
It's been on the table for 2 weeks.
You get rid of Dak Prescott, dude. It's $103 million against
Moj,
the cap.
How come he hasn't said no to everybody and said my deal is done?
I don't know, Vic. I don't know. I'm not in Prime's head. I think this feels like a pipe dream for Jerry Jones. It does. And I mean, what kind of control is Jerry going to give him?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, one reason he hasn't signed it in my estimation could be, and it could be the smart tactician in him, is he's just getting those dollar bills to move a little bit.
Maybe. And I'm sure there's a clause in the contract, hey, no matter when it happens, if an NFL team comes a knocking, I'm out scot-free. Well, I am out scot-free. I don't pay anything. There's no exit fee. There's no nothing. I mean, he could sign it today if he wanted to. There'll be clauses in the contract that he can get out of anything he wants to take an NFL job should it arise.
I could tell you this. If you watch the episode of Landman where Jerry Jones is at Monty's bedside.
He was really good. Yeah, he was really good. His
philosophy, his life, and his business enterprise, and how and why he got into the business. If that Jerry Jones sits across the table from Dion, it's a done deal because that man spoke with conviction.
He knows him well. He played for him for a while, man. He knows him. I mean, they won. Did he ever win a Super Bowl with Dallas?
Who? Dion?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think he did. He was playing for the Niners at that time, wasn't he?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think they won their early 90s. God, what years were those? I don't think he won till maybe that last one had Dion on it. Yeah, I think
he was in Dallas from 95 to 98 or 99. He had to win one.
Yeah.
I don't think he did. I don't think so. Well, nonetheless, he's with the Niners. Falcons, then Niners, then he won a Super Bowl with the Niners, I believe.
Okay, forget whether he's going to go or not. Where do you
they
think?
Won in 96.
Right, he won one with the Niners, one with the Cowboys.
Okay, there you go.
And I don't want to be one to, and I feel terrible doing this because he's proven us wrong at every turn. But let me ask you guys this. Where is Prime a better fit, college or pro?
It's no question
college.
Like, all of the assets
By
that he has
mile.
that makes him an appealing head coach, which is bringing attention and recruiting, only works in college, not
building
the NFL.
up young men.
Yes.
Building up, putting confidence, taking his level of confidence, his level of belief, instilling that in young men. I just think at the NFL level, a lot of these dudes, if you gave me a rah-rah speech, I was just like, yeah, whatever, dude.
For a guy who's...
I run a 4-2 already. I don't need your help.
Let's just say a guy's got family issues and his kid's sick and this and that. Lil Wayne walking through that locker room ain't going to do crap for that guy.
The same pizzazz, the same act that they're running up at CU, I just don't think that's got the same effect at the pro game.
It doesn't. But here's the thing. We can all acknowledge that. I don't think that Dion thinks that way. I bet you he thinks he could go to the NFL and win.
Well, that's why he's Dion. That's why he proves everybody wrong. Of course. Why wouldn't you think that way? Dion's looking at that saying, these idiots Don't think I could coach at the next level. I already proved him wrong here. I'll prove him wrong there as well. Of course he thinks that way. But I'm not asking how he thinks.
Yeah.
I'm asking what you think.
No, I don't think it would work there. I don't. Again, the funny thing is we're having a rational discussion and talking about Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders, which is very, very difficult to do.
That's kind of funny.
I had a buddy of mine who also does radio. He's a Cowboys fan, and they were talking about this. I saw a clip of his show.
Wait, you're friends with a Cowboys fan?
I think everybody is. They exist everywhere.
I don't think that there's any Cowboys fans in my sphere of influence.
Okay. But he said, his co-host asked him, what do you think about this Deion Dallas stuff? And he goes, sure. It's already a circus. What do I care if there's another tent?
Dude,
that's what he said. I'm like, it's a great point.
Dallas is used to this stuff. I will never forget when Jerry bought the team, and they had one big name after another come through. Barry Switzer showed up wearing a fur coat to coach the team, for crying out loud.
Now he won a Super Bowl though, didn't
he? Yeah. You think they're afraid of hiring somebody out of the box or someone who's got a big name? They brought in Barry Switzer from the college game with his fur coat. There were, oh my God, I didn't want to talk about it. There were affairs, extramarital affairs going on left and right inside that complex, and they won a Super Bowl.
And we gonna win, baby.
Texture says, Deion ain't going nowhere. He said plenty of times he won't coach millionaire athletes. Get over it. Here's the thing.
He's already coaching millionaire athletes.
Yeah, that's number one. Millionaires already exist on his roster. You don't think that Juju Lewis is making $1 million this year? You're insane. Number two, I have been too conditioned to hear the coach in college say, guys, I'm not leaving. And 2 days later take a job. It happens everywhere. Literally, it happened here just before Deion got here with Mel Tucker because money speaks louder than anything else. And look, Deion's not typical, okay? He's not. And I think we all kind of acknowledge, for the texter who writes that in, do you guys see 4 years down the line Deion Sanders still being the CU head coach? Answer that honestly.
No, I don't.
Do I?
Yeah.
Not 4 years, but I think he'll give it another couple.
Well, I mean, I was wrong when I estimated would he be here at this point now. We're talking about Deion Sanders, head coach of the Buffs right now, and he's still here.
He's been here for 2 years.
I understand, but I thought a decision would have been made already after his But if you're going to ask me, does it give me pause that a deal is in front of him, he hasn't signed it yet? Yeah, that gives me pause.
Like, this is what I'm trying to get across to people is he's not going to be like, the old Bobby Bowden, Joe Paterno, their coach here for 50 years, never leave anywhere. Like, that doesn't feel that way to me.
But you know what else, though? You know what else? Can I say this? For those of you who are treating this as if to say, wow, he's just out for himself. That's not how I look at this. Deion Sanders could leave in 5 minutes and make a decision to leave CU. And anybody who admires what CU has done, should thank him and bow to him and appreciate what he did for that program because he breathed life back into the program.
Vic?
This is not Mel Tucker. This is not a dude who shows up on our radio airwaves the afternoon of, and then that evening is at Michigan State, taking off without telling a soul. This is not the same thing. Deion Sanders could leave CU, and it would be nothing but respect.
Vic, the moment he leaves, whenever that is, and for whatever circumstance, outside something really bad, whatever circumstance it may be, I will say exactly that, and I will thank him for everything. Period. End of story.
You see the difference between him and some other coaches who have decided to take off. People always ask, why do you always worry about Deion? I go, well, you worry because this has happened before at CU. It's happened before.
The one question I have, if he does leave, what do they do with the millions of dollars of gear that says Prime and CU colors on it?
Well, what do they do? What do they do with all the dudes who climbed into that portal and came to CU for Prime?
What do they do with all the T-shirts and pennants they made for teams that lose the Super Bowl?
Send them to Africa?
They send them somewhere. Peru? I don't know.
303-504-0925 back after this.
Don't think I could coach at the next level. I already proved him wrong here.
I got some audio on Michael Porter Jr., who was on Jim Rome's show the other day that I want to get to in just a second. But in the meantime, despite what happened in pregame coverage yesterday before that playoff game, the last and final wild card round game between the Vikings and the Rams that I thought was going to be a good game was not.
What did I tell you? I told you the Rams are going to win that game.
Let me tell you something.
And they spanked them. They just spanked them.
Matt Stafford, when you watch a game like that.
Like this little spanky spank.
He is one of those high-ranking officers in the carve you up militia.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's funny.
He is like, if he's on, his precision is just unbelievable. He made a throw on third down where it was a free blitzer right up the middle in his face. And he made the throw on like his second step where he lofted up in the air perfectly for a first down to Cooper Kupp. And you're just like, how the hell do you do that?
And he's got this relationship with Kupp and Puka that is just weird. They know exactly where to go and where to be. It's wonderful to watch, right, that chemistry. And then they had Higbee. Higbee left the game with a chest injury. But early in the game, Higbee was just gashing him. How nice is it to have a tight end who can gash you?
Yeah. Wasn't just that, though. Like, they got all those pieces on offense. Like, Kyron Williams is one of the most underrated running backs in the league. That guy can do a little bit of everything, including pass block if he has to. But they sacked Darnold 9 times. Yeah, 9.
Scoop and score. I mean, big stuff, big-time stuff.
The pressure got to Darnold both literally and figuratively last night. You could see it. He wasn't there. His mind was clouded. And he just fell apart. He looked like the Jets quarterback last night.
Can I say this without being made fun of? Because I know you guys like to make fun of me, but when I talk about optics and what I see and what I feel when I see things, you love to get on me about that. Early in that game.
Your hair looks nice today.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Early in that game, I'm just watching it, and I see Stafford drop back, a full-on 7-step drop, right? Mm-hmm. And it just when I watch him in his drop back, a 7-step drop,
it looks professional.
Yeah, I that's exactly it. I go, you know what? I go, that is a friggin' pro quarterback.
That's a professional drop
That
back.
is a professional quarterback right there. I mean, you can just tell that he looks like an absolute pro. I mean, a lot of guys look like pros, but I don't know that there's a prettier, more professional drop back and firing of the football in the pro game today than Matt Stafford. And that I know that sounds crazy, Vic, but you're absolutely right.
Did you see that stat? The Vikings lost 4 games this year. Lions twice, Rams twice.
Isn't that crazy?
Well,
and think of the difference. Think of the difference, though. They would be home with a bye week, hanging out in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
If they just beat the Lions.
Well,
or they split with the Lions this year. If they just split with the Lions, they're home and waiting.
Here's what's
and instead
insane.
They've got to go to Arizona and get kicked.
Here's what's insane. What you just mentioned, Moj, is crazy because a 14-win season feels like a failure now, considering how they just exited. Well, they didn't just lose to the Rams. They got their butts kicked. Like, from start to finish, got their butts kicked.
That was a joke.
But here's the other thing. Sam Darnold, who finished this year with 35 touchdowns, 4,300 yards passing. They talked about on the broadcast. I don't know if you guys were still watching the game at that time. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Buck says to Aikman, how much money do you think the last 2 weeks have cost him? Because he played like garbage against Detroit.
Yeah.
And he played like garbage in the game last night where he just looked totally unconfident.
Well, he also was getting smacked around.
Well, I understand.
I don't know where this Rams pass rush came from the way it did. He got smacked around. Yeah.
9 sacks, but you know what Sean Payton says about sacks? It's a quarterback stat.
Yeah.
He probably, like, if he beat Detroit or if he won that game yesterday, maybe he's looking at, what, $40 million a year from somebody, if not Minnesota, then somebody?
I mean,
like, maybe?
It's a quarterback stat, but, I mean, if you're in your drop back and the pocket collapses and smokes you, I mean, what do you do?
I feel you.
$40 million maybe if he wins against Detroit and they get the bye week last week. And instead I want you guys to hear Kevin O'Connell, who was asked about Sam Darnold after the game. You tell me if this sounds like a coach that's bringing this guy back.
a winning quarterback this year and the consistency at the times he had it throughout the year and what that meant for our team, because I think that can stay with him moving forward as he goes back to work. Proud of him. Proud of
he's gone.
Really everybody in that locker room, but Sam and the journey him and I went on this year will always, be something that's a special place in my heart for sure.
Yeah, he's out.
He's gone. He's It's JJ McCarthy all day, all night.
Yeah, that's that
it's
final
not,
love letter to your ex.
It's not even it's not. I'll always cherish what we had.
He gone. The difference last night, though. You saw the difference. Darnold had a great regular season, put up a lot of numbers that were fine during the artificial season, but when push came to shove, and they played "This Is My Fight" song, and this is playoff football. By the way, let me just take a side. I love that song, no matter when it's played or how it's. I know a lot of people made fun of it. I can't get enough of that. You could play that over and over during the course of this show, and I would be a different host.
No. That is not my type of song.
Yeah,
it's not?
No. What are you doing?
I love it.
What is it again? What are you?
I sing along with it.
What?
I sing along. This is my fight song by that Rachel lady. Rachel from Friends?
What? Rachel from Friends?
Who is that lady?
I don't know the lady who sings the
I
song.
think Rachel Platten is her name. She's the one who did the national anthem before the game.
It's not Jennifer Aniston.
She was pretty good. She sang a great anthem. I mean,
You don't like that song.
But
she started out. Think that
she started out
that
really
hearing
low,
that song
it
turned Matt Stafford.
It actually makes me angry when I hear it, if I'm being honest.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't understand what's in your makeup that song, which is inspiring and invokes.
I think it's fair to say on this program you have the by far worst taste in music. That is an absolute fact that cannot be disputed. I think the listeners would agree all day.
So here's what I'm going to be fighting today. I'm going to be fighting those people in the music world who are like, hey, check me out. I'm into this trendy, nuanced music that nobody else listens to. But if I say this is my fight song, whatever the hell the name of it is,
it's overplayed, overdone. It's just it's too much. Sick of it.
I like how she rhymes the word song with song, by the way, in the chorus.
That's
I think
really
that's really
good.
Sweet. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now we're going to evaluate her rapping talents.
If she had rapping,
if she had
lyrically,
if she had rhymed song with bong, that might have been impressive.
See, look, I could tell by all the texters saying that this song makes me cringe so hard because you guys are all the same.
This is my fight song. Look at your
You people
Wong.
think music has to be. See, for me, music is not about being in this little box, this little nuance. Oh, I like this kind of music.
I like to bang my gong.
My music taste is my music taste. It's just like my taste.
And it's really
whatever
dumb.
I taste. You can't tell me how to taste.
Somehow when
I'm color taste.
Yes,
How would I know?
Somehow when you were in the womb being conceived in your
Would you rather have Van Halen start the game or that fight song?
Van Halen by a mile.
Van Halen, yeah.
I swear to God, I would turn the television off if I heard Van Halen start the song.
Well, you won't hear it anymore because Eddie's passed away, but you know what I mean. Wherever
oh my God.
when your eyes were colorblind, whenever that happened, God said, "You know what? I'm also going to take away your taste in music." He gave you a twofer for one. He gave you a 2-for-1 deal.
It's not my fault that many of you don't possess the chameleon-like musical tastes I have, the ability to just adapt to the moment. That's what I possess. Anyway,
Vic's taste of music is used at Guantanamo Bay to extract confessions.
100%.
Back to Stafford versus Darnold. You saw the difference between Big Boy, and JV.
Yep.
And that's what it was last night.
Well, I think you also saw Vic, like Kevin O'Connell is some sort of quarterback whisperer.
Sure.
He can only do so much, though.
Yeah.
Both teams blitzed. So when people say, well, what's he going to do? They blitzed. Well, they blitzed the hell out of Stafford. You know what he did to that blitz? He laughed at it.
Yeah.
When he drops
this is my
back,
fight song, and he just laughed at it.
Yeah. When he drops back to pass. And again, I'm not a big fan of Matt Stafford. No, should I be? But when I watch him, just in my heart of hearts, I'm like, that just looks so good.
Sure.
It looks beautiful. I mean, his drop back, Vic, and his release is beautiful. Is that fair to say? Is that too much?
No, I think the way that Vic said it earlier, where it's like that's a professional
That is a
quarterback. Like that's what a professional quarterback
looks like right there.
I'm telling you, he is a high-ranking officer in the carve you up militia.
Yeah, he is. When he's healthy, he is. How old is that son of a gun now? 38? How old?
I don't think quite that much, but he's up there. He's above mid-30s, I think.
Who would you rank in that militia?
He's 36.
Who's in that militia?
Professional carve you up militia?
Professional carve you up militia. Mahomes is in it.
Mahomes.
All right. Stafford.
Yeah.
Who else among the quarterbacks in the National Football League? Burrow's in the carve you up militia.
Dude,
he can get going.
I put Lamar in there, especially after this year. He carved this year, Vic.
Yes,
carved.
But I'm talking about not running the ball at all.
Okay, so like
just
kind of pocket.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want any. I want you got to move the ball 80 yards. You got to throw it.
It used to be AA run, but that's gone away.
No, he's gone.
But yeah, he's gone.
My beautiful baby boy. I wouldn't even put Josh Allen in that. Josh Allen runs too much. I'm talking the carve you up militia are the people who sit there with the rifle and that's all they use. There's no running around.
Okay,
they're not running around. What's that?
No running.
And Mahomes does tend to run a little bit. He does tend to run.
But before 2 days ago, would you have put Herbert maybe in that conversation before he threw 4 picks? Goff? Is Goff in there?
Goff's pretty good at that. I put Goff in there this year. Yeah.
With protection.
Yeah.
With protection, I would say yes.
Yeah. Let me tell you, the best of all time, carve you up militia, Marino, Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome.
303.
Montana, Marino, Brady.
504.
Brady. I mean, how am I forgetting Brady, obviously?
0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. By the way, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Guys, it's 2025, and we can talk about things like this. Are you suffering from any kind of form of erectile dysfunction? Is it ruining your relationship? Maybe no confidence, whatever the case may be. 2025 is the year to do something about it. Make things really, really good. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. How good is that? Pretty darn good, because they've been serving the Colorado area for nearly a decade, tens of thousands of happy clients. And you could be one of them too. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free. But you know it's going to work, and it's going to be great for you and your partner. Do something about it. Don't be embarrassed about anything. Get it done. If you had something else that was an issue, you'd fix it, right? You could be back to yourself right away. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Boom. I mean, how do you not win a game after that? Are you kidding me?
Vic just gave that song 5 booms.
5 booms.
No
They
booms.
should play that at Costco every day.
No booms on the boom meter. None. No booms. Vic, I saw. Oh, I got to send you something else. Remember that video I showed you of the boom guys and what they said?
They're
I gotta send you another one because he did it again.
for the Fires.
No, not for that. For something else though. But it's I gotta send you another one.
Do they know? They have no shame, right?
No.
There's no shame. It's almost silly.
It's you can let go of the boom sometimes, guys. I'm just gonna say that. Just quickly here before we move on, I want to get to this MPJ audio. We were just talking about how much pressure Sam Darnold was under. Well, how's this for historical context? Sam Darnold lost 82 yards on 9 sacks. It's the most ever in a playoff game for sack yardage lost. 82 yards.
And a little fumble.
And one of those took back for a touchdown,
Yep.
What was it like during the regular season? I'm curious. Was he sacked often? Was that an issue with the Minnesota offensive line? Did it suddenly just show up?
I don't believe it. Well, you don't win 14 games and have your quarterback on his butt all the time.
Understood, but what was the weak point?
He was sacked 48 times this year.
Okay, he was sacked
that's a lot.
Yeah. He was sacked a lot.
That's a lot.
It's not 9 in a game, though.
That's true.
Well, it's a lot more than Josh Allen's 14.
That is true. Yeah. Not very mobile. That's Sam Darnold. Not the mobilest of feet.
And runs into problems, right? He's got a little bit of that Russ syndrome. Russ would run into sacks.
Well,
Correct?
and that's just about making quick decisions, right? Like if you don't have the mobility to be able to escape, then you have to hey, if I see pressure, this is the guy I got to go to. Yeah. And it's like maybe he just was unconfident in that department.
Not processing the play quickly enough.
Yeah. So what? Just quickly, and then we'll move on because who really cares about Darnold or the Vikings? But I'm just curious, what do you think happens with him next year? Is he starting just somewhere else?
Yeah, he'll be a starting quarterback for another team, Raiders.
Maybe the Raiders. I mean, listen, they have nothing down there right now. They've got Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, and no offense to those guys, but you're not going to win anything with those guys.
I'm always curious about this too, Moshe. Like, they just went 14-3. We're this close to winning 15 games and getting the first seed.
Out of dude.
No, I know, but hey, hang on. The point that I'm making here is this close to winning 15 games and getting the number 1 seed. Uh-huh. And you're going to move on. And it's not even that I disagree.
Well, I mean, you spent a pick.
But what happens?
Your pick on J.J. McCarthy,
but
who's
what
the
happens
future.
if McCarthy next year goes 8-9?
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm asking.
But they just found out that what they have in Darnold's not real. That's just
right.
What's the point?
Right.
And if you're a Minnesota fan, if you're from Minnesota, raise your hand. If you're driving around, if you're listening, you are just persecuted. You people, I mean, you guys have nothing. I mean, every time you build yourselves up, right? How many times have we seen this in our lifetime, Moshe? In our lifetime. Do you remember when the Broncos won their second Super Bowl down in Miami? Do you remember the team they were supposed to play in that Super Bowl before Atlanta knocked them off?
It was supposed to be Minnesota.
Dude, Minnesota had the best record in the league.
Yeah. Was that like their 15-1 year?
Yes.
They were unstoppable.
They were unbelievably good.
And their kicker missed a kick.
And they blew it.
Wait, was that Moss and Carter as the wide receivers?
Yes.
Yeah.
That team was unstoppable.
Robert Smith.
Exactly.
Great
and
football
they
team.
couldn't make a kick. And it's the same story every year. Minnesota, regular season, Kirk Cousins did it. Case Keenum did it.
Yeah.
Case freaking Keenum did it.
What was that? Was it Blair Walsh missed the field goal a couple years, 3-5 years? Blair Walsh, remember that kid?
That was against the Seahawks in that game that was 30 degrees below freezing, and he had, a 15-yard chip shot or something?
That place is loser central, and I'm sorry to put it that way if you're from Minnesota, but this is the truth. Of the teams, all right, listen to this one. Of the teams with 4 major sports, the 4 majors, the team that has waited the longest for a championship is
Team
Minnesota.
or city?
City.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Of the cities with the 4 majors, no city has waited as long as Minnesota for a championship. 1991 is the last time
that
they
was the
won.
Twins. That was the Twinkies.
That was Kirby Puckett and company.
Kurt Herbeck.
Exactly
Kent
right.
Herbeck.
Who was that pitcher?
Dan Glasson.
Who's that pitcher that?
Negro?
No.
Negro was a twin, wasn't he?
No, it wasn't him. No, it was Jack Morris.
Jack Morris.
Oh, Jack
exactly
Morris.
Right. Former Tiger that moved to, wasn't he a Tiger?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are, look at all these. I'm looking at this list of 4 sports cities. How many 4 sports cities can you name? Metro areas, by the way, not just necessarily a city.
Okay, well, New York and Chicago, those are easy. Denver, obviously. You
LA?
mentioned Minneapolis, LA. Miami? Does that count with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Florida Panthers, yeah.
It's been, the Panthers just won. Yeah, they just
No,
won.
he's talking about just teams with.
How many can
or
you
cities
name?
with
Do
14
you count Boston even though the Patriots play in Foxborough?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Boston, yep.
It's not far away. I mean,
100%.
Sunrise
Philly?
is essentially
Philly?
Miami.
Yeah.
How many more have we got left?
You got about 3 more.
Okay, so after that,
No
we'll
more
go
Phoenix.
These are real
No more
sports
Atlanta.
cities.
No more
Dallas.
Phoenix or Atlanta. Dallas. Yeah.
Dallas, yeah.
Yep.
Are you forgetting one, Brett? I mean, what's your problem?
Detroit.
San
Duh.
Francisco?
Detroit.
San
The
Francisco.
Bay Area, yeah, the Bay Area.
Is that all of them?
Did we already
Yeah,
say
yeah.
Denver?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
DC.
said Denver.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
DC.
Wanna make
Oh,
sure.
DC.
DC.
Right, DC.
So those are the real, I just listed for you the real sports cities in America, the ones that can house the majors. Those are the real sports cities. And Minnesota, a real sports city, is the least successful of all of them. They've got
We should call Foles and just get him on it. Well, I don't know. Do we take joy in other people's misery?
Not really.
Yeah, you're right.
But then again,
But
when
he's a fun guy to destroy.
Hey,
Kevin
I'll be
Foles.
honest though, when Jalen McDaniels had that dunk late in that game, Game 7, I did want to turn and say, hey, 1991's the last time you guys won a major.
God, they do wear it though.
It's Loserville, USA.
I can only imagine what Paul Allen was doing during that call yesterday. He had to be losing his mind.
Losing his mind.
By the way, Michael Porter Jr. on with Jim Rome.
Yeah, what's going on here? Because this is a really rare point in the schedule for the Denver Nuggets where they won at Dallas, and then they sit around for a couple of days in Dallas, right?
Well,
and then they play again in Dallas. Like, what Vic, what do we do?
So the NBA is doing this.
What are we
with
doing?
a lot
This?
they're trying to save on travel.
Okay, that's fine, but
that's all it is.
I can't just play back-to-back days. Why are you sitting around in Dallas just hanging out?
But hang on. Let me get to this audio because the audio itself isn't like anything mind-blowing, but I have a question coming off this. So Michael Porter Jr. on with Jim Rome, and he just asked him, what's your evaluation of your team at the halfway point of the season? Here's MPJ.
Yeah, I think we're doing well. I think it's a little bit of a roster switch up. We lost a couple players from last season, and we gained a couple players. A little change to the starting lineup. So I think early on in the season we were still kind of getting adjusted, but I think we're starting to find our groove. We finally got everybody back healthy. Aaron joined us back yesterday. Jamal's finding his groove, and then Nicola's doing what Nicola does. Is a 3-time MVP. So I think we're starting to hit our stride.
So just basing it off of, again, it's not like the audio is anything spectacular. He said anything, mind-bending, but at the end of this, one simple question. Have we been overreacting to the Nuggets? Because he doesn't sound concerned, and the team throughout the year has not sounded concerned with where they're at and how they're playing. There is something to be said about maybe they don't want to totally put their pedal to the floor on the gas this early in the year, that they're waiting a little bit. Maybe it does take some time to get adjustments when you lose somebody as important as what KCP was to that starting lineup.
Maybe 20 games without Aaron Gordon catches up to you.
Yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't be freaking out. We shouldn't
I'm
be
not even saying you should or shouldn't. I'm just
sticking it to
asking.
them. Okay.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Listen, at the end of the day, there's one area in which they're showing some improvement. And
Defense.
You guys mentioned it yesterday.
It's a defensive side.
They're playing better defense over the last few games. They are. And when you play better on that end, you give yourself a chance to win. They outscored the Mavericks down the stretch the other night, 45-10. They did it with defense. They made stops. And if you pull up the standings right now in the Western Conference, go ahead, just don't do it while you're driving. You may notice something. The Denver Nuggets are now only a game out of third place, a game behind the Memphis Grizzlies. They win tonight, which they should. Another undermanned Dallas team.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy. But, hey, they'll be a half game out of third place.
All right, so Nelly's showing where they are. And Dallas is right, hot on their heels. Vic, the starting unit is not going to have a night like they did the other night against.
You hope.
Well, I can't envision that they would have 2 games in a row like that. Not a chance.
Can you envision a bench unit playing as well?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I think they get back to their mean.
Okay.
Coming up tonight. And so I love their chances of winning both in Dallas and moving on. I really do. I can't. There's no way Joker is going to be a minus again tonight. There's just no way, is there?
I listen, we understand that the Dallas Mavericks played probably their best with who they're missing and still lost. If the Nuggets play their best tonight, they will not lose.
They'll smoke them. Yeah.
They will not lose.
They'll smoke them.
If they're committed early, they will not lose. Now, but that's just what the Nuggets are, guys. I'm not going to predict Nuggets games because I don't know where that want to is. When do they turn it on? Like the other day, I thought they were done twice. And then they said, screw this, let's go.
Yeah.
And they won by double digits.
You told me by January 15th. Didn't you say the 15th?
Yeah.
I think you did.
I gave you that date. January 15th is the date I'll know what the Nuggets are.
Okay, well, that's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. Tomorrow they play the Houston Rockets.
Dude, we're already halfway through January?
Yes.
Come on, man.
What
time
is
flying by.
What a wonderful date of demarcation for that officially to come true.
Let me tell you all you youngins out there. Yeah, it'd be great. If they shut them down tonight again, you look at the point totals given up the last 3 games, it's been awesome.
Oh no, I will know tomorrow because it's a back-to-back.
Okay, well, I'll be awaiting your breakdown. Yeah. But you youngins out there, man, time just drags, man, drags. Takes forever. But when you get all of a sudden, dude, we're halfway through January, and you're like, my life is running out of lifespan.
I feel like this football season flew by the way. And maybe it's because the Broncos were good, and I look forward to it every single week.
It flew by.
But I was like, wait, the season, it's just over now? It's just done?
Yeah.
By the way, can we go to break on this comment on the Safeway Twitch feed? This show is great because they just spent 5 minutes absolutely blasting the entire state of Minnesota for no reason except their quarterback sucked yesterday. That's kind of how it started.
Yeah. You know what? You deserve it. I was there for the playoffs last year. I don't like you. I do like the gyms, though. Good basketball gyms.
Well, who said that? Yeah. That was Peyton. Hey, Peyton. Where were you last week when I was blasting that Minnesota Wild gal who was a rather thick, how would you say it? Big boned gal.
Phrasing.
Who was hooking and spitting all over the place.
Hey, when we come back,
what about her?
Vic said something earlier in the show that I think directly applies to a revelation from yesterday. We'll get to it next. Okay, so I'm going to tie this story that broke yesterday into something you said earlier, Vic.
Oh, by the way, Kyrie Irving has been upgraded to questionable tonight. Okay. He had that back injury, so he may play for the Mavericks. Just wanted to add that.
Kyrie shoots 110% against the Nuggets somehow, some way. So, news came down yesterday that Bo Nix played multiple games with fractures in his back, 3 different fractures, actually. And I heard Columbus talking about this a little bit, that the kind of fractures he has is something that they can do something with and make it so you can play through it. But bottom line is, quarterback's playing with fractures in his back. And all it takes is a blindside hit, and I'm sure that could mess some things up. And it's a credit to the toughness of Bo Nix, which I don't think was ever questioned. We never questioned whether that guy was tough or not. But you always get these kind of stories when a season ends, especially in hockey emotions. This guy was playing through this and this and this, and should have had. He has to have surgery on this now.
I mean, when you look at Cogliano and he's got nails sticking out of his arm and hand, and you're like, whoa.
And Nelly, if you could find maybe, I don't know when this happened, so I apologize for making you comb through some stuff. But if you have any sort of audio of Columbus talking about this, I'd like to hear that again, of this specific injury. But he's playing through it. But you said something, Vic. If your rookie quarterback has fractures in his back, you're probably at least thinking about maybe we should sit him down for a couple of weeks, right? Like maybe get yourself ready and healthy again. What was going on with the backup quarterback stuff this year?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like if there was a prime time to maybe see if Zach Wilson should start a game or Jared Stidham should go in, it's when your rookie Q has a couple of fractures in his back.
Yeah. Well, both those guys, Stidham and Wilson are going to be free agents. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you've got Bo Nix, and then what are you going to do at the backup quarterback spot? Maybe, you sign one of them back, and they're happy to be the backup. If it was me, if I was a team, like Jeff Legwold would say, insta-claim, if Zach Wilson is out there, I'll sign him to a deal. I'll give him a shot. I mean, the guy's got an arm that would choke a hippo, so I would do that. Now, Stidham, probably just a perfect backup quarterback. He's probably the perfect guy.
You heard the man. He did it in the Raiders game. He wasn't going to miss the Monday Nighter against Cleveland. He wasn't.
Right.
He said, nope, I'm not missing it. So maybe they did bring it up. Maybe it was a conversation piece.
Well, this is Bo yesterday talking about his back injury.
Well, it was a long 18, 19-week season, but, fortunately, God was good to me this year. He allowed me to stay upright, and, I was healthy. Got to play each and every game. Obviously, we all play with some bruises and some cuts and scrapes, but the Vegas week was just, I had a little, transverse process fracture in my back. But that week got treatment and kind of made it through to that week. Monday Night Football, it was a stretch that we were all kind of banged up. And, I wasn't going to miss the first Monday night game. So I got treatment on it, and then we were fortunate to have an off week that next week. And, kind of went away after that. But for that moment, it was, annoying, but we all play with annoying things.
Was the Raiders game at the Raiders?
Yeah, got, twisted up a little bit, had 3 process fractures, but a lot of guys play with a lot of those kind of things.
The name of the injury really gives it a different feel, right?
Yeah.
It's
like transfers process?
Yeah. I mean, I love the way he used the word little before he described it. A little amputation.
Well, do you know
below the knee?
Do you know what the transverse process? We're not talking about he could be like he's going to be paralyzed or something like that. It's the little tiny wings that hang off the side of a vertebra. Now, I'm not saying it's not painful. I'm saying and I'm not saying it's not a deal that you have to fix. I'm just saying that you're not going to be paralyzed. You can suck it up, probably get injections and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds worse than it is.
Yeah.
It's the name of it makes it sound like, oh my God, are you serious?
I wouldn't even have said that. I said I had 3 back fractures, and I want to let you figure it out.
Exactly. The tough way to say it to the media yesterday, yeah. Hey, dude, I broke my back in the Raiders game. You did what?
Broke my back. Spinal.
Okay, but that's when you say you broke your back. You're thinking, you know what?
Like Tyson.
You're in a bad way. It's the little wings on the side of the vertebra.
Well, let's hear Tyler talk.
Not that it's not a big deal because it is.
This is Columbus yesterday.
It's never been considered a big deal.
Oh, okay, really?
No, I'm being dead serious.
Okay,
it's never been considered a big deal. It's always considered you're stable with it. It's not a danger to yourself because of it. You're not at further risk of anything. It sounds scary, especially because it's spinal.
Spinal. It's spinal.
But I definitely have known multiple guys that didn't miss a single snap because of it.
Well, Bo Nix is another one that that didn't miss a snap.
Well, Tyler would know more than we would.
Yeah.
But I say, well, he says it's no big deal. I say it's a big deal only because something in your body is broken, but you're going to be fine.
Yeah, but
it's not.
You have those things. You have things that don't work that you just play.
You still work. It's just a little wing. I don't even know what the transverse process is for. I mean, protect the rest of the
back. My back is broken. Spinal.
You know what's funny about it? The name of that injury indicates a huge ordeal, and yet there are other issues that occur in the human body that are poorly named that are a much bigger deal. Diarrhea. You can't play with diarrhea. You can't do it.
That is true. That is true. You can't.
You can't.
Some people think it's funny.
So people would laugh, right? People
but
would
it's
say,
really...
if he said to the media yesterday, yep, had massive diarrhea during the Raiders game, they would laugh at you.
Yeah.
But that is a more pressing injury.
Well, listen, have you ever had a hemorrhoid?
Can't say that I have.
Let me tell you something, man. I can't believe I'm saying this on this program.
Please talk to us, Uncle Mark.
Hemorrhoids suck. Anybody who's ever had a hemorrhoid, internal or especially external.
What is it?
It's like it's when the skin bulges up and fills with blood.
Okay.
Because the vessel bursts and then it fills up with blood, and it's like have Scott Hastings tell you a story one time about him. It is. I filmed a golf show after having it taken care of, and it sucked.
Okay.
So I mean, you say, "Oh, you got a hemorrhoid." I'd rather have a broken back with a transverse process than a hemorrhoid.
I think
anybody out there raise your hand on the hemorrhoid? Can anybody help me out with that, please?
I think tendinitis is one of those that doesn't sound bad, but is incredibly painful.
A mother.
Yes.
Yeah. How about an ingrown toenail? Have you ever had one of those?
Those are brutal, man.
Those are the ones you can't walk.
Or turf toe.
Yeah,
turf toe sounds like nothing.
Yes.
And it's incredibly painful.
It's debilitating. So how you title an injury goes a long way. Whoever titled turf toe, you should be fired.
Which is why Bo Nix didn't bring it up, because it's really, I mean, he's dealing with the pain. They're probably shooting a little, Tyrod Taylor horse needle in his back.
Okay.
Mike, were you really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
I want to take this somewhere else, by the way. Because Vic, while you were, Moj, while you were taking an Uber here.
Man, yeah.
Me and Vic were talking about something, and it was big name, the key free agents that Schefter listed out before, as the offseason is approaching. And a lot of the names, and one of the things that I mentioned was like, man, there's not like huge names. The big cornerstone pieces of the Broncos team are here. There's no threat of them going anywhere free agency-wise. You had a couple of names like DJ Jones, I think you'd like to have back, like maybe a Cody Barton. Javonte Williams' name was listed, but I think he's probably gone.
When is Benito up?
It doesn't matter. They're getting that done, dude.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Get paid. But here's the other thing. So I'm like, it's such a great feeling heading into an offseason in which you got a little more cap room to work with. I think it's $54 million as of right now is what they have to spend. They have all of their draft capital there, which has been a rarity for this team.
I mean, I can't remember the last time the Broncos had all their picks. Are you sure that none has been...
Well, maybe some late-round picks and stuff like that, I think, have been flipped around and stuff like that, with a Zach Wilson trade or a Judy trade or whatever.
They've also drafted very well.
But here's the thing. Those are all of the benefits of what's going on this offseason, is that you're in a really good place as a franchise. You just made the playoffs, and the key players that got you there are all under contract.
Right.
Here's the one thing that does concern me. They are not going to be this healthy again next year. It's almost impossible to be this healthy again next year.
Just luck of the draw?
Yeah.
You're saying
like, we're talking about this vertebrae problem that Bo Nix had, and he's able to play through it. Well, I'm not saying Bo Nix in particular, but you're going to have guys. Like, again, guys, this offensive line was really healthy again this year. Remember when they started every game last season?
I'm just curious. Why did he bring it up? Did somebody ask? Was it unsolicited?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Listen to the beginning of this again.
Well, it was a long...
I don't know. Do you have the question that's kind of sparked that, Nelly? If you do, just look it up and then tell us what it was.
I'm always curious because, like in hockey, nobody will say anything. You won't get any injury news from anybody. They're not built that way.
Yeah.
But I always want to know why and how it comes up.
Yeah, that I don't know. I will say this to his credit, though, probably the reason why he brought up this specific injury and that it wasn't so bad, right, was to not make the medical staff feel like they were throwing caution to the wind with a first-round draft pick.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Just so you know, yeah, it was a back problem, but it wasn't a major thing. I could play through it without risk of injury, like that sort of stuff.
Right.
But I guess did somebody initiate it by saying...
Oh, I'm having Nelly look it up. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you have any injuries this season? I mean...
They asked him about what it's like adjusting to the rigors of an 18-game season. But the reporter even said, aside from your back issue, what was it like playing that long season? So this must have been public knowledge, I guess.
I'd never heard anything of it, but whatever. It must not have been that big a deal. I've had a back issue for years.
Are you guys with me, though? Like, the idea that this team, think about what their health was heading into that playoff game. What was their injury report? Like, what, two names on the list?
Nothing.
Like,
it was clean.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they were, you're right about that. They were remarkably healthy, which is probably why they got to 10 wins with the lack of depth they have overall, right?
Yeah.
So you've got to figure they're going to have more depth, but you can't escape all these.
You said death. I just want to make sure.
I said depth.
Okay, gotcha.
Depth. You can't escape injury. Listen, quarterbacks get banged up. How many quarterbacks actually go through the season and not miss a quarter or a half or a game?
Well, I'll tell you the number right now.
Please.
Of guys this year that were starting quarterbacks that didn't miss a game, and I'm not going to include the last game of the year if they were like taking that off, right?
Darnold didn't miss any games.
It was quite a few actually this year. So
Goff didn't miss any games.
Yeah,
correct?
they were unscathed. Lamar.
I'll go through it. Burrow, Goff, Baker, Geno, Darnold, Lamar, Mahomes, Rodgers, Herbert, Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, Stafford, Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams.
That's a lot.
That's amazing. Now, you compare that list to maybe like 10 years ago in the league.
Oh, and I could throw Kirk Cousins on here because he got benched not due to injury for poor play. And then even guys like Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, and Brock Purdy started 15 of 17
That's
games.
a lot. That's a lot of
explain
healthy
that?
quarterbacks. That's because Vic, I think the rules are now that you can't smoke these guys. These guys, you remember who was the Green Bay Packer that picked up Jim McMahon after he let go of the football? He literally picked him up and threw him on his shoulder and blew his shoulder apart.
That's guys. That's almost 20 quarterbacks that played virtually every game this year.
That's pretty amazing, and that's what the league wanted. That's why the league implemented these rules because
what's their biggest investment?
Yeah, those are your stars. Those are your marketing guys. Those are the dudes that the fans want to come see.
It drives us crazy as fans. It drives us crazy, Moj, when you're watching a game and you're like, "Come on!"
Now, how many nose tackles played all 60? You know what I mean? Go do that. You're like, oh boy.
Tell you what, that list that's pretty close last year. But still,
the rules have helped. Let's just say that the rules, the lack of shots that guys take after they release the football.
You know what's funny is that
it's a lot less than it used to be.
Did you guys see? And Nelly, can you look this up before we get the break? It was it Malik Willis that came in for Jordan Love? I think the last week of the regular season, Malik Willis came in for a couple snaps because Love did like tweak something in that game, and he took a shot that I haven't seen a quarterback take in the NFL in a long time because it wasn't blindside. It was one of those rushers coming from his front, but he's not feeling or seeing it because he's looking downfield. And look, it was picture-perfect form, hit him midsection, but the whiplash that he took and the ball flying in the air the second he got hit was like, you don't see quarterbacks get hit like that anymore, ever.
Well, quarterbacks, typically it's their legs, is it not? They get stepped on, they get rolled up on, they get everything. So Malik Willis is playing the Bears. Oh, my God.
You know what that reminds me of?
How often do you see quarterbacks get hit like that?
Not very often.
That hit right there. Take yourself back, Broncos fans.
Oh.
Do you remember? Look this up. Look this up, Nelly, and I guarantee it looks just like that. Elvis Dumerville on Tom Brady. Clean hit.
Yes.
Just like that one. Do you remember that hit?
Oh, yeah.
It was.
And by the way, Brett, back in the day, quarterbacks got hit like this every week.
Yeah.
I mean, destroyed every week.
Look, I'm not that young. I remember 90s
Look at his hand pancaked in between helmets.
Hey, how do you not break a couple of fingers?
I don't know.
But think about it as a defender. Where do you hit and how do you hit to avoid any
like
flag
that
whatsoever?
You got him right.
You have
right
to be
in the
like
bottom.
a scientist.
Yeah.
You have to come out. You have to come out with a measuring stick. You have to. Okay, where, how, what angle? You have to be so precise on the hit to avoid any penalty anymore.
Yeah, see if you can find the Doomerville thing. Oh, he's got it right now.
All right, here's
Brady. I'll never forget this hit. Watch this.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh, and the fact that Brady hung on to the football was amazing.
Same side.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm okay on the top 100 Tom Brady plays of all time.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Thank you for the recommendation, YouTube. I'll pass. Don't you love those, by the way? The top 100 plays of somebody's career, you're like, that was just a touchdown pass.
Hey, real quick.
Not all of them can be gems, guys.
Speaking of Tom Brady.
It was a slant.
Right. Speaking of Tom Brady and the AFC West. Look at that. I mean, that's perfect. Woo! Perfect tackling formed by Dumerville. Perfect.
You know what?
Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
Apparently,
he landed with his head, though. That might get flagged in today's game.
No, that's his face. His head is up. It's not the crown of his helmet. Apparently, 5% ownership is going to get you a lot of power if your name is Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Because apparently, from what I'm reading and understanding and hearing, it was Brady who said, Antonio Pierce, out. GM, out. Mark Davis is like, yeah, you got it, Tommy. Whatever you say, baby.
If you're Mark Davis, I don't know you're leaning on a guy who's got some intel.
Well, I understand that, but I don't know, man.
I still have my questions about that.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, I do too, number one. But number two,
he's
Tom
proven
Brady,
nothing as an executive.
Yeah, he's proven that he can win football games as one of the best quarterbacks or the best quarterback of all time. But, getting the right people in place, there's a lot of different moving parts and components to that.
Can we get to that in one other thing?
And by the way, if he's successful, it's going to suck because that means the AFC West is going to be a nightmare.
One other thing that ties in.
Like it already is.
So, Dion, we talked about this earlier, but we'll get back to it. Dion is now, according to Bovada, the favorite to be the next head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. I know another option on the table for the Cowboys. Like Jerry Jones is just, he's throwing caution to the wind. We'll get to it next.
Proclamation on Moshe Lombardi and Kane. I want everybody out there listening to understand what I'm about to tell you. Vic, especially you, because you are the chief nerd when it comes to this. Never again on this program will we mention the Boom dad and family ever again. And I'm dead serious. I don't want to hear it ever again. I just saw the most inappropriate thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Moshe, my evolution of the Boom family went like this. My initial reaction when Brett first showed it to me, because I didn't know anything about him until about a month ago, I said, what the hell's that? To, oh my God, I want to watch this again.
All
to, I'm full out addicted. I got to watch more of this. I just can't. To, okay, this is getting a little overboard. To now, stop it. Disassemble that family. It's an embarrassment to the Italian heritage.
I sent a text in the group chat. Vic, turn your microphone off. Yeah. I want you to read the original post.
Original post and then watch
Original post first and then watch the video, okay?
Turn your microphone off so nobody can hear. Here's Vic, and he's... You had the exact same reaction I had. Now he's laughing. And the fact that he's laughing is making me chuckle. I don't want to chuckle because it's so inappropriate.
You know what it's indicative of, sadly?
No, do not play the audio, Nelly.
No, we're not playing
It's not like it's offensive, but just in the context.
It's indicative of how sad our society has gotten, how pathetic we are, that these people now have a stage where they think it's appropriate. It's not only appropriate, it's like, we're very important now. This is going to help somebody else. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
It's the most unhinged, insane thing I've ever seen. Anyway,
it's a reflection of us. You realize that, though,
yeah,
right?
It certainly is.
Anytime you see something like this, some trend, some crazy, for example, the Dave Matthews trend, it's a reflection of a bad society.
Did you just jump from the Boom guys to Dave Matthews?
Whatever. All the same to me.
Nelly just told us he's got a wine out now.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
You want to get some of that Dave Matthews vino there, Vic?
That's just ridiculous.
Dreaming Tree is the name of the
I'm sure
wine.
Leskowitz is going to be hammered on it every weekend.
I swear to God, Moj, yesterday when I saw that bottle, I texted Marty about it, and he replied, and he said, the red blend isn't that bad. He's already had it. He's already tried Dave's wine.
Jesus, Lord.
Of course.
Hey, we're going to get to some Avs coming up here, too. The New York Rangers are in town tonight. The one time per year that the Blue Shirts come to Denver.
We'll get you guys some keys to the game here in about 10 minutes.
Absolutely. Not only that, we got a little bit of bad news yesterday from Coach Bednar, too, regarding some of the injured guys, although I did see one last night at a season ticket holder event, and he's doing good. But we'll get to that momentarily.
Just kind of rolling along with some of the things we were talking about. So the Dallas Cowboys seem to be sniffing around Boulder, Colorado for a new head coach. And look, on its surface, I would put money down and a decent amount of money that Dion is not going to be the head coach of the Cowboys. But it does give me a little bit of pause that when he was asked about this, Dion said, to hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful and it's intriguing. I love Jerry and I believe in Jerry. After you hang up and process it, you think about it, it's intriguing. But I love Boulder and everything there is about our team, the coaches, the student body, and the community. So, again, I don't think he's going to bail for Dallas, but the Cowboys have a certain appeal to them and a certain checkbook that is really hard to compete with. Now, here's the other thing. Did you guys see who another guy rumored for that Cowboys job now that I think McCarthy's contract ends today and they aren't bringing him back, obviously? You know who else Jerry was talking about that he's a lot of confidence in and that he's certainly a candidate?
Jason Witten.
Yeah.
No capiche.
Jason Witten has been a high school coach for, I believe, 2 or 3 years now at some Liberty something high school in Texas. You can't hire a guy that's just coached high school to be an NFL coach, can you? For the Dallas Cowboys?
Is there a comp?
Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Notre Dame hired Jerry Faust out of high school. It was a shocker, and he failed miserably.
But I want to put something side by side with you guys. I just saw a report that Bill Belichick would have been interested in the Cowboys job. And that they would have had mutual interest, but they just didn't have conversations with Belichick. Uh-huh. Now, if you're selling a fan base, you had the chance to grab perhaps the greatest winner of a head coach in NFL history, in Bill Belichick. You had a chance to get him, or you can hire a former player that's currently a high school coach. That's a tough sell, dude. Tough. And again, this isn't disrespect to high school coaches. It's the Dallas bleeping Cowboys, okay?
Understood. I mean, but he was a forever Cowboy. He clearly is familiar with the entire organization, everything that they're about. Yeah. And can he coach or can he not coach? Now, look, he won't come with any pedigree other than being a really good football player. But if he knows how,
insanity.
You're probably right. It probably insanity. Is. It doesn't make a difference. I mean, whoever Jason Garrett, Mike McCartney. I mean, it doesn't matter who's in that role. They can't get anything out of that team.
I don't care about who the Cowboys hire as their coach. The only value we have in this conversation is if they hire the guy that's currently coaching up.
Well, yeah, then it matters.
And I don't think the price can always be right to reassess this situation. Currently, Deion Sanders is making $6 million a year. His initial contract with CU, $6 million a year. They went back to the drawing table, and I know that a new offer has been thrown in front of them. Whatever that new offer is, let's just guess. What do you think?
Let's call it 10 per.
Yeah, let's say it's pushed up.
Ballpark it at 10.
And it's a pretty hefty raise, right? It's a pretty
yeah.
hefty raise, 10 per. Let's just say he's making 10 per. And that's the offer that sits in front of him right now. Jerry Jones could take one look at that 10 per, laugh at that, and say, I'll give you 15.
Yeah. Well, and the reason why I bring the Witten thing up, Vic, is to say one thing about Jerry Jones. We all kind of have this idea that Dion as an NFL coach would be highly unconventional, that he doesn't feel like an NFL head coach, right? If Jerry Jones is considering hiring a guy who's only coached high school football, then why the hell would I not think it's a possibility? You know what I mean? Like, we all look at Dion and say, the assets that he brings to the table fit college football way better than the NFL does because he can bring attention to a program and he can bring a recruiting prowess that is unrivaled by many in college football. All that stuff doesn't translate to the NFL because nobody wins an offseason in the NFL. That's not a thing that exists. You either win games or you don't, and it doesn't matter the attention that you have. But Jerry seems to think that matters. He seems to think that's cool because he runs a circus and he's always looking for more clowns. You know what I mean? Like, always. And that's what gives me pause about the Dion in Dallas stuff. Any other team, if we're talking about the Raiders, I'm like, oh, whatever. It's just people want a Vegas thing to happen there. The Cowboys, I don't think, seems all that far-fetched.
But the only way he would ever do it, could ever do it, is if they get his kid. There's no way that he would game plan against his own son.
They aren't far away from being in position to do it, is what I'm telling you, too.
Okay, well, they've also got Dak Prescott on the hook for another $200 million that they'd have to eat. I mean, I just think this is a pipe dream.
Yeah. Okay,
a huge pipe dream.
Without enraging the Dion honks. Remember, we've already gone to war with a lot of them. Without enraging them, let me ask you a question. Do you think Deion Sanders, prime, for all the recognition he deserves for what he's done at CU, is he a more effective coach with a college kid or a professional?
There's no question.
Player?
College kid by a mile.
Okay, that's how we see it, right? Maybe he looks at it and says, I'm going to prove you guys wrong.
Right? I mean, he's got that gene in him. He's got this chip on his shoulder type of gene. It's been there. It's what's probably propelled him his entire life to greatness.
I just don't understand what, at the professional level, first of all, at the collegiate level, a lot of coaching is life skills. It's teaching, leading. It's a leader.
Yeah.
He fashions himself almost as a father figure, right? In the NFL, that stuff, just coach me up. What's the game plan?
They don't need a dad.
Yeah, what's the game plan? What are we running this week?
Double dipperoo tonight. Let's get some keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, 30 seconds apiece with the double dipperoo. Moj, you start with the S.
Dipperoo.
It's pretty simple to me. If you're the Colorado Avalanche, you need to come home. You need to open up this homestand big time against the Rangers. There will be no failure of hype because the Blue Shirts are in town. Mackenzie Blackwood has never given up more than 2 goals in a game in a Colorado Avalanche sweater. You want a key to the game and make it as simple as possible? Score 3 goals and you'll win.
Vic, back. 30 seconds. Nuggets, Mavs tonight. Keys of the game.
Well, Kyrie Irving could play for the Mavericks. He's now been upgraded to questionable, so he could be back. I want to say the key to the game is to get off to a good start, but that really doesn't apply to the Nuggets. They got off to a horrid start last time against Dallas, came back twice and won the game. The key is to win and move a half game behind Memphis for the 3rd seed. Win tonight in Dallas, back-to-back tomorrow night against Houston. To me, that'll be the biggest game of the year thus far. Houston tomorrow night at Ball Arena.
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Real quick. Got news yesterday that Valanciunas it's not responding as well as we'd like. Going to be a little bit more time. Saw Miles Wood last night. He's on the mend. He skated. They all skated in red yesterday, which is good, but they're not ready to go yet. Hopefully, Sammy G will be back tonight after missing a couple of games. He was in black yesterday. Normally, I'd be at morning skate, and I could relay more of this information, but my truck is broken down 1.5 miles up the road, and I've got to go get it after the show.
Attaboy.
Where do you have it? Where's it sitting?
It's at a gas station.
But are you next to the pump?
No, I'm not next to the pump. No, I pulled in to get a can and a soda.
Did you tell the attendee that you're going to leave it here for a while? Or
no?
Well, what if they see a random truck sitting there for a while and they yank that thing?
Good, tow it. Good. Light it on fire for all I care.
All right. When we come back.
Anyway, that's the story.
We'll get another look at the Avs and the Nuggets in the 9 o'clock hour. I also want to ask a question here about, parity in the NFL. I want to say just a simple true or false. Is it true or false that 6 teams still have a pretty good shot to win the Super Bowl left in the playoffs? We'll get to it next. All right, I want to be clear about something I just saw during the break. Did I say it's going to be negative 13 on Sunday? Is that a thing that I just saw? Negative 13?
Who told you that?
Wait. What?
Negative 13 degrees is the low on Sunday?
Yeah. You can write this down.
Because of this Arctic
this.
blast that's coming our way?
Yeah, it's true.
Wait, this weekend?
Yeah.
This weekend.
Well, you have a tea time?
I'm headed to Miami on Thursday. Huh.
When are you
Wait,
coming
what?
back?
What are you
Look
talking
up
about?
the temperature in Miami.
When are you coming
Orlando.
back?
I won't be back until Monday.
Monday's still a low of -6.
Let's see, Saturday in Miami, it's high of 71. Excuse me, high of 77, low of 71 with some rain expected.
I don't like this at all.
Oh, that sucks.
Sunday, high of 80 in Miami.
Oh, damn it.
Well, Sunday, you'll be in Orlando.
Yeah. Wow, that sucks. That's going to be a tough
Let's
weekend.
grab a tea time on Sunday. I'm sure
That
we can
sounds
get real
good.
cheap.
Sunday, it's going to be about 73 and rainy in Orlando.
Shut up, Nelly.
I hope you get your underwear rained out.
I did this thing years ago where it was a typical like -15 day in January, like you're about to describe here, and we said let's do something stupid. We did a TV bit. Let's go out and play 9 holes with the camera in these ridiculous temperatures, and it sounded like a great idea at the time.
It's dumb.
We lasted half a hole. I said, what the hell are we doing?
It's just stupid.
It hurt to swing, hurt to move. Nope.
Dude, it was mine with the wind chill. We're pulling into Winnipeg after the Minnesota game. And we're taxiing, right? The airport's dead, middle of the night in Winnipeg. Who's going to Winnipeg in the middle of the night on a friggin' Wednesday, Thursday, whatever? And you can see they've cleared the runways and stuff and the taxiways, but the Winnipegians. But the wind is blowing. You can see the wind blowing across the black asphalt.
Yeah.
And it's moving fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not a little flaky. It's like from the airplane to the bus, got to be about 100 feet.
Like you're at the top of Everest?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, welcome to Denver.
Stepping over frozen bodies and poop?
Well, pretty much. Oxygen.
Wait, is that Everest or is that Kilimanjaro? Which one of those? That's Everest.
Yeah.
By the way, Mosier, next time the Avs play in Winnipeg, maybe you should actually forget your passport. Then you can stay warm.
Yeah. Jeez Louise.
Hey, just a quick question to you guys, because I was thinking about this. The divisional round that's coming up this weekend, teams that are left. Would you guys agree with me that I think there's 6 teams that are capable of winning a Super Bowl that are left?
List them.
So there's 8 teams total. The 6 teams that I had in mind.
Yes.
I think we'd all agree that Ravens and Bills.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both could win.
And Chiefs.
Yeah.
They're 15-2, but yes.
Of course.
Because they're at home.
What they have
what happened to all of you? The Chiefs aren't what they used to be.
Oh, come
Where's
on,
all that
Moj.
talk?
Moj.
They're capable. The only one I left out was Houston on the AFC side. I don't think Houston has
They can't win.
Okay, NFC side. Think Detroit can?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Do you think the Eagles can?
Yeah.
I guess they could.
Do you think the Rams could?
Dude, they've won, 8 of their last 11?
6 straight if you don't include the game that they bench players
they
for.
bench players. But I'm telling you right now, man, they are such a different team.
And
with those guys in the lineup, it's incredible.
The only one I left out was Washington with the rookie quarterback. Don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think there's 6 teams that could potentially win. And now, let me ask you this. Take all the other sports, maybe hockey. Hockey's certainly one of them, where you're in the second round of the playoffs, and I say 6 of the 8 teams left in those playoffs still have a shot to win.
Oh, I believe that.
I mean, I'm saying how often does that happen in other sports? Like basketball, there's like 3 teams you think of the second the postseason starts.
I guess I'm preconditioned to think that hockey teams can win because you can get goalie.
Right.
Exactly right.
Hockey's one of them.
You know, if a team is an underdog, but they've got a hell of a good goalie, I'm like, man, if that guy starts throwing up 1s and 2s,
so right.
man, they can make a run. I mean, the LA Kings' first Stanley Cup championship, they went in as an 8 seed, and Jonathan Quick was awesome, and they had made the deals for Carter and Richards, and they went on a run, man. They were great.
Baseball can be that way.
Yeah.
Baseball can be that way. I know that the rich survive more often than not, but you get into the tournament, you got a chance.
Well, 2 years ago, it was Arizona and Texas.
Yes.
You know
Meanwhile,
what I mean?
in the NBA, I'm like, maybe 3 teams can win. Yeah. Maybe 4, period, end of story, maybe.
There is no sport where, like, the talent on your roster matters more than basketball over a 7-game series. Like, it's just going to almost always win out.
Then again, it's easy to say that. Last year was a little different. How many people had the Mavericks in the NBA Finals?
That's a good point.
It's true. They didn't really have a shot against Boston, though.
They got smoked.
Yeah, but even in the West, though, you looked at the West, you said, okay, Denver, Minnesota, OKC. Dallas wasn't even on my radar.
Agreed.
That's true. You know, I think this is what makes the NFL just a pretty incredible product, though, that every single year they get stuff like this, where it's just, if I gave you that list of teams, like maybe the NFC or AFC side was way easier to predict. The AFC had a hierarchy the entire year that felt like didn't move, right? And the
Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore.
You knew it from the beginning that those teams are going to be contenders, and they're there at the end. I guess their only surprise is a team like Cincinnati maybe kind of fell off this year. But the NFC was just like all year was, could the Vikings make a run? Who knows? Could Sam Darnold have a magical year?
The Niners fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, the Niners fell off. I don't know.
Speaking of another crazy run, the year the Nuggets won an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Who had the 8th seed Miami Heat in the finals?
God, that was crazy.
Who had the 8th seed Miami Heat getting nailed in 5?
They knocked off
the point is they were in the final. You just don't. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. But they knocked off, Milwaukee first, right? They beat
Boston.
Giannis. That's right. And then Boston, too. Gosh, that's crazy.
We were all primed for a Nuggets and Celtics final.
Let me tell you something, Moj. Out of the 3 teams that you feel like are contenders, do you think Chiefs are last on the list between Buffalo and Baltimore?
With the way they've played this year, I didn't want to. Well, here's the thing. I didn't want to believe it.
Home. Nope.
But I kept telling you guys, I don't care what they look like. They haven't scored 30 points in a game, and they're not themselves, and blah, blah, blah. All roads run through Arrowhead. And, Vic, I don't have to tell you what it's like playing in Arrowhead in freezing conditions. That crowd going insane, all those Kansas City hillbillies from either side of the damn border getting nutty. I mean, it's a hell of a difficult place to play. So I don't care if your team is not what it used to be. You're 15-2, and you gave one game away to make it 15-2. Shoulda, woulda, coulda been 16-1, and everybody's got to come to your joint, man. Everybody's got to come to your place.
You know how certain images are seared in your brain forever?
Yeah.
This one is seared in my brain.
Is it like an ice storm? Is it like an ice
storm? 20
one?
years ago,
okay,
we're doing a 1-hour-long pregame show at Arrowhead in December. It's the coldest I've ever been in my life.
Is this when you used to be on the news?
Yeah, couldn't have enough layers, right? Gary Miller and I sitting there, you couldn't layer up enough. And I turned in the middle of the cold, my jaw wasn't working, I couldn't speak, and I saw an old lady in the stands just about 10 yards away from me without teeth. And she's wearing just a thin little coat that's open. She doesn't care. And I'm sitting there shivering, and she's just staring at me with no teeth.
She flash you?
No, I'm just saying. She wasn't bothered at all by the cold.
You know what's really crazy to think about is I think overall
Vic got flashed by a toothless old lady in Kansas City.
Wild. That would be wild. Overall, the NFC I think they had way more complete teams that you considered like tough games than the AFC. Yeah. The AFC was very top heavy, and then there was dude? After basically where the Broncos are the cutoff for decent teams, you had the Cincinnati at the end of the year, but it was like Jets, yuck. All these teams are terrible. But I look at it now, that path in the AFC, from a strictly quarterback perspective, think about this. The 4 left in the AFC is Allen, Jackson, Mahomes, and Stroud.
Stroud played well on Sunday,
in
man.
The NFC, it's Daniels, Goff, Stafford, and Hurts. That's pretty different, man.
It's very different. You can make the argument that the best quarterback in the NFC is Stafford.
Yeah.
Well, you could because I hate this again. God, he looks good throwing the football. He just looks like a stud.
From just the most important position in sports standpoint, that's not even close. Not even remotely a contest. Because you have 3 guys that are probably going to be trading MVPs for like the next 4 years, right? Between Jackson, Allen, and Mahomes. And on the NFC, it's like, is Stafford the best? Is Goff better?
You have to pick one game. Here we go. Chiefs-Texans, Bills-Ravens, Eagles-Rams, Lions-Commanders. We're playing Survivor Pool here.
Wait,
Survivor
pick
Pool.
one. What are you saying?
Pick
Best game or what?
No, one definite game. One game that the other team has no chance. You got a clear favorite, and you're going to live with this in your Survivor Pool. I give you those 4 games.
I do think it's
Which
Detroit.
one?
I think it's
because they're going against a rookie quarterback.
I think it's the Lions against the Commanders.
You guys do not know what the hell you're talking about. There's no chance the Chiefs lose to the Texans. I'm willing to put what on it? I'm willing to put my trip to Miami on this. Oh, wait.
You'll already be gone, you
be there.
Dip hole.
Damn it.
You'll already
Here's
be gone.
the difference, though, Vic. The Chiefs don't dominate people. The Texans are
I never said
they should
dominate.
be in the game.
I said Survivor Pool. I don't care about domination. I said who is not going to lose this weekend.
Well, give me Survivor Pool. I think Detroit wins by 2 touchdowns.
I think the Lions are going to beat up on the Commanders. I do too. I agree. I think those two teams. I don't see Houston. I give them a 5% chance of upsetting Kansas City. I give the Commanders a 2% chance of winning in Detroit.
I don't know, dude.
Vic, are you willing to take the Mark Mosier Ginsu knife challenge
No,
with
I'm
Chiefs
not gonna,
Texans?
I'm gonna butcher myself.
Hey,
do that.
Let me remind you what the Lions have done in the last 5 weeks of playing football. They scored 34 points. They scored 42 points in a loss. They scored 34 points. They scored 40 points. They scored 31 points. They're scoring at least 30 points in this game against Washington.
Yeah, I just don't know if Daniels can keep up with that.
And
because he's going to beat up their defense. I think,
absolutely. If the Commanders can put up north of 30 points in Detroit, then God bless them. And they beat up Tennessee scoring 42.
All right,
they beat the Eagles scoring 36.
All right, make note of our Survivor Pool there, Nelly. I'll take the Chiefs.
Well, it's not that hard to remember, dude. You're taking the Chiefs and we're taking the Lions.
So wait, in this Survivor Pool, can we not reuse teams? Because that might change my decision.
No, you can do it every week.
No, actually, take that back. No, I'm going to stick with it. Okay, fine.
I'll take Chiefs.
What if the Rams knock off the Eagles and they've got to go to Detroit in the NFC title game?
I ain't touching that game.
Holy crap. No. You want to talk about some friggin' drama.
I ain't touching that game. I ain't touching the Buffalo-Baltimore game.
Are you surprised?
I want the drama, though. I want it. Give me all the Meryl Streep in the world.
Are you surprised, by the way, that...
Does she still act, by the way? Where is she? What's she doing?
Are you surprised that Baltimore, who is playing on the road at Buffalo, is a 1-point favorite?
No.
Well, they completely disassembled that team last time they met. Do you remember the final score of that game?
Actually, don't.
Well, they beat the snot out of
Take a look at Buffalo's schedule and see if it doesn't
35
match.
to 10.
Now, that was in Baltimore. Just saying, in Baltimore.
It's supposed to be a high of 21. And let's see here. Let me
ask you, just from a
high of 21 and clear. So that means that you're going to get, if it's that cold, you're going to get a healthy dose of Derrick Henry
remove
all day, no matter
all
what.
Objectivity aside, all analysis, remove all that. Let's just talk. Let's sit up here and talk to me a little bit. Who do you want to see win that game and why? Just as a fan.
Baltimore and Buffalo?
Yeah.
Well, the Ravens have won a Super Bowl. Would you? I want to see it. I'd like to see a team this year win a Super Bowl that's never won a Super Bowl. So if that's the Texans or that's the Lions or the Bills, I'd like to see somebody get there for the first time.
Here's where I'm torn. I think my answer is Buffalo because I feel for the people in Buffalo. I also want this tag of Lamar Jackson can't win a big game to be done with too.
I do too.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of in a win-win phase.
I mean, dude, have you seen Lamar Jackson's season? You want to talk about, what do you call them, Vic? The carver-uppers? What do you call them?
What was that again? Is a high-ranking official in the Carve You Up militia.
Yeah, Carve You Up militia, officer in the Carve You Up militia. Dude, he threw for 4,172 yards, 41 touches, and 4 picks all year. I mean, this guy is... How can you even remotely think that Josh Allen is the MVP over Lamar Jackson?
Here's how
there's not a chance in hell that's the case.
Here's how I approach it. A lot of this is,
and I want him to win badly. I do. I want him to win.
Okay,
I like
that's your personal choice.
Yeah.
I'm very irrational. To me, like, fan bases matter when I come in the equation. For me, it's what annoys me most. Bills Mafia annoys me with all the damn tables. By the way, I saw one dude try to break a table.
And on his head.
Did you see that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's in a. Yeah, he's hurt.
I mean, come on, man. Whatever. For some reason, Bills versus Baltimore, I am so tired of the Ravens. I'm so tired of Harbaugh. I'm so tired of Baltimore. I'm just tired of them. Everything about them.
Yeah.
I don't like them. Never have. And maybe it goes all the way back to where they scarred us up in Denver on that horribly cold day.
Oh,
maybe it stems there. Maybe deep in the recesses of my brain, that's the reason.
Can you imagine if the Broncos were...
I've never liked Baltimore. I don't like you.
Hey, Brett, as cold as it's going to be on Sunday, what's the high on Sunday, Nelly? I know the low's minus 13.
It's like 6.
Okay. That's how cold it was when...
I want Baltimore to suffer.
When Baltimore came to town and beat the Broncos in that playoff game?
Yeah.
That's how cold it was.
Remember when John Harbaugh came in here and kept running the ball because he wanted his running backs to break some make-believe record?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of bull bleep.
We haven't said this in a while, though.
What is it about? I don't like him.
Who's got the strongest hair in the NFL?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of bull, but I expected it.
Hair.
Muscle hair.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking coaches.
Derrick Henry.
I've never been to Baltimore.
No, he cut
I never want to go to
know,
Baltimore.
But it's still there. The makings of it are still there.
Why did he cut his hair?
Buffalo has Niagara Falls nearby. How am I going to go to Buffalo? What's in Baltimore?
I went to Baltimore once. I had a great time, actually.
Vic, just watch reruns of The Wire. That's the maximum Baltimore.
I didn't go to that part of Baltimore. I went to the Inner Harbor. The Inner Harbor's pretty. I like it.
I don't like them.
Bunch of crab cakes.
I don't like. I remember the Broncos going there after Shannon Sharp left Denver, and Baltimore beat Denver in that playoff game. Hated them. Hated them when they came here, and I hate them.
You should go to Camden Yards, though. What a ballpark!
I've been there one time.
Ballpark.
It was the first of the new old ballparks. It's still one of the best.
Okay,
it is
I just riled myself. I am so
ballpark.
rooting against Baltimore this weekend.
Camden Yards is still a great ballpark, though, Vic. Babe Ruth was born. Wasn't Babe Ruth born behind right field?
I have no idea.
I think he was.
Have they ever had any other sports besides the Orioles and the Ravens? The old Colts?
Went to an Orioles game, got really drunk, dangled my feet over the harbor, and they have an outdoor amphitheater, and watched from afar a Weird Al Yankovic concert. Super random.
Oh, that sounds like a great memory.
It was a fantastic memory.
Like what, the biggest ball of twine in Minnesota and all that?
Yeah.
Because I'm fat.
Yes.
I'm fat.
Yeah, exactly.
Get down. I'm fat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you nailed it.
I love Rocky Road. So put another scoop in my bowl, baby.
In fact, as a Bronco fan, I'm here to tell you right now, you cannot possibly root for Baltimore. I'm going to make that stand right now.
Can I make an admission? I hope my wife won't kill me for this.
Hurry.
My brother-in-law, Barry.
Wait, you have a brother-in-law, Barry?
Yeah.
Bob and Barry?
Are you still driving that Honda?
He's kind of a nerd. Okay. He actually bought tickets to.
Is he the LiAngelo Ball of the brother-in-law?
100%. He actually bought tickets to and went to, and I think really enjoyed a Weird Al concert.
Yeah,
it looked fun.
Did it look fun?
It did look fun.
Definitely the LiAngelo Ball of the brother-in-law.
The fact
family.
that we've known you for this long and you tell us about everybody you've ever talked to, and that's the first time I've heard of Barry, that tells me all I need to know about him and his standing within your life.
Pretty much. Yes. That's exactly the case.
Back after this.
Guys, it's 2025, and we can talk about things like this. Are you suffering from any kind of form of erectile dysfunction? Is it ruining your relationship? Maybe no confidence, whatever the case may be. 2025 is the year to do something about it. Make things really, really good. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. How good is that? Pretty darn good, because they've been serving the Colorado area for nearly a decade, tens of thousands of happy clients. And you could be one of them, too. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free. But you know it's going to work, and it's going to be great for you and your partner. Do something about it. Don't be embarrassed about anything. Get it done. If you had something else that was an issue, you'd fix it, right? You could be back to yourself right away. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, forgot to mention this yesterday before we get to the Avs and the Nuggets, because we had a lot going on with the Broncos playoff game and all the stuff that took place over the weekend. Coach Mack passed away, obviously a huge foundational member of the CU football program. It's I was actually at a restaurant Saturday with Marcus Washington, friend of the show, who played for Coach Mack, and he told me a story about him that was pretty damn good. He said, when they had Rashawn Salam on that team, and he was just a young guy trying to make a name for himself, he knew that you don't hit Rashawn Salam hard in practice because he was running scout team. So Marcus goes, he comes through the hole, and I basically just kind of almost laid down and wrapped up his legs to not hit him too hard. He said they're in the huddle, and Coach Mack goes up behind him in his ear, and he said, if you ever bleeping tackle like that again, you'll be sent the bleep back to wherever bleep. Right? So the next play, Salam goes through the hole again, and he lights him up. And then Mac tore him a new one for hitting a star player that hard and told him to get off the field.
Yeah.
But
Coach McCartney, when say what you will about him, and I'm sure, because of his faith and everything else, people had all kinds of opinions about him. Let me explain to you, though, what this guy meant to his players. All you have to do is listen to Big Al or Canavis or J.J. Flanagan or Marcus or, anybody. Derek West, our good buddy D-Dub. They absolutely loved the man. And it's different now, too, because it's different because recruiting is so much different in NIL and all this kind of stuff. But what he was the best at, and he was right, he would walk into – he didn't recruit kids. He recruited their parents, especially
their
moms.
Mothers. He recruited
their moms.
Their mothers.
Hey, look,
So
I'm going
Marcus said that. He goes, I thought I was going to go somewhere where I chose, and my mom said, no, you're going to play for him.
Coach Mack. He's like, look, I don't know, what kind of football player your son will end up being overall. But he goes, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll turn your boy into a man. Absolutely. And they're like sold. This guy was the real deal, and he was beloved by his players. And he dealt with Vic, a horrible disease that you know about. It's really sad, but he was just an unbelievable man.
I have one Coach Mack anecdote, and that's it. It's one of the few times I got to know him before I got into this profession. I was a freshman at CU. I spent my freshman year there. And I was doing radio for KUB. Was it KUBC? Is that how you pronounce it? Or is it KUBC? Wait, or is it KUCB? Whatever. I was doing radio for the campus radio station, and we called the games. First year, we started calling the games. Went in there, said, hey, we want to call games. And that week, we debuted a radio show. It was mid-season, and that's the year that the Buffs were on the comeback trail. That's the year that he was building something very special, 87. And I remember going into a press conference, and we weren't supposed to talk to Coach Mack, really. That was the real media. And I asked him to the side, hey, can you come on the radio show? Just on a whim. He showed up on a radio show. Nobody listened to it.
Wow.
They're in the middle of campus. It was just so cool of him to do that. Didn't have to do that. Didn't have to go out of his way. It touched me then. It was just, what a cool thing to do. What a great gesture for a man who's as busy as Coach Mack.
Yep. So rest in peace to the legend. Coach Mack passed away this weekend. To the games tonight, we got the double dipperoo.
Double
dipperoo.
Give us the stat that you just threw out there with Mackenzie Blackwood against the
in
Rangers
an Avalanche
tonight.
sweater. He has not given up more than 2 goals against him personally, right?
Right, save for some empty netters and stuff like that.
A couple of those have gone in. He's not given up more than 2. You score 3 goals on the Rangers, you're going to win. Now, they've won, so I know they've had a difficult year. There's time to get it back. If you're the New York Rangers, there's still time to climb back into things in the East, although you've made it very difficult on yourself. You have 42 points, so you're 4 points out of a wild card, though. That's it. 4 points out of a wild card. They've won 3 of their last 4 games, and they're coming off a 2-1 win at Vegas. Played well at Vegas. Shesterkin's back. They've got a lot of things going. I don't want to say a lot of things. They got things going for them again. It's up to the Avs to come home after that I don't want to say even lackluster performance. You just couldn't get anything going. You couldn't get any jam going. It wasn't like you weren't trying. You didn't lay down against Winnipeg by any means. You just couldn't get anything going offensively.
Yep.
Come home, play your game, and stick it to these guys.
And just continue to keep pace, right? You're still a ways
out. Power
from
play is better than their power play is. Things are on your side. You're beginning a 5. This is a big 5-game homie. Have you seen the teams coming into town?
I'll read them to you.
Please.
Upcoming on the schedule with the Rangers tonight.
Blue shirts tonight.
Thursday, you have Edmonton coming to town.
Oh, Edmonton's in town.
Saturday, you have Dallas.
Oh, the Stars are in town.
Monday, you have Minnesota.
Oh, the Wild are coming to town.
Wednesday, you have the Peg again.
Let's cap it off against Winnipeg.
God.
Yeah, I know, dude. You're talking about
those hurdles get higher.
Yes, they do. This is a very, very important homestand. Hey, you want to get back in the race for the division lead? You really want to?
Yeah.
You kick ass on this homestand. Excuse my language. You kick some major butt.
By the way, the Avs, I think, just keep pace. Wait for some bodies to get back. It sounds like it might take a minute.
Right.
For some of these bigger names, your Vals and Leckies and guys like that.
I have a question for you guys then. Do you care about winning the division? Do you care about – I don't want to go to Winnipeg again. I don't think you're going to smoke them 2 years in a row.
I'm not all that concerned about it, to be honest with you. I'm really not.
Okay, so that being the case, Vic, what you are doing, while you're not really gaining ground in the Central a lot, although you have game sun, but you've got 4 good teams at the top of the division, right? What you are doing, if you're the Avalanche and you've got 53 points, you're starting to put separation between you and the teams that are out of the wild card.
Right.
Vancouver's the first team out. They've got 48 points, although they got 2 games in hand. You're 5 points ahead of them right now, okay? And what you want to do is just start putting those teams in the rearview mirror. Just start dispatching them and making it so that if it gets to 8 or 10 points, that cushion between the wild card, the last wild
You're
card,
comfortable.
You're going to be in, especially coming out of the 4 nations. Hopefully, knock on your wood, boys. Hopefully, healthy out of everything. Vic, I don't hear any wood. Thank you. Then you're going to put yourself in a really good spot. So you just get in, and then what? You go for it against whomever.
And look, it's been one of those years for the Avs where it's like home ice has not felt like home ice for whatever reason. Could be the injuries, could be the lack of consistent goaltending this year, but it just hasn't had that vibe so far this year.
You're 12-8-1 at home.
Yeah.
Well, there was a time when you were 8-9. So,
there was a time that you would be like 35-4, something like that at the end of the year at home too.
True. That is true.
But flipping over to the other side, Vic, we got the Nuggets. So the Nuggets are going to be on 92.5 tonight. The Avs will be on AM 950. But Nuggets.
It's a TNT game, by the way. It's national television. Second game of that doubleheader that they usually give us on Tuesdays.
Yep. But for you, Vic, I know it's again, you're playing against a team that you recently played, and they aren't bringing their dogs tonight, at least not Luka. You said Kyrie's upgraded to questionable.
Kyrie has been upgraded to questionable. He had some back issues, could go tonight. And, listen, they were dangerous without him because you saw how tight they played the Nuggets on Sunday. They'll be extremely dangerous with him. I don't need to give you guys any Nuggets pep talk regarding the opposition because it's all about the Nuggets. Here's the deal. I'm going to give you some numbers. A couple weeks ago, the Nuggets were among the worst in the NBA at what? Defense, correct?
Yeah.
Giving up about 118 a game, just trying to outscore teams. That's it. Well, in their last 4 wins, here's how much they've given up defensively in their last 4 wins. 101, 105, 103, and 111.
Mm-hmm.
You can live with that.
Yeah,
you can very much.
I can live all day, all night,
well, even
with 105 or less.
Even in the losses, Vic, it's like 118 to Boston is not a terrible number. Look, probably not ideal, but not awful. 113 to the Spurs and the loss, the first loss against them.
It happened at that Spurs game. It's funny because if you look before that Spurs game, that's sort of like the line. That was the day that they said, "Okay, let's play defense."
That's
because
what I'm
before that game, the scores were ridiculous. What are you pointing at, Moshe?
What?
They're replaying the Lakers and the Spurs from last night. When the Spurs
beat them. Yeah.
Did you see the floor and you see what their uniforms say? I can't hate that team enough. I can't.
What does it say?
Lake Show.
Yeah, you've never seen that before.
I haven't. No, it's so dumb.
Did you guys also notice something? Who would have guessed? I want you to reimagine the offseason when Russell Westbrook became a Denver Nugget. By the way, quick trivia question. What was the last team to own the rights to Russell Westbrook before he moved on to the Nuggets?
Clippers, right?
No.
Oh, yeah. He got tossed away.
He got tossed away, and they had, what was that?
Hang on. It was it New Orleans?
No.
Who was it?
Think closer.
Was it Utah? Oh, Utah.
Yeah. Utah. They bought him out.
Yes, they did.
And they, he got a bunch of money, which is what allowed the Nuggets to pay him that 2-year, $6.7 million deal. Anyway,
Vic,
who would have imagined?
Yeah, who put your thinking cap on here, Vic?
That Russell Westbrook, halfway into the season, was a candidate for Player of the Week.
Well, the last 4 games, Vic, he's averaging 23, 9, and 8.
So at any point in his run with the Lakers or Clippers, did he even come close to Player of the Week standards?
Nope.
Vic, I've got to ask you, okay? I've got to talk to you about this, and I need some real answers. I know, and you both sloughed it off yesterday like, no, not a chance in heck. But we've got to rethink this starting lineup thing. And we've got to
I told you what I want.
You want Brown to come off the bench.
I want Christian to come off the bench. I want Russell to start.
Okay, you want Russell to start in the what?
Make him the one, make Jamal an off guard.
Fine. Okay, fine. I'm telling you right now, as the season goes on and you're Michael Malone and you're starting to see some things develop, I agree Aaron Gordon back in the starting lineup. I agree with that. Yeah. But Russ has to play major minutes with Joker because he's such a better player then.
Okay, let me
Vic,
address this.
So I'm telling you right now, Vic, I don't care how you do it, you do it.
Great. Let me address this.
Don't you grate me.
I don't disagree with you, but you have to address this because after the game in Dallas, Michael Malone was asked about Jamal Murray, who really finished strong in that game.
He was 7 of 18. He didn't play bad at all.
Toward the end of that game, as he turned it on, he made some clutch shots, but he didn't look normal. He didn't look right to begin the game. And Michael Malone referenced this again. He said he's not 100%. How many times have we heard that about Jamal Murray? And what is it going to take to get to 100%?
All right, I'm going to raise my hand here, and I'm going to say I'm going to sound like a bleep hole, okay? I'm going to. I don't care anymore, man. I don't need to hear about him battling through an injury. I don't need to hear about this stuff, okay? It's been like a full calendar year now that this is almost gone on. I just want results. And maybe that's crass. Don't care. Don't care how it looks. Don't care what you're dealing with. I just want the results. And if you can't bring them to a level that's helping the team, then take more time off if that's what you need.
I guess he's got a knee, right? Is it the same knee that he had? Is it scar tissue? Was it just clicking? What do we got going on?
Like, is that rude for me to say? Is that unfair?
Well,
Am I being unfair?
Listen, man, you're this is fandom. This is fandom. It's not personal. It's never personal. But
I've given him a lot of grace, though. I have.
I know. A knee 1 week, a hamstring, the foot, the ankle. These are 4 things that have occurred in the last month, correct?
Yeah. You know what I say to all that?
Is that reaction, is that one of anger or annoyance?
Annoyance for me.
Or frustration?
It's annoyance.
Well, here's where the frustration
stems. Maybe it's a little bit of all of the above.
Here's where the frustration stems.
Here's the frustration for me. 35-year-old Russell Westbrook never gets injured.
Well, and look, you get hurt, right? Like this, it happens to everybody. The thing that's frustrating is the Nuggets don't win a championship without Jamal playing well.
Absolutely.
It's that simple.
Agreed.
And so it's like the key to you unlocking the ultimate goal lies within him. Like, Russell can play great, and Christian Brown can play above expectation, all these different things, but if Jamal is not Jamal, then you aren't winning a championship. If he is, you got a really good shot to win. If Jamal is totally right, if Jamal is healthy and playing to the standard that we've come to expect of him, like back 2 years ago when he was in the playoffs, I think you can run through anybody. But if he can't, then you can't. So, yeah, that's the frustration, is all of this lies within a single guy.
You know, Michael Porter Jr. shared a book with me because I expressed, one day, my back issues, and I said to him, I'm so impressed with your ability to play 81 of 82 last year and how you can play having surgery on your back so many times and basically being told you're never going to play again, and here he is. And he handed me a book, and it's downstairs.
Was it Band of Brothers?
No, it's not. It's not that. It's the same book.
Green Eggs and Ham.
A.J. Bryant was. No, I'm just kidding. It's not the A.J. Bryant book. It's a book about mind over matter when it comes to injury. It really is. It's titled The Lower Back, and the exact title, I'll go get it here. The exact title I don't have top of my mind. I'll find it. But I read about a chapter and a half. It's about mind over matter. It's not about how to deal with the injury, ice it, do this. No, it's about just using the mind. When you know you've got a chronic injury or injuries, it's amazing how much it hurts more knowing that you have that injury.
Yeah.
You got to place your mind elsewhere. You have to overcome it. And Michael's been so good at it. What are you looking at, Mosier?
He's pointing to his Achilles tendon, thinking that he is the same as MPJ. That's what he's doing.
Off our show!
What is the extent of your athletic endeavor there, Mose, that you can equate yourself to MPJ?
You know what, Moj? Take that mind over matter and just put it into your car, and then maybe you can drive to skate on time today.
I know we got to get to a break.
Yeah, we do.
My lovely wife is coming to get me after the show. We're going to try to jump that mother.
Good luck with that.
I hope it jumps, man. I hope it jumps.
Voice of the people in the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
You don't even care,
Fact
do you?
checker
You
coming
don't
your way
even
next.
care. You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love.
Here's that book. A lot of folks on the text line want to know the name of it, the one that Mike suggested that I've been reading. It's Healing Back Pain by John E. Sarno. And why self-motivated and successful people are prone to TMS, tension myoneural syndrome, anxiety and repressed anger triggering muscle spasms.
So we
How
had
people condition themselves to accept back pain as inevitable, and it leads to more back pain.
I love how they had to throw that one in there. Be like if I read a book. Overcoming sunburns for highly motivated, intensely awesome individuals.
There's something about the psychosomatic stuff. I mean, I've been sick for 5 days, right? I've been sick for 6 days. My back hasn't hurt. My back's been fine. I've been focused on my nose, my head, my fevers.
I'll
My
tell you
back's
what,
been
Vic.
fine.
Your back hurt a little bit? Just spread your legs. Let me throw a little kick in there. Let's see how bad your back hurts.
Exactly.
Hey, Aaron sent a text. Do you think they towed my truck? He says,
they might have. Dude, you should have told
those
them.
guys love the
it broke
cars towed.
down.
They left in the park. Oh, if anybody is around the gas station / 7-Eleven / Mexican restaurant across the little street from Del Taco at County Line in Quebec off 470, and you see my red truck in the lot, please let me know.
How do you guys?
If anybody's around County Line in Quebec,
Take it a step further. Please steal his red truck.
Well, you can't, you dummy. It won't start.
How do you guys feel about combo fast food joints? By the way, like those Pizza Hut Taco Bells or those what is it KFC and Long John Silver's
I'm
or
at
something?
the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell. I'm at the Pizza Hut. I'm at the Taco Bell. I'm at the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell. I love that song. Nelly, would you pull that up, please?
I'm at
love
the football game. I'm at the grocery store. I'm at the combination football game and grocery store.
I love that song. Nelly, you know that song?
I do. And also, by the way, I do love those combo restaurants. There was a Taco Bell KFC in Boulder, I believe, off of Arapahoe Road. And I had a friend who worked there. And what they used to do is they would just make the most cursed combinations. The employees would. They would make Taco Bell burritos, but they would put KFC in it and make these mangled combinations. Side note, that dude definitely was selling the devil's lettuce. Probably not related to his culinary choices.
You know what I do appreciate, by the way?
Somebody says my truck is gone. I don't believe that. I think they're messing with me.
You know what I do actually enjoy is like if you go into a Walmart, like a Subway and a Walmart will get me sometimes.
Yeah.
It will. It's just like I smell that Subway
stuff,
but it doesn't,
and it's like,
for
some reason the sandwiches aren't as good as
they aren't.
No,
they aren't.
The best food, you guys, you didn't live my life, so it's hard for me to explain this. Going to the old flea market, back in the Mile High Flea Market days,
Mile High
and
Flea
getting
Market.
the fresh food that's just laying out there at the flea market. Ain't nothing better.
You guys get on me. Dude, I'm the kind of person, well, you probably know this by now. Combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell.
Dude, that's a banger.
What?
What?
Combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell.
It's a good song. It's a good song. All right, quickly, Moj, what were you going to say?
I like street meat. I'm a big fan of the street meat. So, Vic, if you're talking about flea market corn on the cob, all that stuff,
Why do you think food trucks are so popular now?
Well, the elote corn on the cob, street corn.
No, I love it.
The problem I have sometimes with, allow me to interject on food trucks. I love food trucks, my favorite. When they become overwhelmed,
are the best. Yeah,
they're the best. But when they become overwhelmed, the time it takes to produce sort of sucks.
Yeah. But it's a good thing, though, because you know your food is like coming fresh, right?
Understood.
It's not like packaged microwave
you
stuff.
You want to go.
I get it, but I do take solace in the idea like they're actually cooking the food, which makes me happy. Somebody said, I love Long John Silver's. Never been to one. Never.
I've never been to one either.
I've heard about it. I see them everywhere. Never been there.
Went to Red Lobster once, and my brother's face popped up something fierce, had to go straight to the hospital.
Wait, what?
Mario, ask him. Ask Mario about his Red Lobster experience. It was the funniest thing ever. Do you remember the movie Hatch? Hitch. Remember that movie?
Oh, where
Will
it
Smith's
swelled
face?
up. Yeah.
So what happened to Mario's? Red Lobster, one bite, boom, gone. It was awesome.
Drinking Benadryl with a straw. I got a quick stat for you. This from Chase Daniel, because you guys were talking about the professional quarterback, Matthew Stafford, and what he did yesterday. Since being traded to L.A., Matthew Stafford's record in December, January, and February as the Rams quarterback is 18-3.
Wait, I want you to read that again to me.
Since becoming an LA Ram, Matthew Stafford's record as a quarterback in December, January, and February is 18-3.
That is freaking crazy.
That's crazy. Look at that face.
Stand by. I'll be right back.
What?
That is
Does it have to happen now?
Crazy.
Okay, go ahead. But yeah, 18-3, dude.
And you figure at least two of those three have to be playoff games, right? Or maybe all of them?
Well, certainly January and February, yeah. I mean, that's playoffs and Super Bowl. Yeah.
That is clutch gene, bro. That's why that's what makes the Rams dangerous. That's why the Rams, who were left for dead midway through the season, right, they were done. That's why they're never done.
Now,
not when you got one of those.
They were fortunate that the Niners suffered an injury to every single person on their team this year, because they wouldn't have had the ability to come back like that had it not been for the Niners kind of falling apart. But still, like, he always gives them a shot. Like, he is like legit as scary as a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL when it comes to this time of year.
Uh-huh.
Like, you remember some of the throws he made on their Super Bowl run? Like, late
the
game, the no-looker in the
look.
Super Bowl?
Yeah.
18-3. That's crazy.
And why is it that when he's getting blitzed, and you don't blitz Matt Stafford, he just burns you, and he throws that just high ball, help me out, and you see, I saw Bo do it a couple times, and it's like, I had no chance. Nobody's even near it.
Yeah.
How is it the Rams guys catch those?
Yeah, there's always Cooper Kupp full stride underneath it.
Like playing, center field.
Yeah. I don't know. Couple minutes left here. Fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier, we were chatting about the rumors that Deion Sanders might go back to Dallas since he was talking with Jera, and I believe Vic came up with an alternate landing spot for him. He said maybe he could end in Greenland. And so you guys asked, which is more valuable, the Dallas Cowboys or the country of Greenland? So I did some research.
I think it's the territory of Greenland.
Greenland's GDP is approximately $4 billion.
Yeah.
And they also have another $1.5 billion in exports. So optimistically, Greenland's worth is $5.5 billion.
Okay.
Cowboys.
The Cowboys are worth $11 billion.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones is worth $17 billion. And also, if it tips the scales even more, I did some Googling. I could not find any American football teams in Greenland. So I think we could take that off the table as a landing spot for Neon Dion.
You could buy a country rife with natural resources, or you could own the star. What do you want?
I'll take Greenland, man. I've flown over Greenland. It looks pretty
fly
cool.
A kite?
I've flown over Greenland.
I'm with you.
man.
I saw those pictures of all those people
Icebergs?
all the people that were like going to negotiate with them about a potential purchase, and they did like videos on the island, and I was like, looks miserable.
Yeah, it looks cold.
Like really miserable.
But kind of like Iceland when you go around, like, a little edge, a little greenery there, a bunch of fish.
Yeah.
Bunch of
So
stuff.
in conclusion, not close. Cowboys are more valued than the entire island of Greenland. So there you go.
That is not true.
That is true.
Greenland's
we
worth
just proved
like
it.
$100 billion.
If I had my chance
Or
to buy
more.
the Cowboys, I'd buy the Cowboys and move them to Greeley.
To Greeley.
Good luck with that. All right.
What? You can't stop me.
Double dipperoo tonight. Nuggets will be on 92.5 taking on the Mavs. The Avs will be on AM 950 taking on the Rangers.
Double dipperoo.
You can find the podcast wherever the hell you look for podcasts.
Sounds good.
iTunes, Spotify.
Now I'm worried about my truck. I
wherever.
hope it's still there. They better not have towed it.
Let's all do a quick prayer for Mosier's truck and hope it's still there.
Oh, please.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We love you. Bye.
Bye.
You have a problem with authority, Mr. Anderson. You believe that you are special, that somehow the rules do not apply to you. Obviously, you are mistaken. The time has come to make a choice, Mr. Anderson. Either you choose to be at your desk on time from this day forth, or you choose to find yourself another job. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Mr. Reinhardt, perfectly clear.
Ruthless KJ Granderson, ruthless. Coach Sanford's running a little bit late today. Big accident on the highway, but he's coming in. He's coming in hot. No grace for Coach Sanford. Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan, Mike Sanford coming in a couple of minutes. KJ Granderson behind the glass today on a 2K Tuesday. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. So much to get into today. Broncos free agency. How much cap space do they have? Who do they need to re-sign? We've got a double dipperoo here on Altitude Sports Radio. 9:50 tonight at home. The Avalanche will host the New York Rangers. 6:30 p.m. pregame show with myself and Connor McGahee. 7 p.m. puck drop. We'll have a 7:30 p.m. tip on the road in Dallas for the Nuggets. They take on the Mavericks for the second time on the road in 3 nights. That's going to be on 92.5 pregame starting at 7 p.m. But we start here as we welcome in Coach Mike Sanford.
I got the real morning sprint this morning.
Yeah, you are moving. You
hear
are
that?
moving.
You hear that in my voice?
I can hear the breath. I can hear the breath. You're here.
I think that was my first. That was my first actual morning sprint to the morning sprint.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah, and I think the old I-25 south around Hampton, not good. It was a bad one.
And I got to start here with all of those things that we'll get into today. NFL notes. We'll recap the wild card weekend. Coming up at 11:20, all of the NHL Hot Lap coming up for you guys at 11 or 10:45 rather. Tell you what's going on around the league. I have to start here. Once again, Deion Sanders, top of the headlines, and it happens to coincide with Jerry Jones deciding that he either wants Deion Sanders, Jason Witten, among others, as his head coaching candidate when he brings Mike McCarthy, who has, by the way, did you know this? Mike McCarthy, over his 4+ years with the Dallas Cowboys, the 5th most regular season wins in the NFL behind only Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, and Philadelphia. 5th most regular season wins.
That's indicative of who Dak Prescott is too. That's my argument for the last 2 years with Chris Dempsey.
Oh, I don't care about the Cowboys. I don't care about the team, the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't care about Dak Prescott. What I care about right now is Deion Sanders leaving Buffalo.
Well, I'm talking
leaving
about
Colorado.
I'm talking about the fact that right now, of course, the Cowboys look like a terrible franchise because of recency bias. This is a franchise that last year had a lot of momentum going into the postseason before Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers went into the Star and dominated them. That's just 1 year ago right now. They have a ton of talent. CeeDee Lamb, unbelievably talented receiver. Micah Parsons, we'll see who gets long-term. And then Dak Prescott. I am not surprised in the slightest. There's 2 places that I have had on my possible list of tinfoil hat destinations for Coach Prime. And I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm not surprised one bit. I think that Coach Prime would be a great get for a franchise that clearly is in need of an identity and in need of swagger. And that's the Dallas Cowboys. I said the same thing a week ago about the Las Vegas Raiders. And apparently whoever the real decision makers are in Las Vegas right now, Raj, they don't see it the same way that I do, that Deion Sanders would be a major net positive for their franchise.
Well, no, because what I've heard from a lot of people in let's call it your circle, the coaching circle, right? Either through you or through national outlets is, well, Deion's a guy that sets tones. Deion's a guy that can get you recruits and big time players. He's not an X's and O's coach. He's not a guy who's going to win you with his football mind. He's not going to win you football. He's not going to win you games because of his football mind. He's going to win you games.
Mike Vrabel isn't either, just so everybody knows. Okay, people want to. Mike Vrabel knows nothing schematically. I know this for a fact. He is all meat and head.
At least Vrabel's already done it in the NFL. and had a little bit of success.
Right, but my point being is everybody thinks that every single NFL head coach is a offensive or defensive game planner. That's Andy Reid, yes. That's Sean Payton, yes. I'll tell you who's not that, John Harbaugh. He never coordinated or coached a day in his life on the offensive or defensive side of the ball.
A special teams guy.
A special teams guy, which is typically effort, technique, and selling out and being in front of the room and being a really good motivator.
Okay.
That's a lot of what happens in the National Football League is that type. And guess what the Cowboys just had? They had a pure offensive game planner who was clearly not a very good motivator. And they had a team that frankly just couldn't get anything done when it counted. Take this year out of there. This year's a bit of a throwaway year because of Dak Prescott being injured. But before that, couldn't get anything accomplished in the postseason. It's the bottom line.
Now, it's a lot for me to say that, Deion is just some sort of glorified cheerleader and wouldn't succeed in the NFL. I think he is going to succeed kind of wherever he goes. If he goes to the NFL, if he stays at CU, if he leaves CU for another NCAA job, he's going to find a way to be successful. He just has that about him.
He is that guy that carries himself that way. You're like, yep, winner.
It's going to happen.
Winner.
Right? It's going to happen. There's going to be some times where you fall flat on your face, you look like an idiot, but more often than not, you're going to, be successful. And I do believe that about Deion. I do, though, I worry about Dallas actually being... Are they all in on that guy? Because if they're all in on that guy, they're going to have to make magic work in the draft. If you believe Deion at his word, and Deion's word was, I will make the jump to the NFL if I'm guaranteed to coach both of my sons. And there is no guarantee whatsoever. That Dallas is going to have both of those guys next year?
Are we as media members, and we'll call ourselves members of fan bases, are we going to make the mistake that we make for every coach in every sport and actually take every word that is said in a press conference or a podcast as gospel?
Well, it's because hold on, but it's different with Deion.
Listen to me, okay? Real quick. Is he going to be coaching his sons at the University of Colorado in Boulder with zero ties to a place outside of a year and a half of experience? Is he coaching his sons here?
No, he won't.
So
season.
That's his reality here at Colorado, correct?
Yeah, it's $6 million and probably escalating.
Right? So what would your reality be in terms of coaching your sons at the very worst of the Dallas Cowboys? What would your reality be about coaching your sons?
You're likely not coaching them in Dallas next year.
Just like you would
against them.
Just like you would be here in Boulder, Colorado.
Wouldn't be coaching against them.
Where have you lived?
Wouldn't be coaching against them.
Well, do you think you could get Shiloh on your team? You think that could be a
easy.
possibility?
It's pretty
you think
easy.
that's a possibility,
But
Raj?
you can't guarantee
you can't get
Shedeur.
Shiloh at University of Colorado Boulder. I'll tell you that. He's done. His eligibility is exhausted.
You can't guarantee Shedeur.
But I think you also could I think that this franchise could deal Dak Prescott, who still has a lot of tangible value and perceived value by the NFL because he's an established starter who has won a lot of football games.
To whom?
To the Tennessee freaking Titans.
And another 3 or 4 first-round picks.
Because Brian Callahan is going to be coaching in his second year for his football life. He needs to win now. Just like college football coaches, when they make decisions with quarterbacks in the transfer portal, they don't like waiting for a rookie quarterback, or in the case of college, a freshman quarterback to take 2-3 years to marinate and develop. You want to go with the established starter now. That's why the University of Miami, with Mario Cristobal, who is on the hot seat, he goes out and gets what I think is a bad, but an established college starter in Carson Beck and pays him $4 million to go to Miami. And I think that's what the Titans would be smart to take on Dak Prescott. They would be brilliant to take on Dak Prescott because everybody has said this is not a great quarterback class. If you're going to be fighting for your life this year to keep your employment as your one chance to be a head coach in the NFL, this ain't the year to go get a quarterback.
I mean, I'm draft pick guy. Like, that's the reason why I got painted as a non-Bo leaver early on in this process, because I went, well, I still think he could have traded down and garnered another second or a third round pick and still gotten the guy somewhere in the late teens or the early 20s. And we'll never know, right? Because that's not how the draft panned out. I got painted as a non-Bo guy because I was like, I think you can get him later. I love draft picks. I love first-round draft picks. As a Titans GM, if you can get Prescott and 3 firsts this year, so you'd pick swap, you go 1-12, and then you get next year's first and a first after that, I'd seriously consider it. But I don't know if you're going to be able... would Dallas give that up? Because then you're hamstringing in that situation. Aren't you hamstringing your young quarterback and your head coach that has never had a single snap of coaching experience in the NFL? Aren't you hamstringing them for the future? You are. You do move on from the Prescott contract, and you get a rookie deal on a quarterback, but then almost all of that money goes to Micah Parsons soon. I just don't see it working out perfectly for them. And I do have to take Deion for his word at this point, because he is different than any other coaching prospect that we've seen both in college and in the NFL. Every step of the way, he's been with his kids. And every step of the way, he has told you what he's going to do with those kids. And what he told us a week ago was, I'll go if I can coach both of them. And I just don't see that happening. I still think it's a little bit of a pipe dream. And what this is, again, what I think it is screaming to us is Deion driving up his price again, man. This is all it's doing. Driving up his price.
There's a limited amount of money in Boulder, Colorado.
There is not a limited amount of money anywhere in college football.
Yes, there is.
There's not.
Raj, you and I have gotten into this before, man. There's 2 conferences that have a ton of money, and you're not in it. You're not in it.
Where's my money?
It's the Big Ten and the SEC. The other 2 can't pay that way unless they have Phil Knight type of donors, which I don't know that CU has been able to prove that they have that type of deep pockets. People are throwing out this $10 million contract that Deion Sanders fictitiously has sitting on the table for him to sign at CU Boulder. I would be shocked with that number.
This text coming in from Chris. Bronny got a lot of shade for having to be his own man. When does Prime get labeled a helicopter dad with his kids' demands in coaching? Again, different situation. Shedeur Sanders is a legit first-round graded quarterback by a lot of people. And I know you're saying it's not a special quarterback draft this year, but the guy's a special
I
football
agree with
player.
that. I think that Shedeur Sanders, and this is what I'm rooting for. Raj, I want Shedeur Sanders to go into an ideal environment for him to flourish, because I do think he's a unique talent, a special talent that needs to be nurtured in a certain type of way. And what is that way? He needs to be allowed to be creative and play with a semblance of freedom, because that is a lot of what allows him to be unique.
Is there anyone not named Deion Sanders that can give him that in the
Cliff
NFL?
Kingsbury. I like a Cliff Kingsbury for a guy like Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur's played a majority of his offense in whether Pat Shurmur's not an air raid coach, but what was on the field for the CU Buffs this year looked like air raid football, because that's what Shedeur Sanders played in at Jackson State. Brett Bartolone was the offensive coordinator when the offense really took off in year 2 under Coach Prime at Jackson State, and it was a pure air raid offense. What happens with air raid? You get to play drift football. You catch the ball in the shotgun. You don't take 3 steps and hit the back foot, and you throw it every time right on time like Bo Nix did. What you watch with a guy like Shedeur Sanders, he catches a snap. There might not even be any defined drop, and then drift in the pocket. Drift right, drift left, drift backwards. And it leads to massive plays down the field. It also does lead to some sacks. Look at Mike Leach and his background. It was really exciting. He also almost got quarterbacks murdered in his entire career as a head coach. So I think it does require he is not going to be a great fit in New York. I'm just telling you, Brian Daboll and Shedeur Sanders is not a good fit. He's not a good fit in the New York Jets organization. I don't even know who the heck they're going to have. That will not be a good fit. He is a good fit in what I believe could be Cliff Kingsbury and the Raiders organization. And he could definitely be a good fit for whoever Coach Prime would hire as his offensive coordinator at the Dallas Cowboys.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. This is the Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Double dip tonight on ASR. You've got the Nuggets on 92.5 starting at 7. The Avalanche on AM 950, crystal clear on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Download that on iOS and Android today. You can listen to the Avs game starting at 6:30 p.m., 7 p.m. puck drop as they host the New York Rangers. So much to get into today. On the other side, we'll continue talking about the cap. We'll continue talking about money, but we'll change from, well, where's Dion going to go to what the heck are the Denver Broncos going to do when they move from $52 million down to just over $30 million in terms of dead cap with Russell Wilson? It's a 2K Tuesday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 303-504-0925. Join us anywhere you guys go on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Before we get into the Broncos and their offseason plans and their pending free agents, I do have the list of the key-ish free agents that you have on the team in front of me. I would be remiss not to ask you, Coach. We were very much on the forefront of the Sam Darnold ain't going anywhere in Minnesota, and J.J. McCarthy is going to be the hot trade chip come draft time. I would like to say I think we were probably the first people that thought about that damn near 2 months ago. Did our dream die last night?
R.I.P. our dream.
It's dead.
You know why? Because all Sam Darnold needed to do to solidify his place in the Minnesota Vikings franchise is just play adequate quarterback play. Last night in Monday Night Football in the wild card round. And all he did was he turned into a pumpkin. He turned into Russell Wilson, and he sought out as many sacks as were possibly available that he could seek out. He was seeing ghosts, Raj.
The most sacks ever in a playoff game in the Super Bowl era, 82 yards of sacks are the most in a playoff game by any team in the Super Bowl era. 9 points allowed is the fewest in a playoff game by the Rams since their NFC championship in 1999.
The Rams are terrifying right now.
You don't want to see them,
Jared Verse, they drafted two pass rushing sons of guns that I fell in love with at last year's combine. Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. These dudes are scary.
The line right now is Eagles -6. And that seems incredible to me. After what we watched last night, Eagles -6.
I just want to make sure Kyron Williams is healthy because he is so good, and he looked a little banged up. But we do have to give a little credit to our coworkers, Kroenke Sports Entertainment coworkers. I thought my coworker Matthew Stafford, my colleague, not coworker.
No, colleague's fine. Colleague feels more official.
Okay. Yeah, so my colleague, he had a good day. It was it's a great day to be a member of KSE. Like glazing KSE.
That
Kevin Demoff, great work.
I cannot believe that dream died so quick. He looked like and maybe it's just one game, and O'Connell did come out and say, "Hey, listen, like his body of work tells you that he's a good quarterback." He did not go as far to say as he's our quarterback of the future. He's our quarterback next year, but he said the body of work tells you who Sam is. Now, the body of work this year or the body of work that he showed when he was a Jet? Because what we saw last night was Jets' version of Sam Darnold.
Correct. I think that Sam Darnold's one performance on January the 13th of 2025, the year of our Lord, it turned him into the next Jimmy Garoppolo. Or who's our guy?
I think he's better than
Matt
Garoppolo's
Castle.
got.
Matt Castle.
Oh, I don't know. He feels better than those two guys. He feels better than those guys.
He's gonna be leaving the comfortable, nice, cushy quarterback nest of Kevin O'Connell. And he's gonna go out to the real world. And it's going to be ugly.
So there's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, and we were just talking about the Tennessee Titans and whether or not a trade with Dallas would happen if Deion decides to leave and go to the Cowboys. And you did make a good point. Like hidden in all of this is the biggest headline of all with Deion. What's the best coaching job in all of sports?
It's the biggest brand in sport.
It's the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
There's 5 points on it, right?
Yeah, so there is one thing there that goes, well, Deion has been true to his word and told you the pathway that he's going. Maybe that's one thing that strays him from his path. That leads me off a river I don't want to go down. The Jets could be looking at a quarterback. The Browns certainly looking at a quarterback. They might draft theirs this year. The Raiders need a quarterback. The Giants need a quarterback. The Colts probably need a quarterback as well.
Where are these quarterbacks coming from, Raj?
Where are they coming from? Because who are the guys who were going in the first?
That's why last year was so important for the Denver Broncos to take 6 of 6. They took number 6 of 6, and they were right. Sean Payton was right.
D-Mac was right. D-Mac was right. You got to give him. I know, dude. I'm sorry. It was warranted. It was warranted.
He was right. He was right. I still, and I am such a believer in the fact that the Broncos picked the right guy for instant transformation and to be able to put your head on the pillow at night and know you got your quarterback. But I have a thought that came to me at the end of yesterday's show, and I bit my tongue because it was just one day removed too soon. One of the takes that I had on Bo Nix coming out of the combine, 61 starts in college football, son of a coach, incredibly mature, great work habits, study habits off the charts, good athlete, good body type, ready body to play in the National Football League and be a starter as a rookie. All those things lead me to this term that I think was solidified after the 2024 campaign. And it's the term extremely high floor. So there's a low floor type of player, and there's like a low floor, high ceiling player. Probably would be a guy like Drake May, because he hasn't really done anything in the college game at a championship level. He's played in a really kind of loose offense at the college level. You didn't know what he was going to do to translate to the National Football League. And that's what, to me, a low floor player looks like, is that you stay in position to draft in the first 3 picks after your rookie year.
I think for me, that guy is like Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray feels low floor and a ceiling that seemingly shouldn't exist.
Caleb Williams. Low floor.
Although, I mean, you look at his stats, man. That dude kept care of the football.
But
he
I
took
think,
a lot of sacks, but
I
that
agree.
dude kept care of the football.
But the floor piece also plays into the fact of like your wiring. And Caleb Williams, it went south at the University of Southern California, and he went from winning the Heisman Trophy with no national championship to show for it, to being a team that barely made a bowl game in his final year ahead of playing the National Football League. And then it happened again this year.
All right, I'll see that.
He didn't win. He hasn't won in 2 years.
I'm going to put some of that on the Bears.
I'm
going to put a lot of that on the Bears.
But then you got to do the same thing. You got to put it on Lincoln Riley and USC as well.
I can do
It's
that.
happened twice in a row.
I can do that.
Cool. So you got to just ignore the signs. Ignore the signs. It has nothing to do with Caleb Williams.
Just be blind. But I do like ignoring the signs on shiny objects that like make me go, wow. I'll ignore a red flag every now and again.
So the floor conversation versus the ceiling, right? So if we're talking floor, like Michael Penix Jr. had a fairly low floor. Why? Injury history, right? Injury history plays into the fact of a low floor. Because if you get hurt and it's just another in what was an indication of what you are going to be, and that's injured and have season-ending injuries, then your worst ability as a player is your lack of availability. So I think Michael Penix Jr. was a bit of a low-floor player. And so Bo Nix was the least risk in terms of maturity. Played in really high-leverage college football games, starting as a true freshman at the University of Auburn. Did it again at the University of Oregon. But the question still remains, is this going to be more of a Brock Purdy type of a quarterback that's going to come and go, and the team's success is going to come and go as the health and availability of the surrounding cast is? Or is this going to be a Jaden Daniels that immediately shows up and he's like, whoa, that's a guy right there that lifted all boats immediately?
I think he's probably, Jaden Daniels, you don't know what's going to happen next year. And Tyler and PhD had a really good conversation about sophomore slumps.
It's a real thing.
Although, like, CJ
I don't
Stroud,
see it for Bo, for the record. I don't see it for Bo Nix. Why? He's got a really, really high floor. He's not a guy that's going to go out in the offseason and be feeling himself and go do his world tour going down to Vegas. He's married he's probably going to have kids on the way soon.
He's chilling in Castle Pines, man.
He's gonna probably work out more than he did last year.
Going to get a membership to the golf club because I know John Elway now. Going to play a bunch of rounds down there at CP. I'm going to work out. I'm going to watch a bunch of film.
Yes.
You'll never see me.
He's awesome. And I want everybody to know that's listening to this. This is the furthest thing from shade. You want these things out of your quarterback. You want a guy that is a dependable,
a football recluse.
Yes, you love that. What was Bo Nix doing with his free time? Whenever he did have free time, all you had to do is look at social media. He was hanging out with Zach Wilson and his wife, his fiance, and Jarrett Stidham and his wife.
Tom
and his
Brady
wife.
before he got big.
Yes,
but Tom, even when he got big, still had the football nerd in him,
and he was disciplined. He was disciplined.
You also you mentioned to me in the break about, I want to bring back Dion into that conversation now that we've invoked the name of Tom Brady. Dion's people apparently reached out to Las Vegas about that head coaching opportunity because that seems like it is the easier path to getting Shedeur.
That was the one I was going to reach out to the Raiders people as somebody who thinks the fit would be incredible.
Fit would be really good.
A place that has not captured the attention of its local constituents.
Apparently Vegas isn't as interested in Dion who do you think is in the Raiders.
Who do you think would be the person or group involved in saying that, yeah, I'm not quite as interested as maybe public perception would say?
Does it feel like minority owner Tom Brady has his hands in that pot a little deeper than we thought?
Yep. And I think it's because Tom Brady has an absolute obsession with Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. And will stop at no obstacles to find a way to get Ben Johnson, a guy that he loves the way he calls a game. He loves the way he schemes. He loves the football seriousness of Ben Johnson, the football recluse that you even talked about.
And even though Tom became superstar Tom and married a Brazilian swimsuit model, right? And is
kind of like what we all do, though.
Yeah, we get there.
Especially
we
us
get
like
there
quarterbacks, guys. That,
yeah, me too, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Big 6'3" quarterbacks, you and me. Yeah, I get that.
KJ?
Scholarships, Division I schools.
KJ too, man.
Peas
Brazilian swimsuit model.
Peas in a pod right now. That's who we are.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, that's why it's the morning sprint, baby.
Tom did keep that football nerd in him, that football recluse. And do I see that in Bo? Yeah, I do. But does he have the same type of physical tools to get him to that level? I don't know yet. It's going to be fine because you can't look at Bo and automatically go, well, is he going to beat by himself? Is he by himself going to beat Patrick Mahomes? The answer is no. The answer is always going to be no, and you have to be okay with that.
I don't think it's just Patrick Mahomes, though. Let's talk about the AFC right now.
The AFC quarterback race is crazy, but you also...
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow,
head-to-head,
Lamar Jackson.
No. The answer is going to be no, head-to-head.
Justin Herbert.
Those guys. I'm not sold. I'm not sold, man.
Okay. All right.
He's got all the tools, but I'm not
had two
sold.
opportunities to see that head-to-head.
It was a one-score game, both games, and his coach screwed him in the second one. You're going to put that on Nix? You can put the first game on Nix. The second game you can't put on Bo. That was his head coach bungling that game away.
So here from the from the
He's
Shot
good enough
text
with
line.
a good team around him to get it done and to scare people.
I agree with this, and this is coming in multiple times here from the 0925. His argument for Bo Nix is that he really had very little offensive help this year in the form of personnel grouping. To my point, is that I do think that you have yourself a plus version of potentially a Brock Purdy, who, by the way, is going to get long-termed with the 49ers. That will happen. I think every sign coming out of
it's a mistake.
Santa Clara is pointing to the fact that Brock Purdy is going to be long-term.
It depends what the number is, man.
But his overall efficacy as a quarterback, the value he himself brings to the transformative nature of this team, it does depend on what are the surrounding parts. And I think to a certain extent, every quarterback's been like that. But man, I don't know what Tom Brady was. A lot of those parts changed. There were times where those parts looked like Raj playing receiver out there at times for him, out there in New England.
Like Lad McConkey. That dude had a good game. You look at his stats from that blowout loss with 196 yards receiving.
Great player. He's a great player. And I loved him at the combine too.
I think it's a mistake if they pay a guy like Purdy 50 sheets. It's a huge mistake. If you can get him on like the Jared Goff deal at 32, do it. But you can't pay that guy 50.
Broncos fans and the Broncos organization, everybody needs to be on the same page that you got this right. You've got a cost-controlled quarterback that exhibits everything that you want in a franchise quarterback from an intangible characteristic. You also have to ask yourself, what do you really want? What do you want? Broncos country, what do you want? Do you want competitiveness? Do you want playoffs? Do you want AFC West championship? Do you want Super Bowls? That's the discussion that I think the next several months need to be about for us here on the Morning Sprint. How do you get there? Do you just have it because you hit on the quarterback and that in and of itself is going to give you the Patrick Mahomes bump that you need? Or do you got to go out and find a way to build this thing to go win a championship in a unique manner?
We'll talk about finding ways to build that team from within. Broncos free agents on the other side, as well as a hot lap around the NHL. Double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Avs on 950 starting at 6:30. Home game against the New York Rangers. Nuggets on the road. Second game in 3 nights at the Dallas Mavericks, coming off a win in which they came back from 2 15-point deficits. That game on TNT this evening. You can hear it on 92.5 starting at 7 p.m. Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford wearing a Casey Middlestat jersey, trying to get Mitts a little revved up. That's a player that the Avs need back.
He's going to be back, Raj. I'm just going to put that right there into the universe. I know. I just understand players from the state of Minnesota. I know when it's time for them to really start skating with a different type of vitriol, and I see that right now in Casey Middlestat. January is going to be dynamic from Mitts.
That's the hope. I've been saying on the post-game show recently that I think there is no player on the Avs roster that needs the Four Nations tournament to happen sooner than Casey Middlestat. I was like, Casey just needs to go to, Cabo or somewhere in Mexico, hop out to Hawaii.
Clear the old mind a little bit.
Chill out for 2 weeks, man. Don't be anywhere near a rink. Do the old Wayne Gretzky thing. You see those cuts that Gretzky's been having lately? And he goes, I never skated in the offseason, ever. He goes, I worked out 3 hours a day with the guy who does Taibo. He was like, I was in great shape, but I never skated. That's what I need Casey to do. When the Four Nations turns up on like February 8th, I think is the break, I need you to be as far away from a rink as possible. And then come back.
He needs to go live a Zach Brown band song. Toes in the water, ass in the sand, not a worry in the world, cold beer in my hand.
A little Corona lime.
Life is good today.
What? Mexican beers. What's your go-to? Are you a Corona guy? Are you a Model Zero guy?
Model Zero, I've never heard that.
Are you a Dos Equis guy?
I am, so it depends on where I'm at. Okay, if I'm in the Caribbean,
Estrella?
If I'm in El Caribe side of Mexico, I'm a Dos Equis, and I like amber. I like to start amber and then mix into some lager. But if I am
a dark Mexican beer guy,
I love, a negro modelo.
An especial.
I love yourself a negro modelo. Dos limones. But if I'm on the Pacific side, I mean, it's pretty standard. What should you have on the Pacific side of Mexico? What beer?
Corona and lime?
Use your brain.
I have no idea. What are you talking about?
What's a
Pacifico?
Yes!
All right.
Come on, man. It is the brewery for the Pacific coast of the great country of Mexico.
You'll eventually get there. Jeez. At least you're not
one
of those
too many
psychos.
Too many conks.
Way too many conks. At least you're not one of those psychos that'll pop open a Corona and not put a lime in it.
Oh, that's rough.
It becomes an undrinkable beer. An undrinkable beer. You are right though.
I don't. It's funny. So recently Modelo was like a sponsor of everything, every event.
Like 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, it's also down at the Fiesta Bowl for Penn State, Boise State. So there's like Boise State alumni parties, and it's just Modelo everything. And the amount of times I got offered a can of Modelo without a lime, and I was like, no.
Yeah,
no,
you're offended.
No,
it is offensive.
I can't do that. It's like the branding really screwed it up for you.
Broncos free agents going into this offseason, they are projected to have $48 million in cap space, which is the 11th most in the NFL. But after draft slotting and re-signing guys to extensions and stuff like that, at least Leggy says on his latest on ESPN that he thinks they're going to have around $10 million to kind of play with in the open market. Your key-ish free agents this year. And tell me whether or not you should keep them or let them walk. And I have their 2024 cap hits with me as well.
Thanks for bringing those.
Defensive tackle.
Thanks for bringing those hits of the cap.
I got you. DJ Jones, $13 million this year, looking for a pay increase.
See ya.
Can find a replacement on the open market or a replacement in the draft.
It's easy. You can find an interior defense lineman.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say.
Quarterbacks, Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham. Stidham is a $7 million cap hit this
See
past
ya.
year. Zach Wilson, 2.7.
Keep him.
I don't think he's going to cost you all that much more than what you're paying him now.
Keep getting rehab.
I'm cool with him staying here. I would prefer them to keep him here.
Yeah, and then you get a chance during training camp and actually during preseason football to get him reps to play.
Because if you don't, what's the option then at backup quarterback?
Stidham? Do you draft?
I don't know if I would want to draft.
Stidham's expensive.
Stidham was expensive last year. I don't think he's going to be as expensive this coming year. I don't see him getting a pay increase.
He thinks he's an NFL starting quarterback. Do you remember that during training camp when he lost the starting job?
Well, Peyton told us that he was a starting NFL quarterback.
I have not seen that evidence, but I don't know. I think this. I think that the sicko in me that stood by what I saw at training camp on a daily basis, and that's the top-end arm talent of Zach Wilson. It's worth keeping around in your franchise for the cheap. That's all I'll say.
I don't love the idea of letting both of them walk, and then you are shoehorned into drafting a quarterback on year 2 of a rookie. Because if you do have the, I don't want to say inevitable, but the probable step back on year 2 for a rookie quarterback going into a sophomore year, more tape. Guys know who you are. They know what you want to do. You said that Nick's probably isn't going to have that next year. He'll probably either stay just who he is or maybe continue upticking. I hope that's the case.
That's what I see.
I kind of expect that to be the case as well.
He's not going to fall off a cliff. There's no chance the dude falls off a cliff and isn't a good player next year.
High floor, baby.
High floor.
High floor.
Insanely high floor.
I don't love the message that it would send if you were to draft a guy in like the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round. I would not be a fan of that. Because if he struggles, then you'll have this subset of the fan base going, this is who he always was. Let's see the new guy. And I think that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you imagine you end up drafting somebody like Quinn Ewers?
Disaster.
I'm like, gross.
I could see them taking the kid from Syracuse. I could see him taking Kyle McCord.
I'd be kind of down with
give me
some
Kyle
Kyle
McCord in the 5th round, baby. I'd be so happy about that.
Yeah, that's not a bad. He's pretty good.
Talk about Syracuse guys. Key-ish free agents. Punter Riley Dixon, $2 million. Bring him back.
Keep him.
Bring him back.
More fake punts.
He could be the backup quarterback. You don't even need to sign a backup quarterback.
Although, man,
you got the guy.
You know, he threw a 18-yard square out cut on that. He kind of threw it inside a little bit.
He's
a
punter.
You're playing a real corner. That's a punt pick 6. A punt potato.
I actually have a question for you. Why are there 2 different guys who do punting and kicking? Why is it just, it seems as though you should be able to be elite at both if you're elite at one. And you just get to do both the duties.
So you're saying like the punter should be the kicker?
Why not? Why is that not a thing? Hey, seriously, why is that not a thing?
Raj.
You're that talented with your leg. You should be able to do both things. And therefore, punters don't make $2 million. Then punters make like $10 million because they do both the things.
Raj, you know hockey, right?
I do.
It's equivalent to saying that a center should be also interchangeable with the netminder.
Oh, okay, hold on. Those are 2 vastly different things.
You hold a stick in both instances.
Yeah, but you don't catch the puck in the other instance.
You catch the puck.
You don't have to sit in front of 100-mile-an-hour slap shots all the time.
You don't deflect in front of net as a center?
It can't be that different. It's very hard. I've tried to kick a football. It's very difficult. But if you're good at one, shouldn't you be great at the other?
You know what? I'd say we don't need any wood anymore. We don't need blackwood. We don't need Wedgwood.
You just need Mikko Rantanen. If he's going to make $14 million, put him in the net.
Just have Moose back there. He has a great name to get in front of every single shot possible.
Meese are very large.
Meese.
Is that the plural? I think it's the plural.
No, it's just Moose.
It's just Moose?
Yeah.
Cheeses for us Mises?
Yeah, Moose. It's like mice, mouse.
Moving on. Linebacker, Cody Barton. $2.4 million.
Keep him.
Keep him?
I like Cody Barton. I like the pairing of Cody Barton and Alex Singleton. One more athletic guy in Cody Barton, and one more stout tackling inside linebacker in Alex Singleton.
Linebacker Justin Sternad.
See ya.
Don't need him.
Overvalue. We'll be able to get something on the market, but he was a high-end special teamer. That's the reality.
And you can find those guys, you would hope, anywhere.
Well, and good for him. This year allowed him to probably play himself into more on the market than just a plus special teamer. I just don't think he fits what you need from a void standpoint.
And finally, running back Javonte Williams.
See ya.
Gone. Don't need to see you here again.
And
I think Sean Payton told you exactly what he thought about him the whole year. Never turned him into a bell cow. Never turned any of those guys into I'm going to lean on you in the running attack.
Why is that, Raj? Why?
I think he wanted to prove that his 6th quarterback taken in the draft was just as good as any of the other guys. And he realized that even if you get to the playoffs, you've outperformed expectation, and I can just get a running back in the draft next year, or I'll find a guy who might become available.
Do you think that there was a path forward for the running back group that the Broncos had in the 24 season to give a longer runway to develop as the bell cow.
No, I think all of them were Russell Wilson this year. I think every single one of those players was Russell Wilson.
Were they Russell Wilson because Sean Payton wanted it to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, or were they Russell Wilson that they just aren't good enough? Because I don't think we can say that about Audric Estime.
The data set will tell you, since he's been here, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes, sir. And that right there was where I was trying to. I was leading you to the Caribbean seas.
With you trying to tell me to drink seawater?
No, I actually on the
unhealthy.
way to your feet going to the Caribbean seas and getting in
nice.
I actually had a Mexican lager with a lime ready for you to consume. I led you to that drink.
It's Coach Mike Sanford. Hour 2 is coming up next. We learned something new about the rookie quarterback yesterday, Coach Sanford. Hour 2 of the morning sprint. Coach and Raj bring you guys up until
Does
noon
it have
with
any?
PhD.
Does it have anything to do with what today is in my life? The theme
what
of
is
today. You're looking around like, what is going on here?
What is happening today? It's January 14th.
What day of the week is it, Raj?
Tuesday?
It's Tough Guy Tuesday, baby. We learned that Bo Nix, every single day of the week for Bo Nix, it's Tough Guy Tuesday.
Well, it was a long 18-19 week season, but fortunately, God was good to me this year. He allowed me to stay upright, and I was healthy. Got to play each and every game. Obviously, we all play with some bruises and some cuts and scrapes, but the Vegas week was just, I had a little transverse process fracture in my back. But that week got treatment and kind of made it through to that week. Monday Night Football, it was a stretch that we were all kind of banged up. And, I wasn't going to miss the first Monday night game. So I got treatment on it, and then we were fortunate to have an off week that next week. And, kind of went away after that. But for that moment, it was, annoying, but we all play with annoying things.
Was the Raiders game at the Raiders?
Yeah, got, twisted up a little bit, had 3 process fractures, but a lot of guys play with a lot of those kind of things.
The transverse process fracture is a type of spinal fracture. It's the bony projection on either side of your vertebrae, and I learned that today.
I didn't know much about bony projections until I learned more about Bo Nix.
Good for you, bud.
Happy or unhappy with the coaching staff? I'll do it this way. Impressed with Bo Nix?
Impressed.
Or unhappy with the coaching staff for having him play through that?
Yeah. You got to trust the medical professionals. That's all I can say. Trust the medical professionals.
That is it.
They won't let you play or should not let you play if there is some type of significant risk by playing with a bony projection as a guy named Bo Nix.
Well, significant risk is that's the question mark that we had. And actually, Tyler Columbus was talking about this yesterday on PhD.
It's never been considered a big deal.
Really? Oh, okay. Really?
No, I'm being dead serious.
Okay.
It's never been considered a big deal. It's always considered you're stable with it. It's not a danger to yourself because of it. You're not at further risk of anything. It sounds scary, especially because it's spinal.
Spinal. It's spinal.
But I definitely know in multiple guys that didn't miss a single snap because of it.
Well, Bo Nix is another one that that didn't miss a snap.
McGlinchey would go on to say, I also don't understand the spinal reference. That's over my head. Is it before my time? I don't know, or if I just missed it on the internet.
Or you and I can just choose to not really want to learn anything about spinal.
I'll wash past that.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
McGlinchey would go on to say that Bo, he won over the room early. I would have to expect that the team knew about this, that they knew he got hit, that they knew he was injured, and probably had an injury that if he decided to, the franchise would have been okay with him sitting out a couple of games to protect their investment. Him playing through it, and granted, it's not like playing on a shattered leg. Still playing through a broken piece of your back.
Who was it that tried to play on a shattered leg? Was that Chad Kelly in the Grey Cup in the Canadian Football League? He stood up and his leg was just
mangled.
Goo.
It was goo.
Literally fell and it was just heap of bones just gooed on down. Yeah, anyway.
This had to have gone a long way towards winning over that veteran offensive line. And they talk glowingly about him. McGlinchey and Bowles can't stop saying good things about that quarterback. This had to have gone a really, really long way.
Bo Nix is one of them, meaning he's a tough guy. Because as an offensive lineman, the amount of times that you have to practice through excruciating pain, broken fingers, it's normal to have shattered fingers that you are playing and practicing with on a daily basis. So for this being an example of Bo Nix that I remember, I was at the Raiders game when he took a really weird, it was like he almost took a kind of a knee to the back. He got crumpled a little bit. I remember him showing up on that injury report for a back. And it was, I believe, on like the Tuesday or Wednesday injury report. He might have missed a day. It's kind of like a walkthrough, but he was, I think he DNP'd one day in practice. It was early in the week. So now it all adds up. The other thing it adds up for me, and something I wanted to see more of Bo Nix, particularly from Sean Payton in a run game that just struggled to find its footing. I wanted to see some quarterback-driven run game called for Bo Nix. Not him taking off and scrambling on called pass plays. Called quarterback-driven run game.
The stuff that we saw in the red zone from Josh Allen on Sunday.
It looked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked awesome. And they're not the same guy. He's smaller. He's not, I would say he's not as agile. He's just as fast, if not faster, Bo, as compared to Allen. I would hope that they add that into the mix next year, especially
it
if
makes
they
sense
don't
now,
find
though,
a
that
number one back.
It does make sense now that Sean Payton didn't lean into that aspect, because you got to think Raiders. Second game against the Raiders was what, week 12? Was that the 12th game of the year?
Second game against the Raiders this year was week 12.
How many games prior was this Saints game?
Saints game was week 7, 5 weeks prior.
Because that was the last time I really saw Sean Payton call quarterback-driven run game, was against the Saints. And it just didn't really reappear much throughout the course of the year. I can understand it, certainly, if you were dealing with, what was it, a bony protrusion? Erect? Bony?
I don't think I ever said that word.
What was it again?
I don't have it in front of me anymore.
Transverse spinal tap.
A bony projection.
There we go, a bony projection.
That's it.
Yeah.
I know. You were thinking of another shun word, and I did not say that
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But that thing, probably, if you have a bony projection, is that right?
Bony projection.
You probably don't want to be a quarterback-driven run game outfit with the guy running the football.
Prior to week 12, Nix had games where he had rushed 6 times for 36 yards in the loss at Baltimore, 10 times for 75 yards in the quarterback-driven run game in New Orleans.
It kind of opened up a lot of things. When he didn't have his A game as a thrower. That was arguably his worst game as a passer.
In that game, he passed for 164 yards, 16 of 26.
Remember how wide open things were in that game? Missed that. And he was a viral sensation for missing Troutman and 2 wide open dudes and throwing right between the two of them.
Prior to that, 6 of 61 on the ground against the Chargers in that 1-score loss. He had games of 35, 25, and 47 yards rushing in weeks 1 through 3. After week 12, 4 yards on 3 attempts against Cleveland, although a touchdown on nearly 300 yards. 23 yards, 25 yards, 31 yards, 47 yards in that final game against Kansas City when he wasn't really playing a number 1 defense.
He was rolling, though. He didn't look like he had a bony protrusion.
I expect to see more out of that next year, especially if you have to find your guy. And if you don't find like a true game changer, and there really isn't there's not a game changer in terms of running backs next year. Like, find him for me. Find that player. I don't know who it is. Is Aaron Jones going to be available to you?
Either way.
And do you want to take the chance on a guy who's going to be 31?
Either way, Raj, you have got to the same level of commitment that Sean Payton had from the drafting of Bo Nix to the development and the play calling and shepherding of Bo Nix as a rookie quarterback that was successful. Sean Payton needs to have that same commitment level to establishing a consistent run game here in Denver. And it's not just the running back, Raj. It's not solely finding the running back. It's a big part of it. It's a commitment to it. It's also, who is the guy on your staff right now that is the run game savant? I don't know. I'll tell you who it was when Sean Payton was in New Orleans. It was the guy that was behind the run game that you just got obliterated by up in Buffalo, and that's Aaron Kromer, the offensive line coach and guy that put the run game together for Joe Brady and that incredible rushing attack that they have there. Top 5 in every metric. But you got to do it, because if you look right now, the number 1 wide receiver conversation, people that are paying a number 1 wide receiver, you're not getting the return on investment as it relates to postseason accolades. But teams that are paying a number one bona fide, like significant running back, you're still in the playoffs right now as a top 8 team. Every single one of them. And there are 2 stats that I looked at. I just wrote an article, came out today on the Denver Gazette about Sean Payton's need to lean into the ground game. 2 stats that I looked at. Total rushing production. So how many snaps of offensive football are called run plays? The Denver Broncos, where do you think they would have been called run plays out of total offensive plays?
I would say 25th in the league.
Not that bad.
Not that bad?
They were 14th, which is actually kind of a bit surprising, right?
Way higher than I thought it was going to be.
I would have guessed too. But that category of 14, 15, they're all teams that barely missed the postseason or were easily eliminated in the wild card round. Because the teams in the bottom 5, 10 are teams that had to play from behind the entire season. Play catch up, throw the ball, end a game, the 2-minute offense type stuff for 2.5 quarters, some of those teams. I looked at what we just saw with Buffalo, okay? The Bills were 5th in the National Football League in run rate. 48% of their total offensive snaps were called run plays. And then more important than that, their rushing attack, rushing expected points allowed or added, 42.9 points added to your total, which is good for them for 3rd in the National Football League. That's why they were where they were. Broncos were 14 in both categories. It's going to take an offseason of commitment.
We've got 2 games tonight, Nuggets and Dallas Mavericks on 92.5. That starts at 7 p.m. with your pregame show, 7:30 p.m. tip on TNT. Avs are hosting the New York Rangers this evening on 9:50 a.m. at Ball Arena, 6:30 pregame show with yours truly, and 7 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahan. To get you started with that, let's go through a hot lap. Not trade rumors, but signing rumors, Coach. Do you remember the last name Taves? Well, sure you do. The Avs have a Taves.
The Taser.
Devon Taves. But before Devon Taves became one of the top 10 defensemen in the league, there was another Taves around the NHL and certainly around the Central Division that is a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. That is former captain, number 19, 3-time Stanley Cup champion, Jonathan Taves, who has not been in the league for the better part of 2.5 seasons. He's essentially retired. He's had an autoimmune issue that he hasn't been able to kick, but he has recently come out and said he's trying to get back in shape. He wants to make another kick at the can and maybe go out on top. He's been rumored to possibly be a guy that would sign for a veteran minimum with the Colorado Avalanche, much like the Avalanche tried last year halfway through the season with Zach Parise. So, there is a possibility that the Avs are looking for bottom 6 help, and I don't know what Jonathan Taves still has in the tank, but that guy is one of the greatest leaders that this game has ever seen. He's got 3 Stanley Cup championships. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He produces in the playoffs. If he can give you 7 to 12 minutes a night, much like Zach Parise did last year, and be a playoff performer, a guy with some nails, a guy with some grit, I would kick the tires on that guy. I love that rumor.
I like that rumor too, but would that also be the role and position that you're hoping that Gabe Landeskog would be occupying here down the stretch?
That's a lot of hope. And again, those are 2 players that you are hoping can come back to some sort of level of health. I think it's worth it as a...
How different of players would they be at this this stage of their careers?
As compared to who they were when you last saw them? Drastically.
Yeah.
Drastically.
Would there be room, say that all signs are a go for a Gabe Landeskog? Would you have room for a Jonathan Taves as well?
Of course, at a veteran minimum. Yeah, I'd keep him there because I would trust that player
what
more
line
than
would each...
3rd and 4th, man. 3rd and 4th at this point. You would hope that Landeskog, if he comes back and his knee's okay, he would slot into the top 6, but you can't expect that right now. No one knows what's happening with him. He gets on the ice, then you don't see him for 2 weeks.
Could they be on the same line together? Probably not.
Maybe, yeah. 3rd or 4th line, why not? Stick it. Talk about Casey Middlestat. Stick Casey Middlestat.
Taser is a 1C. He's a 1C at his height, right?
At his height, he is a first line center. He never put up huge points in the league.
Landy at his height,
top line left wing.
Okay, so yeah, the 2 of them, you could have arguably the best line from 5 years ago. in the hockey.
I mean,
in the NHL.
He's a good player. He
Any
hasn't
relation
played,
to Devon?
No relation whatsoever.
Taves is like Smith in French Canada,
I guess. Yeah. I love that opportunity for him. He's really solid defensively. He might be able to give you some penalty kill minutes at this point in his career. It is worth looking into that player. Would you expect him to be the guy who won? I think he won a Conn Smythe. Yeah, the guy who won a Conn Smythe, 15 years ago. No, you can't expect that. But you didn't expect that out of Zach Parise either. I would love to see that as well. Other big news in the National Hockey League, Alexander Ovechkin is 22 goals away from breaking the NHL record. He has scored 20 goals in 20 straight seasons. If he continues on his pace, he's going to break this thing sometime in the middle of March. However, if he regresses back to his normal 0.6 goals per game pace, he's not going to break it. He would be 4 or 5 games short of that and then would have to come back next year and do it in October.
You know what that sound is?
Is that the Russian gas
That's the
turning
Russian
on?
gas,
That's the
baby.
Russian gas turning on?
Keep it activated. Turn it on up, baby.
Oh, yeah.
If you're the NHL, you do not want him to break it this year. You want him to be 2 or 3 goals short so that you can mark at the beginning of the season heavy and have them just follow him every nationally televised game. He's hot right now.
I just love
the
every
Caps are
time.
playing well.
My favorite conversation is Ovechkin coming up and being against the timeline, because it just gets me to lean into one of my favorite conversations every single time, and that's the Russian gas.
Ovi, 22 goals away. The Avs take on the New York Rangers, 20-2 this year. The Rangers, well, if you look at the standings, man, dumpster fire. They're all the way down there in the Eastern Conference, but if you look a little bit closer, they have a game in hand, and they're only 4 points out of the wild card in the East. That team on paper is way better than what they've done to start the season. They had a bunch of losing streaks. They lost 4 in a row, 5 in a row. I think they're on the up and up. I think that's a team that makes the playoffs this year. They've moved on from their captain, Jacob Trouba. They've moved on from a top 3 pick in Capo Caco. I think they're going to make another deal at the trade deadline. I'd worry about them. I don't look at this game. I think this is a very similar game to what the Mavericks pose for the Nuggets tonight, right? Because no Luka, Kyrie's questionable, but with the Nuggets, we've seen them lose these types of games before this year. If you look at the Rangers as a bottom feeder team and think that you're going to walk all over them tonight with Igor Shesterkin being back in net, you got another thing coming. I think this is a very difficult game to start off a 5-game home stretch of teams that should probably all be in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I'm considering bringing my wife to go to watch this game tonight.
I'll be there tonight.
Yeah.
If you want to come say hi to Connor and I in the booth.
Talk to me about Panarin. Good player.
Artemi Panarin's a freak. Talk about those Blackhawks teams that Jonathan Taves was the captain of. Artemi Panarin was part of some of them. Panarin's legit, dude.
He's 33 years old.
Yeah, he's still got another 2 years of elite play left in him. Panarin, you have to watch out for. My guy, Vinny Trocheck.
How long has he been a Ranger?
I want to say 3 full seasons. So because he left Chicago, went to Columbus. This year? They were missing Shesterkin for a little bit. They traded Jacob Trouba away. They traded Capo Caco away. They've had to lean on Alexis Lafreniere.
This was a good team last year.
Yeah, won the President's Trophy.
Yeah,
this was the best regular season.
2020 now dead dog average now. 500 team, good team. Dead dog average.
They had a couple of injuries that they had to deal with. Chris Kreider is not playing, although he's aging this year. Philip Hedl has been in and out of the lineup. The issue has been that they haven't gotten as good of goaltending from Shesterkin as they've needed to. But it's still a playoff team in my eyes, man.
Still a 91% save percentage guy.
They're going to be fine.
Yeah.
They're going to be just fine. Coming up on the other side, let's run through the wild card weekend with our NFL Notes NFL Recap edition. That's just a couple minutes away.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here in hour number 2, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL. And on Tuesdays, we recap the NFL week that was. First round of the playoffs. Wild card weekend is in the books. Broncos fall 31-7 to the Bills. Their season is over. And last night in Phoenix, relocated from LA due to the Palisades fires out there in California, the Rams, they're the team that nobody in the NFC wants to see. Jared Verse returns a fumble for 57 yards.
Darnold balls out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown.
Sam Darnold, 1 interception, 1 strip sack fumble to go alongside 8 additional sacks for 82 yards. The Rams hammer the Vikings, despite Minnesota having 14 regular season wins. 27-9 is the score, and our dream of J.J. McCarthy being a trade chip at the NFL draft seems like it is now dead.
It is over. It is officially over. And another thing that also is dead is this whole concept of wide receiver 1. You know, the alpha wideout. Think Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Jerry Jeudy this year, Malik Neighbors, CeeDee Lamb. Of the 23 top pass catchers after last night's elimination of the Vikings, there are only 5 of the top 23 pass catchers that are still alive in the postseason. And that includes 1 in the top 10, and that's Amon-Ra St. Brown at number 5. Number 15 is the next guy in terms of pass catchers, and that's Scary Terry McLaurin. A.J. Brown at 17, Zay Flowers at 19.
Puka Nakua's not in there?
Well, he was hurt majority of the year.
Oh, in terms of this year. I thought we were talking about like last season.
No, this season's pass
catchers. Got it.
Yeah.
Understood. I was like, Puka had a hell of a year.
Awesome.
I was like, what is happening?
He is awesome. I love watching him play. He does so many things so strangely. He almost, at times, looks unathletic. And then he's just like gliding off of human beings for first downs, and he's physical and run after catch, and he makes at least 1 asinine catch a game that you're like, that doesn't make sense.
If Minnesota decides to move on from not only Sam Darnold and then elevate J.J. McCarthy, but not re-sign Aaron Jones, would you like to see Sean Payton look at soon-to-be 31-year-old Aaron Jones?
I love Aaron Jones. Love every part of who he is as a person. Love the energy he brings. I actually think that there has been a void felt with Jordan Love because of the person of Aaron Jones. He's unbelievable. Like he's a leader of all leaders. He's 31 years old. He's pretty small when you see him in person.
I mean, Josh Jacobs did well for him.
As a player, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm talking like Aaron Jones is almost like this. He's incredible. I got to meet him and spend some time around. He spent some time around my kids. I love this dude. His fit as a back is similar to a Kamara. So you could see Sean Payton using kind of that Kamara back out of the backfield, use a lot of, potential downfield throwing to a guy like Aaron Jones. But he's 31 years old, man. And there's just not you never know how much tread is left on those tires.
There's a couple of quarterbacks in this league that Coach Sanford obviously loves. One of them, Jordan Love. We'll get to him in a second. The other one, and this is a love story that it's been blooming all season long. The Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels walk off on a doink.
Gonzalez looking to send Washington into the divisional round. Snap good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the clutch Commanders! They do it again! We'll see you in Detroit!
Yet again, another walk-off victory for Washington. 12-5 in the regular season. They go to Tampa Bay. They duel with Baker Mayfield. Makes a mistake late in that game, but Jaden Daniels, 24 of 35, 268 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air. He would add 36 yards with his legs on the ground.
The undisputed offensive rookie of the year in the National Football League. And I think he is not going to stop at just collecting that hardware. Because this dude right here did something this season. Craziest stat that I've seen is this. Rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels has more games in his NFL career where his team has 0 punts and his team had 0 turnovers. He's done that more than the combined careers of Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes.
It's an amazing
Did not
stat.
punt, did not turn the ball over.
An amazing stat, but he has all of those games in this rookie year. Do you know how many games they won on walk-off fashion this year? 6.
And you know what that tells you?
6
is
walk-off
they needed
wins.
him to play that good of football to even have a chance.
So are they
and what
Cinderella
did he
right
do?
now? Are they
Yes.
are they turning into a pumpkin a little bit? Eventually this
Who do they have next?
Washington goes to Detroit.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, it
Not
might
not
end
good.
there. Might be midnight in Detroit
it's not
coming up
great.
on Saturday.
I love you, Jaden. You're awesome, man, but yeah, not good.
It feels like a team, and don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. Jaden Daniels is a special talent. They, without a doubt, deserve to be there. Feels like they outkicked their coverage a little bit, and this extra win maybe sets them up for a little bit of failure next year.
No.
No?
No.
All right.
Because Jaden Daniels, because he is an immense ceiling player, he's going to continue to...
Does he have an immense ceiling and also a high floor?
He does. Which is why
That's enviable.
Without question, and this was my take at the draft last year, he should have been QB1. There was no risk in him being QB1. The only one that people were pointing to is that he's built slender. Like, okay. Been a lot of quarterbacks that were slender. Tom Brady was slender. Did you watch his combine video?
Did you look at his combine video? I would not call that a slender man. I wouldn't call him stacked. But Tom Brady was a little...
He was
had a
scubby.
little,
My favorite term, scubby, which is skinny chubby.
Skinny chubby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not slender. It's skinny chubby.
Well, you can be skinny, but what?
Scubby.
You're made out of goo instead of bones.
Just talking about the greatest quarterback ever to play the game. Like a bag of milk. Oh, moving on. This is what I wanted to see out of Pat Surtain. Darius Slay Jr. What a pick.
Love going to take a shot going deep down the far side. And intercepted. Darius Slay, stride for stride, picks it off.
Eagles 22-10 over the Packers. 3 interceptions from Jordan Love.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It was not a good year. Jordan Love, just like CJ Stroud did during the regular season, both of them had a good, solid sophomore starting slump in the National Football League.
He also threw a pick with under 2 minutes to go. This was kind of desperation time. You're down 12.
Yeah, that pick to Slay, he threw that up, I believe it was to Romeo Dobbs. You gave a guy a 50-50 chance to make a play on a football, and the guy just keeps running. It was bad. Like
he didn't contest
Jordan Love's receiving play. They were bad this year, and a lot of injuries. Bad receiving core. Bad.
That play from Slay, though, that's what I was waiting to see from Pat Surtain or Riley Moss at one point, and we never got it. Like
you're talking about in the Bills game or in the whole season?
No, in the Bills game.
Yeah, I agree.
When Pat Surtain goes into that game with all the talk about Defensive Player of the Year, I'm not saying he's not worthy of that conversation. He is, but you also need to show up on the biggest stages. Like Slay had a pick there. Like Stingley had a big pick as well in the Texans game. I was waiting for a game-defining moment in the biggest game of his career, and I didn't see it, and that was disappointing. Wasn't the reason why they lost.
You want to know why they didn't give those chances? Buffalo Bills, Joe Brady, offensive coordinator,
just kept the football on the ground.
Ran the football 44 times, threw it 26.
Quinyon Mitchell also had an interception.
Quinyon, good player.
Good player. First interception.
One of my favorites from the Senior Bowl last year in Mobile.
Toledo.
Correct. He was a, what are they, the Rockets.
Toledo Rockets.
Not a blue hen.
Moving on to
Delaware.
Yes, those.
But they also have a Toledo minor league baseball team that's got some type of
I think they're the Mud Hens.
Mud Hen.
The Toledo Mud Hens. If I'm correct. Yep. I'm shocked that you don't have that hat.
I'll get it. Yeah, I'll have it by.
It'll be on next week.
Yeah, don't worry. Like my Fanatics account and New Era account, they you can ship They'll be here tomorrow morning.
Speaking of pumpkins, Ravens 28-14 over the Steelers. Russell Wilson 20 of 29. So like the counting stats looked good for Russ. 20 of 29, 270, 2 touchdowns, no picks. The way that they got there, they were never in the game. Not once. And Baltimore, while I think that the Rams are the scariest team right now in the NFC, I don't think anyone wants to see the Ravens, Coach.
Well, I guess we learned something about the Russ trade, that nobody really won the Russ trade. Seattle, still mediocre. Geno Smith, I don't know if he's your quarterback going forward. Denver, still suffering the effects financially for at least one more year and the effects of a lack of picks until probably 2027. Pittsburgh, above 500, went nowhere in the playoffs, still have no QB. But Denver does have the brightest future of those three franchises.
They do have the brightest future, without a doubt.
And that was courtesy of Stephen Dwyer on Twitter. I thought that was a good tweet.
Moving on to the final game, we're at the first game of Wild Card Weekend. 4 interceptions for Justin Herbert.
Herbert, pump, throw, intercepted! Eric Murray, pick 6, touchdown, Texans!
Derek Stingley had 2 interceptions in that game. Eric Murray, you just heard, 38-yard pick 6. 32-12 is the final as the Chargers, despite having a new head coach, find a way to charger.
Yes, and once again, paying a quarterback at a premium does not always equate to postseason success. And of the 7 quarterbacks that are currently the highest annual earners in the National Football League, only one quarterback is still in the postseason, and that is number 6 highest paid NFL quarterback, Jared Goff. Justin Herbert, who was a top 7 guy, obviously threw 4 picks and an early exit. Jordan Love, my guy, 3 interceptions, and he's on his way out. Joe Burrow didn't even make it. Trevor Lawrence didn't make it. Tua Tagovailoa didn't make it. And that is to show you that paying big money for a quarterback doesn't always bring you championships.
This one from the 9173 coach, Russ won the Russ trade.
You're exactly right.
You're damn right he did.
Mr. Unlimited.
Mr. Unlimited Funds.
Spicy.
That's NFL Notes, brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store.
We got to talk Broncos there?
With locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado
Were
Springs.
you scared to you didn't want to go back to the Broncos there?
I'm so committed to not talking about Broncos that I'm just going to continue the read. And in Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand at mountainhighappliance.com. I don't want to talk about the loss to the Bills anymore. It's all about the offseason and moving forward. KJ, give it to me, baby. 2K Tuesday? Gonna hit me with some Goofy movie? This thing is unreal.
What is this?
This is from a Goofy movie. And it is from, it's either from a Goofy movie or a Goofy movie 2.
What Goofy?
Song is called Eye to Eye. And it's a banger.
Who's it by?
Eye to Eye is by a guy named Tevin Campbell.
What do you mean a guy?
What?
Hey, dude, he made one of the most popular R&B songs
really?
in the history of R&B called "Can We Talk." This guy's amazing.
So hold on, what's the other song that I need to know?
It's a song called "Can We Talk."
Can we talk,
dude? It's like
Is it the kind of music that you play when you might be looking for kid number one there, KJ?
Well, it's the type of music you play to segue towards that. It's
okay.
It's like it sets the mood. Like it gets you. Like imagine you are looking for a song that gets you right for going into a bar picking up your lady. Like,
okay, so it's like a pregame.
Yeah, it's a pregame song. It puts you in the mood.
It's not straight Boys to Men, Candlelight.
No.
See, I learned things now. I learned things now. But Tevin Campbell he wrote this thing for the Goofy movie. It's called Eye to Eye. And it was performed by the group Powerline in the movie.
Is this embarrassing?
Yeah,
that was actually pretty
banger.
good. That was a pretty nice falsetto.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Is it embarrassing that A, I've never heard that song. B, I've never heard of Tevin Campbell. And C, I didn't even know there was a Goofy movie.
There's
one
two
or
of them.
two.
And they're both fantastic.
When was this?
Probably 20 years ago, is my guess. When did Goofy movie come out?
Is this Tevin Campbell?
Yeah, this that one right
Let that breathe, baby. Come on, KJ. Hey, why don't you go straight video or just disc jockey style and introduce this song, artist?
Coming up right here is Tevin Campbell, the best of the one, the only, one of the greatest R&B songs you'll ever hear in the history of R&B right now.
I gotta be honest. Powerline gets me more in the mood.
For what?
Anything.
I can't with you, Raj. I can't.
You heard it here first, honey. Eye to Eye by Powerline. Get it going when I get home.
So what is Powerline? Is that a fictitious band?
It's a fictitious band in a Goofy movie.
Oh my gosh.
You have 3 kids. How have they not seen a Goofy movie?
I think it's because I haven't been home, Raj. I've been a deadbeat father coaching college football during that era.
I feel like they're too old now to this point, though. You might have to. You can do it.
No.
It's probably on Disney Plus.
I'll tell you, there's nothing that fires up a 15-year-old and a 10 and an 8-year-old like movie night down in the basement with the fam.
Really?
Oh yeah, just fire up the popcorn. Especially if you go and
That's a hit.
If you go to the dollar store and buy the cardboard boxes of candy that makes you feel like you're at the theater, but you get them for 39 cents instead of $15.
Unpopular opinion. I know movie popcorn is very good. I think pop it at home yourself, like Orville, Redenbacher's extra butter popcorn in the microwave, is a better eat than movie theater popcorn.
I think both are absolutely elite.
They're both good.
I like both. I like a lot. I do.
Porque no los dos. We learned that yesterday. Why not both?
Porque no los dos.
The guy who could catch Pacifico on the Pacific side of Mexico.
Yeah, apparently the natives of Mexico don't drink Pacifico. So I learned that today from the beautiful, friendly Shop Mazda text line here.
Coach,
all I know of, I have consumed a Pacifico in the Pacific coast of Mexico.
I'm going to listen to that song 17 times today. Coach, we have breaking news.
I have breaking news.
Breaking news on the Deion Sanders Dallas Cowboys.
I don't want anybody to get into an accident while I break this news. So get into a safe place. Make sure you put your phones away. Make sure your seatbelt is buckled if you're driving. Major news from Jordan Schultz, Fox NFL. He just tweeted out that Cowboys star wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, quote, liked our Instagram post about Jerry Jones speaking with Deion Sanders regarding the team's head coaching vacancy. He liked it on IG. It must be true. CeeDee Lamb liked it. It's huge.
In all honesty, what are the percentages he actually leaves and goes? What are the percentages that Jerry is that crazy? Because he's already thrown out the idea as we bop to Coach Prime's music. He's already thrown out the idea that like Jason Witten is also a possible head coaching candidate there. Is he just losing his mind?
Are you saying that Jerry Jones would be crazy for hiring Coach Deion Sanders, Coach Prime?
Get your damn act together.
That's what I say to you, Raj.
It is certainly.
That's Jera.
It's certainly
Jera
more
can do
of
what
a gamble.
Jera wants.
It is certainly more of a gamble than trying to go after another one of these head coach candidates that have been there, done that.
Why be different?
It's more of a gamble than Pete Carroll. It's more of a gamble than Ben Johnson. It's more of a gamble than Aaron Glenn or Mike Kafka.
Is it?
Of Joe Brady.
Is it?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's never coached in the league before. It is a vastly different landscape than what he has done at Jackson and CU.
One of my least favorite takes on the airwaves, and every time I'm driving in, I hear people talk about Coach Prime in the NFL, and they say he's much more suited for the college game because he gives speeches to college athletes, and he is more about developing young people. Where did Deion Sanders spend the majority of his professional working life? As a employee and superstar in the National Football League. You don't think that he understands what it takes to lead NFL players just because he also understood what it takes to motivate and inspire 18 to 20-year-old collegiate athletes doesn't mean he can't do that in the NFL. Jim Harbaugh, a guy I worked for at Stanford, majored in corny locker room speeches. How's that been working in the National Football League? We all laughed at him when he went over to the San Francisco 49ers, and we're sitting there at Stanford, and we're like, oh, that's going to be a disaster over there. Cornball Harbaugh over there. Really? NFC Championship? Really? Super Bowl? First several years of being a head coach in that organization? Did it with Colin Kaepernick? So why are people saying this about Coach Prime? He doesn't understand the NFL? Really? He is the NFL. Deion Sanders is the NFL.
I mean, there is a history of former players not doing well. In all sports.
Antonio
like
Pierce.
Wayne Gretzky's the greatest hockey player ever. He was an
Antonio
horrendous
Pierce,
head coach.
Like, people use the Antonio Pierce example. Dude, Antonio Pierce ruined Arizona State football. Like, there's no success to point to. He was there as an interim head coach, and he galvanized the team for 2 games. That's not what Deion Sanders has done. At Jackson State, preceded by Prime Prep, Jackson State won. Colorado came in and won. Antonio Pierce didn't do that, so stop comparing Coach Prime to Antonio Pierce. It's not the same. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm yelling at just the world. And I'm also yelling at Powerline, the band that's fictitious that I had to learn.
You have to go watch the movie. You absolutely have to watch this movie, if only for the song Eye to Eye. I think they also have a couple other ones, but that's the banger. There's like Cheese Whiz in it.
I just got
a
text. Sanford, definitely one of your worst takes. What, that I think Deion Sanders can understand an NFL locker room because he actually is that and was that and is the ultimate superstar from the National Football League. You don't think that Deion Sanders could relate to CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons? Really? The frick out of here.
Does the biggest asset, there's a good text here from the 201 as we get out of here. Prime's biggest asset, attention, recruiting. It works in college. Can you find a way to do that in the NFL? Can you recruit players? Will that star mean more free agents want to come to Dallas?
What did KJ say on the break about the Denver Broncos? He said, can the Denver Broncos become the most attractive destination for free agent players? There is an element of recruiting in the National Football League. And yes, Coach Prime would be chef's kiss fantastic at it.
For Coach Sanford, I'm Raj. KJ is well behind the glass doing the Lord's work on the ones and twos. Double dip on Altitude Sports Radio this evening on 92.5. You can find the Nuggets visiting the Dallas Mavericks starting at 7 p.m. with their pregame show on AM 950 live at Ball Arena. The Avs host the New York Rangers, 6:30 p.m. pregame show with yours truly, followed up by 7 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahey. I'm out of here. I'm going to go watch a Goofy movie.
Welcome to the show here in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements as we get rolling today with as the morning show says, a double dipperoo with the Avs and Nuggets both going down. We'll have Scott from Dallas here in a second, but Tyler, let's hear from our guy Adam Schefter, who we'll hear from on Thursday, as this Prime stuff is getting interesting. It's a little bit long, but listen to it because it has some details about his conversation with Prime when it comes to the Cowboys job.
Well, a few things here. First of all, last night I spoke to Prime in the second half of the game. He called me after his dinner, and I put out basically one of the things they said. And you texted me like, what does this mean? There's the statement, right? To hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful, and it's intriguing. I love Jerry and believe in Jerry. After you hang up and process it and think about it, it's intriguing. But I love Boulder, and everything there is about our team, the coaches, our student body, and the community. And you texted me and said, what does that mean? Exactly. I can tell you this. Having spoken to him, the way that I took it was he was not interested in going to the NFL. He was not thinking or planning to go to the NFL. It may not even happen that he goes to the NFL. But because he loves and respects Jerry Jones so much, when Jerry calls, of course, he's going to talk to him. And he was intrigued, to use his word, intrigued to speak to Jerry Jones. He heaped all kinds of praise on Colorado. He's been talking to the athletic director there. I'm sure I could say this in the back of my mind. Probably there's money involved. I don't think that's a ridiculous notion when it comes to Prime, who's been an incredible businessman throughout his entire career. But I said to him at the end of the conversation, Pat, I said, so what's next? What happens now? And he said to me, I don't know. I said, you don't know what happens next? Are you going to? I don't know. So I think right now, everything is in the beginning stages. There's no meeting plan with Jerry right now, but clearly the lines of communication are open. They're going to be in touch. And I think it goes for both sides. Deion Sanders is figuring out what's best for him. Is it best to stay in school? His sons are leaving. He's got recruits coming in. Does he want to be there? Does the school look out for him? Does he want to go to Dallas? Does Jerry want to go move in that direction to hire him?
Okay. I got a deal that might make sense, but first, your reaction to a couple of things. He called Adam back, so he was willing to talk about it, clearly. So he's got no problem putting it out there. Him and Jerry Jones did talk. Okay, all right, that's not suspicion. Joel Klatt and others reported that CU has put a new contract on his desk that he hasn't signed. And then you get into some sticky stuff about, like, drafting Shadur and Shiloh. Shiloh should be no problem. I looked it up. Dallas has 4 fifth-round picks and 2 sixth-round picks, 10 overall picks. So Dallas has a lot of draft picks. What Dallas doesn't have is any cap space. In fact, they're in the red on that one. But the Titans do. We'll get into all that. What's your initial thoughts here and all that?
Well, I don't think there's any surprise on any angle of the information that's come out here over the last 24 hours. We have always connected Deion Sanders to the Dallas Cowboys. I think any coach that has got an opportunity to take calls is a fool to not take calls. Whether your goal is to leverage that into a better deal where you currently sit, or whether your goal is to leverage that into a future in the NFL. And I'm not so sure that he even knows which one he's trying to do right now. But you take calls when they come up. That's just as simple as that. Are there ways that he could go to Dallas? Because he's said very many times that he's only interested in going to the NFL if he can coach his sons. And yeah, okay, so we could come up with a package, ship off Dak Prescott to Tennessee, try to get number 2 pick from Tennessee Titans. Yeah, there's things that you can do, sure. But I do think that Deion is going to take every opportunity he can to leverage any situation into more money, as most human beings would.
You think this is a leverage situation to get more money out of CU?
I think he doesn't know yet. But you're a fool to not take a call when you've got an opportunity.
Okay. We go with Scott, or Scott's still kind of working on it. We're trying to get Scott up here in a second.
Yeah, I mean, could it be?
Hey,
there he is. Go ahead, Scott.
Scott, What do you think?
Well, I would say this. If Deion Sanders needs to leave CU for his reputation's sake. He's done everything he can, and now he's going to have to. And we saw his speech. This is the first time I get to coach and just coach and not be a dad, and I'm excited about it. Are you?
No.
Because you're telling everybody else, I want to go to the pros and coach my sons.
That is true.
So,
yes.
I think he's in a crisis right now and probably is not 100% sure of his ability without listen, he had the Heisman Trophy winner and another guy that probably is the first or second best quarterback in the draft this year. And now you're going to who? A questionable high rated quarterback coming in. Where's your receivers? Where's your cornerback? Your defense struggled last year, and you had a Heisman Trophy winner. So where does that go?
Right.
You got a guy from Mississippi State, I guess, who just transferred in, who's a D lineman but never played in Mississippi State, and is in his 6th year. Is that going to solidify the defense?
Right.
I think the cabinets may be bare again. Now we don't know what the transfer portal will bear out, but I think if he's ever going to leave CU, it's this year. If he stays here this year, I think he'll be here for a while or until he gets fired.
I think that's a pretty good observation right there. And let's face it, the opportunity is unique. Listen, it's a little bit of a, hey, how you doing moment for all the CU faithful out there to really find out it's Prime and his people that are pushing this forward too. Like, it's not like NFL teams are banging down the door just bugging him. He called Adam back. We heard reports that him and his team were moving things forward. He's trying to get it out there. If he didn't want this out there, he wouldn't have called Adam back.
Right.
That's a simple thing to diffuse. And he certainly wouldn't have said what he said to Adam if he would simply say, I'm not going, if he were to call him back at all. That's it. He didn't say that.
Well, he hasn't signed an offer that's been in front of him for about 2 weeks
and
now.
And he hasn't
right?
done that either, yes.
And that's why I say I'm not sure he knows, but I know this. Any opportunity you have to create more value for yourself, you should do that in life. And if you've got an opportunity to take phone calls or I guess push the phone calls yourself, whatever, with NFL teams, you're a fool to not do that.
I think, Scott, you're hitting on something, too. He's standing up in that team meeting, and Travis ain't there. Shedeur ain't there. Hell, Shiloh ain't there. Even Bucky, his other son, has said that he's going to go back and forth between CU and wherever Shedeur goes. Like, he's not even going to be there full time. His daughter's already gone. She left, a couple years ago, whatever. Like, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Or keep going. I mean, it's the NFL, man. It's like a 3-year cycle. You give it another 3 years and see how it goes. Where do you want to spend your next 3 years?
If he believes in himself and he believes in the coach he has and the people he's bringing in, and he bounces back after losing a Heisman Trophy winner and a top draft pick quarterback, and you have success again next year, them doors are going to be just as hot next year as they were this year, if
That's
not
true.
hotter.
Yeah. Maybe.
If not hotter.
Yeah.
I think one thing you got to ask yourself, he's made it very clear, and I think we're all in agreement, Deion would not go to the NFL to coach against Shedeur. He would not do that. Maybe I don't see it. So then you go to, all right, can the Cowboys get Shedeur Sanders? And you start coming up with packages, and you say, okay, Dak Prescott to Tennessee, would they be interested in that? I'd be surprised by it, but I guess that's a conversation you could have. And then you got to realize, man, when he signs this deal, he's going to have to go months with uncertainty of whether he's going to actually get that from get Shedeur on his team down there in Dallas if you were to sign the deal. What I really think is going on right now more than anything else, I do think Deion's interested in the NFL. I'm not denying that. But I think more than anything else, you've got two buddies, Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders, that are both helping each other out right now. They're both helping each other out.
All right, that's a nice little theory. We'll see how that goes. I think the Titans, who have the first overall draft pick, listen, man, it's a question they just have to ask themselves. Don't forget, Dallas has the number 12 pick, and in most mocks there, Scott.
Oh, gee.
The number 12 pick of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, when is the draft? Hold on, when's the draft?
April, buddy.
What's
April.
today?
January 14th.
Oh, my.
Got 4 fun months of this. The pick most commonly associated with the Dallas Cowboys at 12 is Ashton Genty. So if you're the Titans, the question you have to ask yourself is, would you rather roll the dice with Shadur Sanders and some available cap space, kind of some nice elements there, new stadium, or would you rather roll the dice for the next 3 years with Dak Prescott and Ashton Genty? What would you rather do, Tennessee?
I think Dallas is by coaches who are really looking at it, and I know there's the Jerry Jones equation in there, and he can be a little heavy-handed, and you know, I don't know of another owner that has his own show on radio, but dude, that team's ready to make a giant leap next year, and that's if they don't even get Shadur Sanders. Because listen, Dak Prescott until last year he was hurt almost all the year. Go look at Dak Prescott's number. He's won a lot of games and thrown for a lot of yards. That's a high quality quarterback.
Hey, okay.
And now you add a dude that rushed for over 2,000 years in college at a small college, albeit. Man, and I think that, I don't know what you think, Tyler, that defense should be better than it kind of played last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the offense kind of put them kind of like the second half of the Buffalo game. It always seemed like the defense of Dallas was always on the field after the quarterback got hurt. And then all of a sudden, I just felt like they wore out a little. But that defense is ready to get good. I think their offense is, if Dak gets back and you get a high-quality running back like that, dude, I'd be surprised if Dallas isn't in the playoffs next year. That's somebody who wants to coach. Most coaches, first-time coaches, get sucked jobs and they're fired in 3 years anyway. This is an opportunity in Dallas.
I agree. If you like Dak, it's a hell of an opportunity. If you don't like Dak, keep in mind if you're going to trade Dak Prescott to Tennessee, for example, and somebody on the text line brought this up. It's a very good point. Dak Prescott's currently making $60 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
A year.
Yep.
$60 million a year.
Yep.
Okay? Ain't nobody taking on Dak Prescott at $60 million. So you're gonna have to pay to get rid of Dak Prescott. You're gonna have to take on a huge portion of that salary for the next team, right? So you're gonna have to take all those things on. I did find it interesting. Troy Aikman, man, he did not mince words talking about Jerry Jones and that Cowboys job. Troy Aikman just flat out crushed him. He said, yeah, I don't think this is a coveted job anymore. I don't think there's very many coaches out there that want to go coach in a situation where they don't have control, which for Troy Aikman to say that was wild to me. But I agree with everything Scott said.
There's a little slippage in the family right there.
I agree with everything Scott said with the caveat that you damn sure better like Dak Prescott.
The Cowboys.
Well, listen, he's thrown for, in his career now, he's 31. 67%, 31,000 yards, 213 touchdowns, 82 interceptions. He's been a good quarterback. He has been a good quarterback. So, listen, unless you just think he stinks and ain't worth the 60, and he's one of those guys that got the big – I mean, I'll ask you two guys no dumb question. Have you ever seen an athlete get a big contract and they were never the same?
Happens. And these are the complicated questions they have to ask. Quick note, the Cowboys, like I said, they're $285,000 over the cap, so they're going to have to do some trimming. The Titans have $44 million of cap space available to them, and they can even add more if they want to get rid of a few guys. There's other ways they can handle it.
So you add Dak Prescott, in theory, on the current contract, and you're already over.
Yeah, you got to do some trimming. You got to do some other work and a contract restructure as well.
Right.
And the Cowboys probably would have to take on some of the money as well. They'd probably have to share the burden a little bit.
Now,
if you're Tennessee, think out of the box and go see if Peyton Manning ever wants to coach.
Well, okay, they got their coach. They don't have a GM. They actually kept their coach Callahan. They fired the GM.
See if Peyton Manning wants to be a general manager.
Yeah, that would be a more of the move, I suppose. But hey, listen,
I mean, he'll cut his budget. I mean, he's going to lose a lot of income. But
well, let's think.
You imagine if Tennessee hired Peyton Manning, what that state would do to rally behind the Titans?
I'm sure they'd be excited about it. They're going to be excited about whatever happens. They're either going to have the number one quarterback taken, or they're going to have, a Dak Prescott, Ashton Genty sort of combo. One way or the other, the Titans are a little bit in the driver's seat here. They can kind of control what goes on. And I wonder if there's whispers behind the scenes with Jerry Jones. And who is it, Bud Adams that still owns the Titans? I don't even, is he live?
No, it's his daughter.
His daughter, sorry. I think he's dead, right? Sorry.
Amy.
Yeah. So who knows what conversations these owners have behind the scenes with anything. But hey, here's what's clear. Deion wants to go.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's clear. I don't think that's clear at all.
We can get into that. And what if Deion were to leave? That's next.
Look, there's the business and then there's the profession. Look, from a business standpoint, this has a lot of people excited, including you, Greeny, and I get it, and I understand why. These are two of the biggest personalities in American sports, in the history of American sports, for obviously different reasons. But then there's the profession. And see, I know Deion the professional as well as the businessman, but I know him even more so as the professional. And this is just not a match to me that seems like it makes a whole lot of sense from a professional standpoint. Deion is the ultimate alpha. The ultimate alpha. He has his hands on every single part of the Colorado football team and of the Colorado football organization. He won't have the same kind of influence in Dallas.
Okay. That's an argument against it, I suppose.
Who was that?
That was Louis Riddick about the situation on the Shot Mazda text line. Deion wants to go because he took a call from a good friend who happens to own the Dallas Cowboys. Good take, D-Mac. No, my man. Well, that's one thing. Also, he called back Adam Schefter to confirm the story. He also, if you believe other reports, have had his people reach out not only about the interest with the Cowboys, but the Raiders. And he's had a contract sit on his desk for a couple of weeks now that's also being reported. Those are the other reasons. Plus, he has the unique, bizarrely unique opportunity to coach Shedeur. Take probably his whole staff with him, Robert Livingston, Pat Shurmur, Warren Sapp, everybody to go with him to wherever he's going to go. And he guarantees that his son Shiloh would be drafted. In the Cowboys' case, they have 10 draft picks. So it's not just that he took a call from Jerry Jones, my fine feathered friend. It's because of all these things that I say he may want to go to the NFL. That's what I put together.
Mm-hmm. I think that if you were to ask me what's really going on here, I think Deion Sanders would really love that Raiders job. Really love that Raiders job. I still don't think Dallas makes sense for a lot of reasons that I just can't get over. The main deal is Shedeur Sanders, and there are a lot of layers. And there's some layers there with the Raiders as well, but far less layers for the Raiders than there are with the Cowboys.
It's complicated with the Cowboys. I mean, there's a massive cap hit, obviously. Dak has a no-trade clause in his deal. You're going from 12 to 1. I mean, it's complicated. And you'd have to know that Tennessee wants this deal. You would have to know that Tennessee wants Dak Prescott.
Which all those reasons alone is like enough for me to be like, nah, this doesn't make sense. I genuinely think these are two buddies helping each other out right now. I think this is Jerry Jones helping out Deion Sanders and Deion Sanders helping out Jerry Jones to whatever degree that's helping him out.
How does it help out Jerry Jones?
I'm not sure on that angle, but I know from the other angle, Jerry Jones is helping his buddy create some interest for himself, right? And whether
I don't think it necessarily helps Jerry Jones, but it's still Jerry Jones loves the limelight.
Yes.
And like Riddick just said in that clip we played, there's no bigger coach out there in college that will shine a limelight than Deion Sanders.
Yes. I totally agree with that.
The question, though, does Deion want to go? Yeah. Why do you say that he doesn't want to go?
I'm not saying he doesn't, nor am I saying he does. I think Deion Sanders is trying to figure out. I will say this. He wants to go if he could find a guaranteed path to get his son. I would say that. Yes.
Sons?
No, I don't, and I really don't buy that part of it because it's a piece of cake to get Shiloh.
Shiloh's the easiest piece of the puzzle.
You can get him as an undrafted free agent. That's not a big deal.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you can get him anywhere you go. So it's getting Shedeur Sanders. That's the key part to it. So I don't buy that he just wants to go to the NFL to go to the NFL. And that's why you're going to have to find me a situation that makes sense of actually getting Shedeur Sanders before I'm buying too much of this.
Is there a possibility that in general he wouldn't want to go? In general.
Yeah.
But every now and then things pop up in life that are just like, wow, this is just, I never really wanted it, but this opportunity is just too unique. He lives in Texas. He's a former Cowboy. I get it with the alpha stuff with Jerry Jones, but you think Jerry's going to stand in his way to do whatever he wants to do?
I do. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think Jerry Jones would not let him hire?
I don't think Jerry Jones has the capability of backing off.
Okay, but would Jerry Jones stop him from hiring Rob Livingston and Pat Shurmur as his coordinators?
No, but that's not really what we're talking about here.
What would Jerry Jones stop him from doing?
Personnel decisions.
Okay. All right. Well, he is the GM too. I mean, that is true. But do you think Deion would really be pounding the table for certain personnel decisions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if it has to do with his son.
Yeah, like big time.
I think, of course, he's going to have say with his sons. But Dion strikes me like a Sean Payton sort of guy. Like, big picture, cool. But I don't need to be involved with the nitty-gritty. I just want to know we got good guys.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs to be involved in the nitty-gritty. I think he needs to be involved when it comes to maybe his son coming.
Of course. And I don't think this deal would happen unless they thought there was a path to that. The concept of him just coaching the team flat out and there's no Shedeur, and initially that's why I dismissed it too, until I looked at Tennessee's situation and thought, well, what do they want? What do they need?
Why
and then
would they want Dak?
Because it's a quicker path back to the Super Bowl. Because they've got $44 million of cap space. They can do other things to it.
See, I think I think the cap space, young coach, all those things, to me, that screams long-term rebuild, not temporary fix.
What is a long-term rebuild in the NFL? You just saw Denver
drafting a young quarterback.
Well, you just saw a Denver Broncos team, which was supposed to win 5 games, go to the playoffs. Is a long-term rebuild in the NFL longer than 3 years these days?
Nope.
I don't think so either.
Which is why I don't think you need the necessity for a Band-Aid fix like Dak Prescott.
He's a Band-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
How many years has he got left?
Maybe 3.
He's 31. That's it? We're done
in his prime? Yeah.
We're done with that. Well, if you believe that, you wouldn't do the deal. For sure.
There aren't a whole lot of folks super high on Dak Prescott these days.
Hey, then why would the Cowboys want him either?
Yeah, they would love to get rid of him.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, it's a done deal. It's a dead dog for sure. The concept would be you would have Dak Prescott for, at least 3, if not 6 more years. So if you don't believe in Dak Prescott, forget it. The thing's done. Yeah, Scott.
If you were to get a Dak Prescott, say he got traded from Dallas, you're going to get a motivated guy unless, as he said, like we said earlier, he got his money and he's now, fat and happy. And listen, Tennessee already had a running back they gave a whole lot of money to, and he became fat and happy, right?
Yeah.
So they may feel a little bit leery of doing that. I think Dak can play, and I'm not sure Dak wouldn't be better if he wasn't in a different situation.
He might be. Yeah, he very well might be. And if Tennessee could get Dallas to pay $40 million of the $60 million per year, but that also goes on for the next 4 years? 4 years. So he signed a 4-year deal, so it'd be 3 more years of it. They would have to get Dallas to absorb like $30 or $40 million of that for the next 3 to 4 years.
It's tricky, no doubt about it. It's a complicated situation. It's not easy. It's not an easy path, but it's not impossible either. We learned that with the Russell Wilson deal. Nothing's impossible.
That's why what I personally feel, I feel like this is Jerry Jones doing his buddy a solid, trying to create some interest, maybe even trying to still work on the Raiders deal. Maybe they're not giving up hope on that, but just trying to create buzz for Dion in the NFL.
All right, so logic would state if he's trying to do Dion a favor, and the favor would be upping his stock in the NFL, is that another indicator that Dion really just wants to leave CU and be in the NFL?
If he can get his son, yes.
Okay, well, all right.
But there's so many layers to it.
I'm not sure he don't want to just get his son. I really do, man. I think he looked at that when he went in that team meeting and went, "Oh man."
Exactly.
I don't know. Are we ready to now teach? I mean, is that where we are?
Right.
I mean, you had Shedeur a year in Jackson State, right? So you I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of teaching that you need to do with him. Just let him be his guy. I think he wants out.
I think he wants out too. I agree. I think there's things happening behind the scenes that indicate it.
But do you guys mean that to the degree I'll get out even without coaching my son?
I didn't consider it until I thought about the Cowboys. And the Cowboys may be the one team that he's willing to roll those dice on for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's the Cowboys, which is just bizarrely unique for who he is and where he was. Also, you really wouldn't be coaching against your son. The teams that are taking quarterbacks, I mean, unless there's some wacky way Shedeur ends up with the Giants, but it's the Titans and the Browns that are 1-2 in the draft. So they'd be in the AFC. So you wouldn't even see your son unless you're talking about the Super Bowl.
You know who are not taken into consideration in all this? We think Shedeur. You think Shedeur would like to maybe see what it's like in another world also?
I actually don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think a lot of kids would be like, Dad, let me have my time. Like, let me go do my deal. I think that family's different, man.
I don't think he even thinks like that. I don't think it's really part of his brain. I think he's just used to doing something the same way. It's not a negative or a positive. It's just the way he's been his whole life. I think he's just conditioned to it. So I don't know if he has a big desire to rebel against it. I see no evidence of that, at least.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there's no evidence, but boy, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I mean,
well, that's common sense. That's common sense.
Yeah, all the kids that I've known and coached and been around, and they've had opportunities to go to school, at least that first year, goes, man, I want to get away from mom and dad. Now, a lot of times they end up coming back and they go, CU's not that bad at school. That's not too bad. Maybe we stay a little closer. Fort Collins not too bad either. Why don't we look at that a little bit?
Scott, I think a lot of 22, 23-year-olds realize, ain't so bad at home. Once, there's that moment as well. That does happen.
Well, but Shadeur's never had that.
He has never had that. And he's a wealthy man all on his own. He's a wealthy man by himself with his own money.
And listen, there's always going to be a knock on him, and he may not know this, and he may not care. But then there's always going to be a knock at him. Well, yeah, you were fine, but what'd you do without your dad?
Yeah, I really don't think he cares.
Sure
I think it's weird.
I don't think he cares. Don't forget, too, Dion
He's a different cat.
Dion with the Cowboys would be similar to CU. He'd be the figurehead sort of guy, but Sean Payton is the offensive coordinator. He's with Bo Nix all the time. Prime wouldn't be like that. He'd be hiring Pat Shurmur. I mean, he would see his dad, here and there, but it's not like Prime would be sitting in on every offensive meeting or something like that. He would hand that over, just as he handed it over at CU, to a great amount of success. It worked well that way.
Let's break this all down. Say he goes to the Raiders. Raiders, do you see Raiders doing anything that jumps him into the playoffs next year, drafting where they're drafting?
No, they're a train wreck organization.
Do you see Dallas with a healthy Dak Prescott all of a sudden fighting and having a much better season they had this year?
Not really. I see them missing the playoffs because they got to rebuild, and I think they're going to have to make all sorts of moves if they make that happen. I think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be successful. I think the most successful team in this whole thing would be the Tennessee Titans. I think the Titans would be talking about the playoffs like that with Dak Prescott and Ashton Genty.
Well, at whose expense? At Denver, at Chargers, at whose expense? All of a sudden now they're going to jump up there.
Well, there you go. I mean, you're talking about it. It ain't going to be the Bengals, the Bills, or the Ravens. Not going to be those teams. So there's three teams that ain't going to be. Is it going to be the Texans? Maybe the Texans are in the same division, right? I mean, I don't know. Is that all of a sudden a lot more interesting, more competitive?
One of the two.
But then you've got
if Ward or Shadeur is as good as everybody's saying they are.
All right, that's another question. How good do you guys think Shadeur is going to be in the NFL?
I honestly think he's going to have a rough rookie year.
I do too.
I do too. Yeah, look.
So then how are you saying Tennessee's going to be primed for the playoffs if you think he's going to have a rough rookie year?
I did not say that.
Well, I'm saying they're primed. I'm saying they're primed for the playoffs.
Reach over and slap him.
I'm saying no. I'm saying they're primed for the playoffs if they get Dak Prescott, not Shadeur Sanders. I don't.
I thought you said
no. They're talking playoffs, in my opinion, if they get Dak Prescott and draft Ashton Genty.
But how is Dallas not getting a healthy Dak Prescott, not pressing the playoffs? But Tennessee is.
They are. The Dallas would be theoretically. Dallas would be.
Thank you, Tyler.
No, why is that a contradiction?
You literally just said the opposite, but don't worry about it.
No. All right, maybe I didn't hear you right. Yeah. Dallas with Dak Prescott, Tennessee with Dak Prescott. Both of those teams have a better chance at the playoffs with Dak Prescott than Shadeur Sanders, in my opinion. But the question is, how much do you believe in Dak Prescott? And if the Titans think there's a window, maybe they'd be willing to do. Also,
I'll tell you this: the Titans are not going to believe in Dak Prescott at $60 million. So it just starts there, right? If you are going to beg us to take on Dak Prescott, you better make that damn appealing. And we ain't paying $60 million, right? So then you go just to that in its own right, and it probably leads to a very tough trade, a very, very difficult trade between those two teams. And I do think that Dallas could be back in the playoffs next year if Dak Prescott can rebound. I'm not a big Dak believer at this point in his career.
All right, here's the other one, real quick.
Well, hold on now. Now Dak's base next year is just 47.
Yeah, he's got a $104 million cap hit, unfortunately.
He's got 47 next year, 40 the year after. Now he's got that proration on the salary, on the bonus that he got initially, but doesn't that go to Dallas?
I read today it's $104 million overall, top to bottom on the cap with Dak Prescott.
So when you
3 years.
When you include the prorated signing bonus, every year comes out like next year, or no, actually this year it was like $90 million. Next year cap hit would be 67 with a. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. Year after that, it's 61.
Well, according to Sports Track, has his contract next year at $47,750 with a proration on the signing bonus of $28,800. So my question is that proration, is that from the money that he's already been paid, right? That's he got that cash up front, isn't it?
No, it's money that's guaranteed, but he's not received yet.
Can I just sum it up?
That's what proration means?
That's what I thought. Maybe I'm off of that, but that's what I thought.
It's a gargantuan, huge gob of money. It's a lot.
Either way, the cap hit is
he got a signing. It says here he got a signing bonus of $80 million.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to go all nerd here.
First of all, can we just?
It's a lot.
Can we just stop real fast and just let that sink in? Hey,
money.
Here's your new contract. We're going to pay you $60 a year, but here's $80 million.
80 up front,
just to start. Yeah, here's 80 up front for you.
Hey, can I just say this also?
$80 million.
Like, I think that takes a tremendously motivated human being to approach life the exact same way after that. I really do. And I don't even think that necessarily makes you a bad human being. I think that makes you a human for letting down your guard after taking money like that.
That's a good question. That's a good thought. So the other question is, would Prime take?
He'll be 35 at the end of this.
Yeah. Hey man, nobody said this was easy or simple. There's a lot of tricky questions here, and if it's all just for show, then fine. But here we go with the story of the day. The other weird one is, would Prime just take the job without Shedeur? Seriously, it's the Cowboys. I get to be the coach. I get to coach Dak Prescott. Good luck to my son playing for Tennessee.
I don't think so. Maybe. None of us really know what's going on inside of his head right now. So maybe. I think Dion's a relatively smart man, and he could be at the University of Colorado for the rest of his life. And even if they're not winning ball games, he could be at the University of Colorado the rest of his life. You go to the Cowboys, you got about 3 years. That's it. You got about 3 years.
Who at that age thinks much longer than 3 years anyways? How old is Prime? 58, 59, something like that? I mean, hell, man. If you can get a good 3 years in at that age, it was Fangio taking his first head coaching job at 60. Sean Payton, you don't really think beyond 3 years. Plus the money that you have after 3 years, Prime can always go back to college coaching or TV. Always. That's not an issue. How many opportunities is he going to get to coach the Dallas Cowboys?
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think people lose opportunities when they take next chances.
Maybe people do. Prime won't. He's in a class by himself. Listen, man, I hope he stays. I want him to stay. It's just been interesting to see that he wants to, I believe, go to a couple of places. But I can't blame him. I just can't blame him.
Yeah.
What would happen to CU too, man? What would happen to CU if he were to leave?
Be tough. Be real tough.
You lose all your coaches, right? They'd be gone.
You lose the team, just like every team does. Every team that loses their coach, they lose the entire team.
The team would be gone.
Yeah, it'd be brutal.
Yeah, I think they go back to watch out, oops, Daisy, and I think they're in trouble, to be honest with you.
All right, last night was an interesting night for quarterbacks, and all of this circles around quarterbacks. We'll get into that coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first time that you failed to perform in the bedroom, most likely just sort of laughed it off. Not a big deal. Happens again and again and again. And it becomes part of your life. And now it's just part of your routine. Well, that's mediocre. That's not good enough, or it shouldn't be good enough. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic knows what that's like. They've got treatments that work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they can help you out too. For $99, you get a consult, the T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. There's 5 locations. There's one near you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today and change things from mediocre to spectacular. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
a winning quarterback this year, and the consistency at the times he had it throughout the year and what that meant for our team, because I think that can stay with him moving forward as he goes back to work. Proud of him, proud of really everybody in that locker room, but Sam and the journey him and I went on this year will always be something that's a special place in my heart for sure.
Felicia.
Yeah, a little bit. Bye, Felicia.
That was a bye, Felicia. That was a bye, Felicia press conference right there, wasn't it?
The Rams 27, displaced, have to go to Arizona. Who cares? They look great. Minnesota 9 crashes down their 14-win season. Sam Darnold sacked 9 times. Oh my God. So the point total wasn't as definitive as the Broncos game by a couple, but that just felt borderline cruel what the Rams were doing to the Vikings last night. That was unbelievable.
Man, it was almost...
Give Rams credit, though. I mean, having been displaced with all the fires that they had, and they have to go to have a non-home court advantage kind of thing,
Unbelievable.
Okay, first off, Matt Stafford is just a dog. That's who that dude is. You put that dude in the month of December, you put him into playoffs. That dude is a dog, and
he wins.
And we talked about it all year long. Just watch, the Rams are going to be there when it's all said and done. And he deserves all the credit in the world. I'm not so sure Minnesota had the wisest philosophy deciding to blitz Matt Stafford every other down. That was a bold choice, Cotton. But
and he didn't even throw it that many times. Though.
I know,
he had like 216 yards.
The deal with Sam Darnold. Oh, it was like pain. It's just been a painful 2 weeks seeing $100 million just slip away from a dude.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
He's not going to be the highest valued free agent quarterback in the NFL?
Not anymore.
He's not? Who is? Who's got him beat on that one?
He very well might be in terms of free agents, but he ain't getting what he was once going to get.
Okay.
He might get lucky to get a Baker Mayfield type of deal.
Here is Dan Orlovsky now.
Which is a whole lot of money. Don't get me wrong. I'd take it.
Stephen A. Smith was killing Sam Darnold. However, Dan Orlovsky.
You think last night's about Sam Darnold?
Hell yes!
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Oh, please.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Please.
This is where we just look at football very differently. And this is where I get really frustrated with you. You're so smart and you watch so much. You got to get past the team lost, quarterback stunk. Team won, quarterback was great. Last night, Stephen A., I would put Sam Darnold at 4th or 5th when it comes to reasons.
So there you go. He's saying basically it wasn't Darnold's fault. Darnold's QBR out of 100 was 13.6. It was ugly as hell. But when you look at available free agents and quarterback needs, I think Sam Darnold's going to walk away with a huge bag.
He very well might, but
the conversation, the decision the Vikings have to do is, do they let him walk away after a 14-win season and just move on with J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah, it's crazy how much can change in 2 weeks. I thought it was impossible for the Vikings to move on from Sam Darnold 2 weeks ago. Impossible. And now I think they'd be nuts. Not because I think Sam Darnold is going to regress to be some pathetic quarterback, but because he's probably going to regress to be somewhere middle of the road. And a very serviceable guy. There's a lot of good film out there this year that some team will probably want him. But if you're the Vikings and you got J.J. McCarthy there, who you were probably thinking about trading a couple weeks ago, now, dude, the idea of giving Sam Darnold that amount of money, that's going to be terrifying for him.
Yeah, they're going to let him walk and hope that J.J.'s leg is ready. And it takes a year, for people to start feeling it. In fact, I thought that one guy, kinesiologist, said it's actually he said his number said it's 2 years. One that you can get out and play, but it's a whole nother year before everything's back to normal. So you're going to take a big gamble on a team that won, 15 games? They win 15 games this year, 14 games this year?
14 for the Vikings.
But also, if you're
Crazy.
Kevin O'Connell, man, you're feeling on top of the world. I just did it last year. I just did it this year. I am a quarterback whisperer.
Okay.
I can do this again with J.J. McCarthy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Saints don't have a quarterback. Giants don't have a quarterback. Raiders don't have a quarterback. I mean, there's team, and it's a weak quarterback class, which is good for Sam Darnold. I mean, you're only seeing a couple guys really talked about in the draft with Cam Ward and Shedeur. So it would not surprise me if he's north of 40 per when the dust settles. Who else you going to go with? NFL? Who else you going to go with?
That's a good question.
Right. If you're the Giants, how'd you like to be the Giants at number 3? Right? Like, if it just doesn't fall your way and it goes Shedeur and Cam Ward, what do you do? And you're the New York Giants. What do you do?
I don't know.
Beep. There's the Brinks truck for Sam Darnold.
You know what you might do? You might try to trade down into the later parts of the first round and try to overdraft Jalen Milroe.
All right. I mean, you can do stuff. Sure, you can do that too.
There's people out there even saying the Jackson Dart's about to sneak back into the
Is that
first
right?
round.
Okay.
And not based off of worth, not based off of evaluation, but based off of need.
It's another example of just really, all honesty, how lucky the Broncos got last year. Seriously. That was a really strong quarterback class.
Thinking back on it and how pathetic the quarterback class is, it's actually insane to me that Quinn Ewers is staying at school, that Carson Beck is transferring to Miami for $4 million, whatever it's going to be. Like, as bad as this class is, you can't get drafted in the first round.
That's how bad they're being evaluated.
I guess.
They know. They're not making that judgment based on a guess. They're getting evaluations. They're getting feedback from agents.
Yep.
They're hearing you're a 4th or 5th round guy. Who was the next quarterback taken after Bo Nix? Do you guys remember?
The guy down in New Orleans.
That's right. Spencer Rattler in like the 5th round. Like, when it falls off, it can tumble into the ocean, It's not like it's neck and neck. And the concept of taking a quarterback in the 2nd and 3rd round, guys, that is more or less gone. Either you take that dude in the 1st round or you do wait later, 5th, 6th, 7th round, and you see what you got. Nobody's really like, he's a 2nd round guy. Nah, you're either that dude or you're not.
It'll happen this year with either Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe.
Well, I wish him the best of luck. But that is not the conventional thinking of the NFL. That's for sure. But so Sam Darnold's going to I think the Vikings should go with J.J. McCarthy. But Sam Darnold's going to get that money, and this just shows you how hard that position is. He is going to get paid. And I don't know if he's any good. I don't know what's going to happen.
Sam's probably playing for the Raiders.
Right, you think the Raiders?
Maybe.
That makes sense to you?
Yeah,
okay.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Sure. And again, you get to cap space and whatever. And who's pulling the strings with the Raiders is Tom Brady right now. So it's the Tom Brady show there in Vegas. He's going to pick the GM and pick the coach. Tom Brady is.
It might very well end up being John Spytek, who's a Denver guy around the Broncos organization, went down to Tampa for years with Adam Peters.
Okay.
And he is one of Tom Brady's better friends in life. Teammates at Michigan. He's interviewing, I think, today for the job.
Oh, nice pickup. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. What's his quarterback history? What kind of guys has he been around? Does he like?
Well, he's been around Baker Mayfield. He's been around Tom Brady.
Well, that would make sense. Darnold would make a ton of sense there too. Can you imagine if he got like $50 million per Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I really don't.
What did he make last? He signed
10.
He signed for 10. You're
10.
probably going to be able to get him, unless he just hits that first wave or something. You might be able to get him for 30.
I would say 35, 36, right? Because if Baker's was 30 a year or two ago, bump that up a little bit, 35, 36.
How crazy is the NFL with this stuff, with these quarterbacks?
Shoot, it ain't nothing like the NBA.
Well, that's fair enough. All right, speaking of the NBA, we have the Nuggets taking on Dallas. We've got some little interesting stories about the Avalanche. We'll get you up to speed with everything coming up next. We got all sorts of stuff going on today. Who's on where, Dan? Do you know? Like, we got the double dipperoo.
Avs are on 950. Nuggets are right here on 92.5.
All right, it's later. So it's a TN. You guys, so it's
7:30 start in Denver.
Are you? Is it a TNT game? What am I?
It's a TNT game.
So you're doing some Ray Didio? Is that right? Is that
Radidio?
Ray Didio. Okay. All right. So
is that a house behind you or a hotel? I cannot tell if that's the world's biggest house I've ever seen or if that's a hotel.
Looks beautiful.
It's part of an indoor-outdoor mall type thing. Those are kind of some office spaces over there, but then you go out of our hotel, the back, you go in this thing, and you got this giant fancy, it's like a Cherry Creek type mall back there.
Got it.
We have a
you're outdoors, but you go inside for the shops.
We have a cool sports, not sports story coming up in about 5 minutes. Get to that in a little bit. We'll get to Michael Malone and him being on our show. We didn't really dive into it, Scott. I want to give that a little bit of time to breathe about some moves that the Nuggets have to make. Quick update on the Avalanche, who take on the Rangers tonight. And the Rangers team is kind of a 500, whatever sort of team. Chris Drury is their GM. It's always nice to have Chris sort of around. But the Avalanche go on this 5-game homestand. No back-to-backs. They have a day off between every game, and they do play every other day. They play Dallas, not in this order. I think Edmonton, Dallas, the Wild, and Winnipeg. Like, whoa. Like, you play, except for Vegas, you play the top teams in the conference at home this week. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get a nice, like, what are we all about this week right now for the Avalanche? You guys like that? You guys kind of like a schedule where the Nuggets or the Avs are just playing bangers every single night?
As long as you got breather on the front or the back end, I love it. Yeah. I think teams get up for stuff like that when they know they've got a stretch of ball coming up.
Yeah,
they get up for that.
What do you think, Scott?
Well, you don't got much breadth. I mean, Denver has Dallas tonight, and then home tomorrow.
Rangers tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. Nuggets.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm going back and forth. Yeah.
Sorry.
Not only the Avs, but then you've got Dallas, Houston, Miami. Your next 2-3, and Orlando, who's playing well. So both teams. I mean, there ain't no sleeping over the next 2 weeks for either team, really.
Pretty cool. I kind of like it. I get a sense right now from both teams, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're not burned out right now. They're all right. There's a pace of the season. You're in the middle a little bit, but I don't get a sense that there's any exhaustion. The Avs are banged up for sure. And there's really no word when Miles Wood and Nichushkin exactly are going to be back. I haven't even heard anything on Wedgwood. I'm not quite sure. It's got to be soon that he's coming back. But that being said, there's no doubt that Blackwood could actually play every game of this home series. There's no back-to-backs. There's no travel. He could do it. He's the number one goalie, that sort of thing. I don't know about
how many teams are as threatening and as dangerous when healthy as the Avalanche, who basically completely cleared house of goaltending within the season? I mean, is that rare? Isn't that? It seems to me awful rare, isn't it?
I would agree with you on that for sure. I think, listen, I saw the Bleacher Report thing that you sent us. Casey Middlestat, Coacher Sanford was wearing his Middlestat sweater here today. And I'm like, see how long you have to wear that one. I mean, got to get a little bit more out of that guy. And the speculation that you sent was because Vancouver season's not going anywhere, that they may be looking to deal JT Miller. So the Avalanche may not be done. They did a lot of their deals early. They may not be done. And I don't know if the Nuggets are going to do anything, frankly. I sense they're not, actually. I sense they're not. But that's going to come at a little bit of a sacrifice if they don't.
Well, but it feels like things are settling down right now. It to me, I don't really feel a whole lot of momentum to even try to make a move for the Nuggets when you feel like you're just starting to get into a groove here. Like, it feels like, hey, we got to give this a chance to run this thing back and see what this thing's going to do.
You agree with that, Scott?
Well, the biggest excuse not to is that you haven't had Aaron Gordon for 21, 22 games, something like that, in a 37 games, part of the season. So I guess you see that. I do think there has been a step up of play in Peyton Watson and Julian Strother. But then you still got the Murray issue. You know, where is he? I mean, I thought he struggled for 3 quarters that first game against Dallas and then was great in the fourth quarter. Is he going to be a guy for the next 20, 30 games that you're going to get half a game out of, you know, of really high quality? They got questions. I guess I don't know what I'm supposed to say and not say. I did talk to somebody, and they thought 2 weeks ago that it was for certain you were going to see movement. And then the guy that I was talking to said, but now I'm not so sure.
Well, and like I said, in about 10 minutes, we'll dig deeper into it. If you can roll with a two-man game with Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic, and you can start Westbrook for a little bit more energy right out the gate, and Jamal's really okay with that, you might not have to make any moves.
And Aaron Gordon's okay with it, too.
And if Aaron Gordon's okay coming off the bench and spending more time with the second unit to sort of be that backup for Jokic, if you really could get everybody to get along on this, you might not have to make a move. Seriously, you might be fine. And who would have guessed that you would have that option with Russell Westbrook at the beginning of this season? I wouldn't have. Not in a million years.
I think it's real easy to accept that as a player when you know it's temporary. When you know there's a reason. When you know you're limited. You're coming back from injury. You're on a minute restriction. I'm talking about both of them to some degree. But yeah, and then over time, I think that gets really difficult to accept.
Well, I'll tell you this. It takes a lot of pressure off Murray. It takes a ton of pressure off him. And I don't know, man. AG's such a chill dude. Who knows? I think he's pretty genuine. I don't think there's a phony bone in his body. And I think they just want to win.
Yeah. I told you I sat down and talked with him. I did an interview, 3-4 questions after the game in Dallas. But I talked to him probably 10 minutes, just he and I before that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. He's a chill guy. He's one of those athletes. I know you've been around a lot, both of you, Darren, but from the media side of it, that is probably deeper than you might actually realize.
No doubt.
You know?
No doubt with AG. No doubt.
That is a deep thinking, heart-filled guy. And, you know, Malone said it before. He was the stud on a horrible team in Orlando, and he came right away and said, no, I don't mind being second, third fiddle. I'm good. Let's go.
Yeah.
Won a championship because of it, and I think he's still in that. I think he's still in that mode. If and listen, they've been doing something to try to spark the second unit anyway. And if now, I mean, listen.
Well, there you go.
AG in 23 minutes last game, I thought 20 minutes, whatever it was, I thought he was outstanding.
And Jamal's going to have to be okay every now and then. If Peyton Watson is a better defensive option and Russell Westbrook has the ball in his hands, it's, you know.
Sometimes.
I mean, Michael Porter Jr.'s had to deal with it. What's the difference? All right, Dan, let's go sports, not sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
A.J. Brown was spotted reading a book on the sidelines, which got a lot of attention. And, are you kidding me? But as it turns out, he wasn't reading like a John Grisham novel trying to figure out who done it at the end. It wasn't a James Patterson special or a court thriller with David Baldacci. What it was basically an inspirational book called Inner Excellence, and our guy James Palmer actually got a photo of what he was reading, and there is highlighted things and underlined things. He really wasn't reading a book as much as he was looking through a book that has passages that motivate him, that keep him focused.
You'll believe anything.
Oh, you okay? What am I wrong on?
It's just a flat out. It's an unhappy camper. It's what it is.
That's what that was?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Wow, really? Why do you say that?
I believe that. Yeah, him and Jalen Hurts have not been buddy.
I get it.
They are not on the same page. It is his way of making a statement without being the bad guy. by using something.
Cynical.
This is the
Cynical.
new thing of wide receivers. Who can just be the biggest turd between George Pickens and A.J. Brown? Did you hear Jalen's response to it?
I did not. I have A.J. Brown talking about it. I did not hear what Jalen said.
Yeah, he said, I've seen him with that book, but he's never read it.
Well, I don't know if he's read the whole book, but are you doubting? I mean, he's showing James Palmer, highlights and
I saw
underlined
the photos.
things. And
Yeah, you don't do that in the middle of a game unless you're trying to make a statement.
Wow. All right. Well, here's A.J. Brown on it.
Excellence, the book. Why do you read during the games, and what does it bring to you?
Man, it gives me a sense of peace. That's a book that I bring every single game. My teammates call it a recipe. That's the first time I heard that y'all got me on camera.
Yeah.
But that's not the first game. It got a lot of points in there. It's a lot of mental game, a lot of mental parts about it. And, because for me, this game is mental.
All right, that's good enough because it sounds tough. You're calling BS on that.
Yep.
Scott?
I initially said, trouble in River City when I first heard it. Then I heard what the book is, and then as the story goes, it depends on how much of the story you're going to believe or not believe, but as the story goes, he's been doing it all year. So it's not something that just happened, and I can see that. I mean, you keep sports psychologists that are basically down the sideline with the team. If a guy can get in a self-help book that says stay positive in tough situations and
I can't believe you both.
Listen,
I can't believe you both right now. Read it before the game.
Listen, caveman. It's a new era, and these guys are looking for self-motivation.
No, they're not. He's looking to make a statement. He's a diva wide receiver that's mad at his quarterback.
Wow. Okay. I am. All right. I respect what you're
do
saying.
we really
I'm surprised,
believe
though.
that he's had this the whole season and nobody's caught it? Come on. He's been doing this the whole year long and nobody's seen him reading a book. Give me a frickin' break.
That seems like a stretch. I'll go with you there. So if there were some photos of video of him reading it previous weeks, you'd change your tune?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if this goes back to week 1 and he's literally been doing this all year long before he had problems with his quarterback, before he had very public problems with his quarterback, before his teammates were talking about his problems with his quarterback, before his teammates said that they're not even friends, yeah, maybe I would have believed it.
Do you want me to read you a passage that's highlighted
I read it,
and underlined?
but feel free to read it.
We've all had times when everything came together in perfect harmony. Sacred moments when we were totally immersed in the experience and felt fully alive. And then it just kind of goes on and on and on like that. These are what he's underlining and highlighting. You think that's all manufactured? Like he's just making that up?
No, I think he chose a very convenient book that would make sure that he wasn't a total
you think it was a total planned out sort of deal?
Yep.
Wow. All right. Well, I guess we'll have to look for some evidence. I'm surprised. I thought it was just
this is entirely inappropriate. Entirely inappropriate. Even if it is a self-help book that
Why is that?
Likes.
You're looking at an iPad or whatever.
I'm
What's
studying
the
the game.
You can't use moments on the sideline to sort of refocus yourself and
read a book? No.
All right.
No.
Well, all right. Is there a difference between reading a book and going over some passages that help motivate you?
Do you have them memorized?
I don't
He's got them highlighted.
He's got probably not, I guess, if they're highlighted.
Yeah, if I've got passages that I've memorized and they're helpful to me, then cool. I'll tell myself that in the middle of the game, sure.
But you can't read it. You can't.
Hell no. You don't get to read a book in the middle of a game.
All right. Hey, listen, the first time I've never seen an athlete open a book to read anything during a game. Any game.
He hates his quarterback.
But hold on. Let's be honest. First of all, an athlete reading a book. Okay, so let's start with that.
Jalen said he's never read it. He literally said it. He said he's never read it. He just holds it.
Wow, how are they winning? How is this Eagles team any good? Saquon Barkley, just give the ball to Saquon and it just cures everything.
2,000-yard running back.
Oh, that helps. All right, that's pretty funny. I'm dying. Do we have audio of Jalen Hurts saying that? That's pretty funny.
There is audio of it. You can find it.
I didn't know that he was saying that. Wow, they hate each other, huh?
He said it in a friendly manner, for the record.
You better be pretty good friends if you're saying it like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you better know that we're good.
But he did accuse him of never having read the book.
That's pretty funny. I'm laughing. That's a funny thing to say. All right, well, we'll dig into that maybe a little bit more. And also, Michael Malone from yesterday about what the Nuggets may have to do without Jamal Murray or kind of in line with Jamal? That's different. Details next.
Hey guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, know that you're not alone and do something about it. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online and you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're wasting your money. Your pocketbook's getting thinner and your hair's getting thin at the same time. Dang it, time to do something about it. Do it the right way. Go to my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They are the best in the industry of what they do. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team is the best of the best. So don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. Fix yourself up the right way with a lifetime guarantee. Advanced Hair guarantees your hair is going to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. So stop wasting your time. Pick up the phone. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Visit advancedhair.com to check out the before and after photos.
Tyler is getting a lot of support on his A.J. Brown take that it was just a bunch of BS and there you go.
Kid can't even read.
Oh, you have Jalen Hurts talking about it?
Hey, then you know what?
All right, let's hear it.
Trade for him.
I'd love to have A.J. Brown on the Broncos. Are you kidding? I don't know what I'd give up for him, but it'd be good to have him. All right, go ahead, Jalen Hurts.
I've never seen him read. I've seen the book in his hands. Everybody has a different thing and finds their flow in different ways. So that's how he chooses to do it.
That is not joking around.
Okay,
He
you know
is
what?
I
I take back what I said about him joking around. And that didn't sound as friendly as I remembered it.
No, that wasn't friendly at all.
Yeah.
He's saying what you just said.
He had the book in his hands, but I've never seen him read it.
That's not joking around. His tone wasn't like, "Hey, here's my buddy."
That ain't joking around at all.
It's absurd.
That's
absolutely absurd.
Oh my God, they hate each other.
That's a quarterback and a wide receiver hate each other right there.
Oh my God. Did he steal his girlfriend or something?
That means A.J. Brown's available this year.
I don't know. That's interesting. What does
Can
he
you
go for?
imagine?
Is he a $30 million guy?
You guys surprised
He
me so
is.
much on your take on that. Like, can you imagine if a Denver Bronco read a book in the middle of the game?
Well, because I didn't see him as reading the book. I saw him as using it as inspiration to refocus himself on the game. But, I didn't hear the Jalen Hurts thing either. As he's like he's a total phony.
Yeah.
I think he probably has
Well, he's clearly read it enough to highlight a few passages.
Exactly. He probably hasn't read the whole thing, but he's probably highlighted a few things. That sort of thing. So, yeah, like I said, it wasn't like
just look at his body language. Look at his demeanor. That's a dude that's pouting.
Oh, you know what? He opens the book.
Who's he sitting by? Is that a receiver coach or another?
I don't see anything highlighted or underlined like on the video that Dan's showing right now.
Oh, there you go. So he went after the fact. He went and highlighted it to show.
It might not have been after it is kind of a beat up book. It definitely looks like it's a little worn, but when he opens it up there, I don't see any highlights.
No, there are not. Nope.
Looks like he just opened it to a random page.
He did. He absolutely. But go to the beginning of that. He just flips it open. There's no bookmark.
Might be No, it was rabbit ear. Did you see that right side had a little rabbit ear?
It's definitely beat up. Like I'm sure he's flipped through it or has read certain things. Look at who's sitting next to him. He's like, what's he doing?
Like, that's a dude. His teammate right there.
Devontae Smith.
That's a dude that's never seen him do that before. I'm being serious. Look at the way he's looking at him. That's a dude that's never seen him do that before.
Look at his expression. What's my homeboy doing right here? What are you doing? What's he doing? Oh, that's pretty funny. But they're winning. Those damn Eagles. Let me play you a little bit of Michael Malone. This is from yesterday, Scott. I want to do some X's and O's with you here about how the Nuggets need to operate. They have a game tonight in Dallas.
Well, and to your point, I think it's...
All right, this again, the nature of the question is, with Murray and Westbrook on the court, how do you decide, the two-man game? Because it looks like it works great with Westbrook, too. Like, how do you figure this out?
Well, and to your point, I think it's been great to see... Because you never want a player to be out like Aaron's been out, but that's allowed Russell Westbrook to go out there and play with the starters. So Russell's getting so many more minutes with Jamal Murray. He's getting so many more minutes with Nikola Jokic, and that's proven to be really, really efficient and effective. And then as you go down the end of a close game, you're in a clutch game situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's always going to be game by game. You can't premeditate what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
The game will tell you, the matchups will tell you, the situation will tell you. And so now you're reading, okay, who's on the floor for them? Who's got the hot hand? How are they guarding us?
Okay.
Making sure you're spacing the floor correctly. And like Peyton Watson's closed the last couple of games for us, and he's been really good in doing so. But Jamal will have the ball in his hands a ton. End of game situations, we've seen him and Nikola do that. But then last night, how many layups did Russell Westbrook get in the last 6 minutes?
That's crazy.
Just by playing off of and with Nikola.
Yep.
And, that's great to see that we're able to execute under pressure. And I believe, I think we outscored them 45-15 after being down by 19 points in the third quarter. And, that was obviously a tremendous comeback win. And we have them again tomorrow night. We know we'll have to be even better and a lot more consistent than we were yesterday.
Scott, draw this. How is this going to work out here, man? I mean, because it does not seem like a how's it going to work out?
I think it's going to work out fine unless you got people like A.J. Brown that get upset and just sit on the end of the bench and read a book.
Okay. So as long as everybody goes with the flow, we're all right.
As long as listen, everybody involved has multiple years left on contracts, and some of them are brand new. What are you mad about? What would upset you about
pride?
If
I'm
you're
on the
winning?
bench.
You know,
I don't know. I'm on the bench. I mean, Mike, this is what Michael Porter Jr. has dealt with his whole career here.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Jamal going to be all right?
I could see.
I guess that's it. That's
I
the
could
question.
see Aaron Gordon probably accepting anything that helps a basketball team. Jamal.
Yeah, listen, let me tell you, Aaron Gordon's going to be out on the court in the final 3 minutes for the most part.
For sure.
You're going to need some defense and what he offers. Jamal's just a catch and shoot guy? Really? Since when?
Well, I don't know. It's really a good question. But you do put pressure on the defense a lot when I mean, think about it. When you took Murray out in the past, you had nobody else. The pick and roll now just went off the table.
You're right.
And now, for the 36 minutes that Joker plays, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be you're going to have an opportunity to always have that pick and roll, which has been one of their more deadly plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could work out great. I don't see, and listen, and a lot of guys, or A.J. Brown to me, or something like that. I think that the guys will be happy and okay with everything.
Okay,
we'll
so
see what it goes.
You're up 4 points with a minute and a half to go, and you need better defense. Jamal's on the bench. You don't need that 3. Got Peyton Watson there. We're cool? We're good?
Well,
who's we?
I don't know.
When you say you good,
Jamal,
we good,
I guess.
who's we?
I don't know.
Because I do not see Jamal being good.
Okay, I'm asking because we're barreling down that path right now. Tough decision, not an easy call, but look how it's working right now.
Well, then this is why coaches are more psychologists than anything else because they get paid the big bucks to handle situations like this and keep guys motivated and make them understand situations. This is why they get paid the big bucks.
Yeah, you could hear him alone, too. He had to mama cat the situation. Jamal's going to have the ball in his hands plenty of times. Okay. He has, so that wouldn't be different.
I think they're going to be okay with it until they're not. Does that make sense? I listen, there's a whole lot of stuff when you're winning that it should be allowed to continue to happen. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got an issue, listen, February 15th is a trade deadline.
Okay.
If you got guys that ain't happy and you're winning, I mean, say you go on, especially the stretch you got coming up, say you win another, you're winning 7 out of every 10 games for the next, 20 games.
Yeah.
You're complaining about something?
You shouldn't be. Hey, it's a heat check. It's a heat check on this because we're seeing him play well. We're seeing him. And listen, let's not fool ourselves, too. These slow starts got to end. So, again, that's another positive thing about Russell Westbrook is you're more likely to get off to fast starts. And I'm not going to lie. Having AG come off the freaking bench to give you that energy and as a backup for Yoke,
I think it's been unbelievable.
Killer if you can do that. I don't know, man. It's different. I like it. Sarge has been a nada. I like DJ, great, but he ain't built for that. And we all know Zeke I don't know. It's hard to imagine why Zeke's, I hate to be a jerk here. It's hard to imagine why he's in the NBA right now. So I know that's being a jerk. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk there, but it's true. So I guess I'm not sorry if it's true.
Well, yeah. I mean, he is. I hear they're talking about that book. We all find that book, give it to
Zeke.
To Zeke, because watching, and Tyler's probably the same thing as me, as you get older, things change a little bit. And you really start paying attention to body language. And I was watching him warm up the other day, and he missed 1 or 2 shots. He's like hanging his head, and I'm like, dog.
Yeah.
Warm up.
you're practicing. So he really, and this is just my opinion, non-professional, non-psychologist major and all that stuff, I think needs to find a more positive something going on in his head. I think he needs, what was Pereira used to say, Tyler, a checkup from the neck up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem.
I think right now his worst enemy is himself.
Well, that's because he's put himself in a situation. This does happen to some athletes, where every time you play, it's not just you're playing in a game. It's Game 7 of the NBA Finals. It's because the pressure is kind of ridiculous.
You're pressuring to make sure you're perfect every time you play.
Yeah, and nobody.
I've absolutely been there in my career.
It sucks.
And I was fortunate to come out the other side of it, and a lot of people never do.
Right.
But I absolutely lost all confidence in myself with the Josh McDaniels era.
What's a shame. Like, Zeke can't just go down to Grand Rapids and beat up on some suckers for a little bit. He's not allowed to, right? Like, you can't do that with a vet like him.
And that's
too
the funny
bad.
thing, because I have no idea on the rules on that, because you're right. It would seem like that would almost – in fact, it's funny you're saying that. I was thinking that when he was sitting there upset, and I might have even been sitting there talking to one of their ancillary coaches, and I said, best thing for him is because we were talking the G League. And again, I don't know if you saw that A360, and it's about the Grand Rapids and the G League. Fantastic piece on altitude. If you got the Altitude Plus app, you can go back and watch them. It's unbelievable, and it shows you what's going on down there. And Andre Miller, good to hear from him and everything else. But Zeke needs to play.
Yeah.
It's tough from the years he's got in service that he may not, he might feel as a demotion. In fact, I talked to one of the coaches the other day. He said the G League has gotten better, where in the past, everybody, when you went to the D League, back when it was the D League or early on the G League, everybody said, oh, well, I suck and it's a demotion. And now guys are looking at, and they talked to Jalen Pickett, and he said, man, I needed to play.
Right.
His games, dude, D-Mac, you and I wrote him off last year to what we saw from him.
Done.
Right?
Done.
And this year, in the handful of times he's got in short minutes, you're like,
Been
wait
all right.
a minute.
Well,
there might be something in there.
I think baseball's stupid for all the 5 different levels of minor leagues, but they've always been the only sport that have really had that luxury available to them to go have a rehab stint. You're coming back from injury. Go take 2 weeks. Go down to the minor league team.
That's how vets. What it would be if this was a baseball equivalent. Zeke would have a injury. Right. You would need to, and that's how baseball handles it, because they got rules too about who can go down, who not. But let's face it, sometimes the injury is from the neck up. It's not, you can make up anything. You got to, sure. You just need to get some at bats. Zeke just needs to go down there and put up 30, bro, on some suckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, just to find it again. It existed at some point in your career, but it ain't there now. And that's where I'm going here. There's no time to really fiddle with this. You're in a championship window. It is what it is. So, what do you got there? Zeke, Najee, however. Dan, just give me a summary here. You're asking me to read like I'm A.J. Brown. What the hell? I can't
Over your
read.
shoulder.
Yeah.
He tried to highlight it for you.
That's not going to help. What's the rule there, Dan? You put it up there.
Well, it's saying if Najee isn't in the Nuggets' regular rotation, or if they want to get him additional playing time for developmental purposes, they could potentially assign him to their G League affiliate, the Grand Rapids
Oh, they
Gold.
could. So he could go down. So he is eligible to go down.
Says there's no direct indication and available that he has been or will be assigned, but
yeah, well, if he can go down, if that's allowed, he should go down. He should want to go down.
It's probably to the point, though, guys, don't you think, that if he goes down, it's got to be he's almost got to say, hey, I need to play. And again, he might be in the headspace, whereas if I go down, it's a demotion, it's a slap in the face.
Of course. Yeah, but whatever.
I think sitting there and playing, 5 games in 2 weeks and getting Andre Miller, who played, by the way, 17 years in the league when no one was playing 17 years in the league.
Right.
You might actually learn something, get your head back right.
I don't know why he would. Well, I don't know, man. Who knows? You get paid $8 million a year. The amount of
ego's a big thing,
it's humbling, man.
Ego, it's hard to humble yourself, because that's humbling. That is a humbling move that he would partake in.
Yeah, and
it would have been. I didn't have to deal with it because NFL Europe wasn't around when I got into the league, but I do think that would have been a very humbling thing. And actually, matter of fact, I had a coach tell me this at the end of my rookie season. And I was like, wow, well, I guess I suck. He's like, yep, if you were around a few years back, I would be sending you over to NFL Europe right now. And it was like, oh, okay, well, that's where I stand right now. It definitely takes a unique dude to look at that as an opportunity rather than a shot.
Tonight, 7:30, right here on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. On the call, Cause and Hastings on the radio call. Meanwhile, the Avs going at home against the Rangers. That's over on 950. No Dumb Questions comes up next.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We'll get to will Prime go to the Cowboys after 2 o'clock. No Dumb Questions brought to you by Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to order online or find a location near you. I do see one here, Scott, right off the bat. No Dumb Question on the Shant Mazda text line. What did Scott do on his day off? See, we got some intrigue going there, like a day off there in Dallas. What did Scott Hastings do on his day off?
I did the radio show.
Yeah, you got that done.
Went down, had breakfast, had a little quiet time. Did the radio show. Went over to my buddy's house that lives here and had dinner with his family. Sat and talked till got back about 11. Went to the gym, lifted weights.
Wait.
Came back.
Wait, huh? What? You lifted weights at 11 p.m.?
Yep, lifted weights.
Did you really?
And then, hey, this ain't for free.
No. The timing of it, though, is interesting. Like, that's a little bit of a Nikola Jokic workout routine.
Yeah, I'm really I haven't gotten into where I want to go in the morning. I have other things I'd like to do in the morning. So I didn't, and I wanted to get a lift in, and so I did.
You're throwing around iron at midnight, huh? That's like Black Mamba motivation right there.
I'm throwing is 11. 10. It was only 10 your time.
Okay.
It's a great gym too. So
remember when J.J. Watt was on Hard Knocks, and after a game, he's like, "Yeah, got to get back in the gym. 1 o'clock in the morning, right after the game." Like J.J., I realize that might be routine in the NBA. That ain't what NFL players do. They don't go back to the gym at 1 a.m. after a game.
The one guy yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I just happened to have a camera crew with me while I was doing it.
Right. The craziest thing I ever saw was Floyd Mayweather would legitimately go into gyms at like midnight, 1 a.m. and just,
well, he probably didn't wake up till 10 p.m.
Exactly. His whole schedule was so wild like that. He would go through really long, intense workouts after midnight.
It'd be tough to be his trainer.
Well,
I got to change my life to that.
I will say this. Like I said, the gym here in this hotel is fantastic. I was the only person in there.
Oh, of course.
Like, awesome. I mean, it was. It was just awesome. So
good
it was
for
good.
you.
I got a quick workout in. Got a little cardio while I'm doing it. Bing, 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 boom, boom, boom.
Nice.
Back out here, drink a little water, and then watch some kitty cat videos, something like that, and went to bed.
Is that what you call them? All right, fine.
No. I'll start sending them to you if you want me to.
They're real kitty cat videos.
Oh, they're so cute.
Oh, that's
They're
not
like
code for
playing with
some.
each other.
That's not. Well, that's code for some.
No,
that's not code.
No, it's kitty. No, I'll send you a couple I watched today.
When I hear,
I don't want to see you guys watching that together.
When I hear kitty cat videos playing with each other, Okay.
Oh
anyways.
no, this is like, and little kitties introduced to dogs and how they become like best friends, and the dog gives them for a ride. And there was one with horses and goats. There's one where these sheep and goats were like best friends. That was kind of cool.
Did you see the? Did you see the
I
little?
legitimately watch cat videos.
No, I actually really do believe you, and you got to check out the kitty cat taking on the duck, the baby duck, and the baby kitty cat.
Oh, just bam, 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 hits
just
on
fantastic.
the bill.
All right, what's your dumb question?
No dumb question, and I don't know if it's dumb anymore, but what we've witnessed, in North Carolina in the fall, and then what we're seeing in California right now, other than family and animals, what's the first thing you're grabbing out of your house to take with you in the stuff we've seen, like I said, in North Carolina and California this past year?
My podcast equipment.
Yeah.
Hey, at least he's honest. I mean, he was dead serious. It came to him quick.
I'll be streaming the whole thing, but there's a lot of stuff I can't replace.
Eventually that Elon Musk's going to drop his Starlink down for you, so you'll continue to have Wi-Fi, so you're good with that.
Right.
Good.
Right.
Perfect.
Somebody's got to be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You can see how I'm
Hey, all the podcasts are shut down in Denver except for Darren 6, and it's amazing.
What would I grab?
Computer hard drive. That's the only thing that matters.
the Bo Nix Never Sucks podcast would just be killing it during the disaster.
We can't have that.
Yeah. There's no such thing as photos anymore. So it's the computer hard drive. That's like the only thing that matters.
I did have. It's funny you asked that. It's not even close to what's going on. Those people are awful. It's awful what's happening to them. I did have my basement flood a couple times. Crazy. And the stuff that got destroyed, it was all the kid stuff, stuff that you just cannot buy. I didn't really care about the, other stuff. That really is replaceable, but it would all be the, it's crazy.
So the memories stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, I would grab all that clothes and all that stuff. It's a pain in the ass, but you can replace that. The stuff that you can't replace comes from your kids, in my opinion. How about that? There you go.
Tyler?
More serious answer.
Yeah, I think literally the only thing.
It's the first time we've had something where you've actually put your kids first. I mean, that's kind of amazing.
Right,
there you go.
Right,
you found it. You found it.
Yeah, to me, it's memories. Memories for me are electronic, and that's on a hard drive. I'm being serious. I'm being dead serious. Nobody has photos anymore. Nobody has printed photo books.
Officer, I have to run back inside. What, you got your kid in there? No. You got an animal in there? No, what? I got to get it. What's in there? My hard drive.
Yeah.
Your kids,
I'm not like everybody in L.A. who's willingly letting them burn down their stuff so they can cover their tracks.
Listen, you guys are right in the middle of it, so I got to admit I'm a couple generations past it. Do kids these days not do handcrafted projects at school anymore? Do they not?
They do. I mean, yeah, they do when they're young. Sure.
Okay.
The little 5-finger turkey and stuff.
All that type of stuff. Yeah. I've got all sorts of crap like that.
Yeah, they do that.
I don't know where it is.
That's called hoarding.
Okay. I mean, at least, we got it. We didn't throw it away.
I have not kept 99% of that though.
Really?
No.
Okay. You don't get some current productions. You don't nothing new is coming down the pipe.
My kids are in middle school.
Okay, when does it end? I guess that's my dumb question. When does that stuff end? When does the crap projects that your kids
third
work
grade.
on?
Third
grade?
Yeah.
They stop working on memorable projects in third grade.
Yeah, but then you start getting the one of the greatest things I got for Christmas was this little ceramic the acrylic plaque that says "Dad, you're the," and it's a dad cut out of a girl's hand.
Yeah, when does that crap stop being produced?
that fits in the hoodie pocket, so that's easy to grab and put in there.
Yeah, no, I'm asking. I guess my dumb question from one to another is when does this sentimental stuff from your kids stop? When you?
I think it stops from going. I don't know if it stops, man. My daughter for Christmas sent me a picture of me with my two granddaughters, and she framed it and put the dates and names on a thing like this.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean that's come on now.
Yeah, okay.
But I figured her hard drive's okay, so I could always get that replaced.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know.
No, it just made me think. I watched. And everybody's seen tons of video of what's the Rain guy that was on The Office. His house completely burned down.
Rain
Wilson.
Yeah.
And he's going around showing this is my this is my this used to be my this used to be the bathroom, this used to be where my office was.
Yep.
But he came out of it and was super grateful. He said, it's tough. My family's okay. We're alive. Everything's good. And people had a far word. And it was actually one of the more positive. My whole life just burnt down. Positive messages I've seen. So if you get a chance to see Rain Wilson on Instagram, it's pretty positive. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a tough deal there, man. And in terms of sports, what the Rams did, that was actually pretty incredible. I mean, I'm going to assume they're impacted by it. They have to be.
Oh God, the whole team,
right?
Well, did the Rams bus tons of people, fans, if they want to, or some sort of transported them to the games? And
yeah, they did. Didn't they buy a bunch of tickets? I forget.
Well, I know our guy Kevin Demoff, who in our company KSE, which owns the Rams. I know they were going above and beyond to do everything they could, and what they had to accomplish logistically. So a little pat on the back, for the home team here. That was pretty impressive.
Matt Stafford showed up to the game wearing a L.A. Fire Department hoodie, which is cool. Just a nice little nod.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty difficult to root for the Vikings in that situation last night for sure. And I don't know what's going to happen moving forward.
I don't think I've ever seen destruction like that. Like, is this worse than Hurricane Katrina and stuff? Like,
it's pretty
insane.
Well, I had a buddy of mine who was from Louisiana. He said it reminded him of Katrina when they went back in, and just a complete, devastation of that area. Listen, don't sleep on North Carolina this past fall and all those floods and that they had. That thing wiped out entire cities. And I know there's small communities and they're rural and all that. And it's not where all the celebrities and rich people live, but I got pretty devastated too.
Well, listen, Kevin Demoff, who we've gotten to know this past year, he's relatively new in our lives, but he's a great dude. And what they did for the Rams and the Rams fans, he's going to be on with Nate and Andy at 3:20 today.
Cool.
So I would tune that in, man. It's logistically and everything they had to do, and Kevin's a great guy. So I look forward to that. That's at 3:20 this afternoon with Nate and Andy. I'm being legit on this one, though. I know how it comes across.
He is a good, yeah. No, hey, listen, I ain't got nothing but respect for him when he's come in here and kind of taken over the helm. He and Steve Smith, I think those two guys have been absolutely bonkers good.
I agree. And he's running stuff with the Rams too, and that can. Anyways, you can hear all about it with Nate and Andy today at 3:20. Big question of the day: Prime to Dallas. Is there any juice to this one? That's next. It's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is not something great to deal with, obviously, and perhaps you are just sort of satisfied with a mediocre sex life, and that might be creating a distance between you and your partner. Who knows? Listen, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there when it's not okay just to have a mediocre sex life. There is something better in life for you, and they can help you with it. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Find out, figure it out, have some fun with it. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, helping tens of thousands of men over the course of the past decade. Find out for yourself. That initial visit's only $99. Get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose, and you go from there. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. There's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. simple question. Will Deion Sanders be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys? Adam Schefter, who will join us on Thursday on that particular topic.
How real is this? And what are we thinking the chances of Coach Prime having a star on his hat actually are?
Well, a few things here. First of all, last night I spoke to Prime in the second half of the game. He called me after his dinner, and I put out basically one of the things they said. And you texted me like, what does this mean? There's the statement, right? To hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful, and it's intriguing. I love Jerry and believe in Jerry. After you hang up and process it and think about it, it's intriguing. But I love Boulder, and everything there is about our team, the coaches, our student body, and the community. And you texted me and said, what does that mean? I can tell you this. Having spoken to him, the way that I took it was he was not interested in going to the NFL. He was not thinking or planning to go to the NFL. It may not even happen that he goes to the NFL. But because he loves and respects Jerry Jones so much, when Jerry calls, of course, he's going to talk to him. And he was intrigued, to use his word, intrigued to speak to Jerry Jones. He heaped all kinds of praise on Colorado. He's been talking to the athletic director there. I'm sure I could say this in the back of my mind. Probably there's money involved. I don't think that's a ridiculous notion when it comes to Prime, who's been an incredible businessman throughout his entire career. But I said to him at the end of the conversation, Pat, I said, so what's next? What happens now? And he said to me, I don't know. I said, you don't know what happens next? Are you going to? I don't know. So I think right now, everything is in the beginning stages. There's no meeting plan with Jerry right now. But clearly the lines of communication are open. They're going to be in touch. And I think it goes for both sides. Deion Sanders is figuring out what's best for him. Is it best to stay in school? His sons are leaving. He's got recruits coming in. Does he want to be there? Does the school look out for him? Does he want to go to Dallas? Does Jerry want to go move in that direction to hire him?
Well, let me ask you guys this. Why did Prime, when asked what's next, great question by Adam, say, I don't know?
Whatever the game that is being played here, it isn't over. And whether that game is, I want to become an NFL head coach. Well, I don't have that offer yet. Whether that game is that I'm using this opportunity from Jerry Jones to leverage this into more money with the University of Colorado. Well, I don't know. I don't have that completed yet. I truly do. Yes, of course, I want Deion Sanders to stay at the University of Colorado. Of course I do. But I still think there are so many hurdles to the NFL that are going to be very, very difficult to overcome that I think it's far more likely that he's the coach of the University of Colorado next year than he is of the Dallas Cowboys. However, I do not deny the premise that he would absolutely be interested in an opportunity that could give him a path to coach Shedeur Sanders. And I'm not worried about Shiloh because he can coach him anywhere.
Scott, why did he say I don't know with what's next?
I would say that he's trying not to box himself in completely. You know, a no or a yes boxes you in. If you say yes, then and it doesn't happen, what does that do for your relationship with CU? And I don't know, at least gives you, like Tyler's talking about, some sort of leverage that maybe you wouldn't have with the definitive answer. But
well, I think answering I don't know makes things a little awkward around the building at CU at the Champions Center.
Not really.
It doesn't?
No.
See Rick George in the hallway? It's not a little awkward?
Hell no.
Unsigned contracts, extension right there, sitting there for a couple weeks. I just told Pat McAfee, I don't know. It's not a little awkward getting some lunch with Rick George today?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
All right.
I mean, Rick George you think his opinion of Deion Sanders is changing?
Hell no.
You think
if Deion Sanders is as an honest of a man as he says he is, and he's had these conversations with Rick, saying, listen, Rick, I don't want to go anywhere. And I think he firmly does like Boulder, and I think he was surprised by the welcome and the living conditions and everything else. But I think he's probably had these conversations. But listen, it's going to be tough because Dallas is my home. I had a lot of great years there, won Super Bowls there. If they're serious, it may be tough to be honest with you, but that's it.
All right. Let me ask you another question. Why did he call?
But hopefully he's had that conversation.
Why did he call Adam back to fill in the details?
Because Adam told you why. He's a very shrewd businessman. And this is a great opportunity to create leverage.
Okay. I got a follow-up question to that, Scott.
No, I think, one, there's nobody better out in the NFL to get your message out, though, is there, than Deion Sanders or than
Of
Adam
course.
Schefter?
I'm asking, why did he call him back?
Because he wanted his message out. It's still about messaging, whether he stays or not. And
why did he want his message out?
Message out.
I agree with you. Why does he want his message out?
Because he wants, if someone's about to say, listen, we'll give you $22 million a year, we'll also give you 20% of any Prime gear you sell, and we'll pay for your rights fee thing.
Okay. Well, that leads me to my next question then. Do you guys think there's leverage to be had with CU, meaning there is something more CU could offer that they're not?
That's a fair question, meaning does CU even have the type of money that leverage could compete with anyways?
Right.
And my gut would tell me they've probably offered him the most they possibly can.
I agree. Why would Rick George be holding anything back?
But at the end of the day, leverage is leverage no matter who you're using that against. So whether you're using that against the Dallas Cowboys, you're using that against Colorado Buffaloes, 2 opportunities are better than 1 opportunity. And I know this, every time you get to the end of your contract, it doesn't matter whether you're in business, whether you're in sports, you always want 2 competitors.
Yes, because
always.
Maybe the leverage isn't about CU. Maybe it's about the Raiders or another NFL team. That I could believe. Because I don't think there's anything more that CU. I think if Deion told them I'd like to, have the Flatirons be renamed Prime Lands, they would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine, Scott, the CU would be holding anything back. However, the leverage conversation does make more sense if we're talking about positioning yourself with another NFL team. That does make sense.
Yeah, I think it's more for the leverage for them, but you're right, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but if Deion Sanders leaves CU, they go back to insufficient, insignificant again.
Most likely.
Yeah, probably.
Because they lose all their assistants, and they lose Jordan Seaton and Juju, and everybody would just be gone.
I mean, just look what happened to Washington. Look at a team that was in the national championship and their coach left.
Yeah.
They lost everything.
Yep.
Everything.
Yep.
Do you think that wouldn't happen to CU? Of course it would happen.
Yep. That would suck.
Yeah.
That would suck.
But you look at somebody like Oregon who lost their quarterback and they got better.
Unless you believe that Deion Sanders wants to coach in the NFL without Shedeur Sanders, I think we're still about 80% that he's coming back to the University of Colorado, because I just don't see a path that can guarantee him his son. You go to the Dallas Cowboys, good luck, buddy. Good luck guaranteeing you're getting Shedeur Sanders. Okay, you can try to trade Dak Prescott to Tennessee. You could try all those things, even go to the Raiders, which is a far easier path than it is in Dallas. But you go to the Raiders, okay, good luck. Your son's got to be the bad guy, all those things, right?
Let me give you the devil's advocate side. First of all, you're going to take Shiloh with you, so he'll be there. I mean,
it ain't about that, though.
I get it, but he's there. I mean, that's part of it, little part of it. You're also the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. You're likely going to be the highest paid coach in the NFL.
No chance.
You live in Texas anyways. You're a Texan. And, you'd be a hero in the highest profile NFL organization in the world.
He already is that, though.
I still think that if Deion Sanders goes somewhere, pro team, and Shedeur is his quarterback, I don't think he remembers what locker rooms are like, and that's going to be some pressure on Shedeur that no one's ever had in the history of the NFL. No one's played for their dad at the pro level. I mean, talk about a helicopter parent. It's time for Deion, if he wants to coach pro, go coach pros no matter the situation. If not, shut up and go back and coach CU.
Hey, maybe he is interested and he'll coach a team without Shedeur. Maybe he will. Seriously. I mean, who's to say he wouldn't?
Maybe. Just about everything he's ever said is to say he wouldn't.
But then we get to that. hasn't he already gone back a little bit on some of the things that he's previously said, just with that quote to Adam? I mean, if he was so adamant about putting up the kickstand and all that, why call back to Adam? Why say any of this if he's put this kickstand down? Clearly, he's gone back on a little something that he said just by having these conversations.
Yeah, I think people say things that they genuinely mean, and then life evolves. And,
I agree.
And I don't hold that against him at all. I don't think he's lying about only wanting to go to the NFL to coach his sons. I don't think he's lying about that.
Well, that's a big question. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay. Then if he were to go to the Cowboys and really it's not about Shedeur, it really is about him, would that disappoint you about him?
No, not at all.
Scott?
I think he's overestimating himself. And listen, and we've talked about it, there's not been a more confident guy we've ever seen in a coach since maybe Mike Shanahan in this area, right? I think he truly believes, and that's good, and that's part of what he preaches, that he's going to be successful wherever it is. I think he's close to overreaching his reach. Going to Jacksonville was not overstepping his reach. Going from Jackson State to here is not overreaching. But going from here to an NFL team,
I agree. And for those reasons, I just want to make it clear. I don't think for 1 second it's a lock that Jerry Jones would look at Deion Sanders like he's the best coach for the Dallas Cowboys. Not for 1 second.
Who is?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, but I just don't think for a second Jerry's looking at Deion like he's got the best experience. He's the best man for the job. I think it's tempting. I think it's exciting. It's sexy.
Let me ask you this then on this story. What's next?
I don't know.
Scott, what's next?
I think it all melts away, and we'll have the spring game in Boulder with Dion on the sideline.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if that's what you're asking me, yeah, I agree. I still think it's about 80% he returns to the University of Colorado.
I believe what's next is this is a lot of smoke. It's a fun thing to talk about. It's too complicated to get Shedeur. It just is. It ain't the right thing. And they'll just be better candidates in terms of coaches. And I think CU will dodge a bullet this year. But this is what they're going to have to deal with for the next every offseason. You realize this is going to happen with one team or another.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, why?
Do you think University of Colorado is going to have a better season next year than they did this year?
I think. Wow, you're a little down on Dion.
No, I'm not down on Dion at all. Don't put words in my mouth. That's not true.
All right, hold on.
I'm realistic.
I believe
I'm realistic about the cup about what's in that locker room after everybody's leaving.
You asked me about this next year. I believe CU will compete for the Big 12 championship similar to what they did this year. Next year, I do.
That would really surprise me. Really surprise me.
Why?
You got a true freshman quarterback coming in.
Maybe
you just lost a Heisman
too.
candidate.
Okay.
You got a lot of people leaving. You got 6 dudes at the East-West Bowl game right now. 6 dudes.
What do you think?
You're replacing your entire offense, more or less.
You were higher on CU than anybody here. What do you think their win total is next year?
I don't know.
You don't think they'll be competing for the Big 12?
I would be really surprised if Juju Lewis came out as a true freshman ready to win the Big 12, yeah.
Okay.
And that is not a shot at Deion Sanders. That is not me saying I don't believe in Deion Sanders. That's just the reality of the situation. You lose a number 1 overall pick like Shedeur could be. You lose a number 2 overall pick like Travis Hunter could be. You lose Jimmy Horn. You lose Will Shepard. You lose 5 or 6 guys that might get drafted this year. Teams, generally speaking, don't get better the next year.
All right. Do you think then it's just a pause and in 2026 they would be kind of right back up there?
I do.
It would be like that.
Yeah.
Just got to take a breath and then they'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that is different than thinking he's just no good. I think they'll compete for the Big 12. I do. I think they'll be right back there.
But you got blind faith in quarterbacks just because they're a quarterback.
Well, I believe in Prime, I guess. I don't know. But I don't think he's going to the Cowboys either. However, don't be dumb. Don't be dumb out there. Don't have your CU blinders on. Don't say that this was just a casual conversation with a good friend, Jerry Jones. Don't think this doesn't mean something. It does. It's not necessarily going to translate this year, but don't be dumb about this. Prime ain't staying He ain't going to be here for the long haul. I guess is where I'm going.
With this, Jerry Jones talking to Prime as far as a legit coaching candidate in the NFL have more weight that Jerry talked to him, or say if the owner of the Saints talked?
You already know the answer to that question.
It's definitely Jerry.
No. I disagree entirely. Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, that's why I asked. I think a lot of people will look at, Jerry's just trying to prop up his guy and everything else. Now, if there were one or two other teams saying, hey, can you come talk to us? You can talk to us. Then all of a sudden, I think the rest of the league goes, well, wait a minute, maybe we missed something.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I misunderstood what you said. So I got what you're saying. There's more validity. Jerry's just doing Prime a favor here.
Yeah,
I got you.
It validates Prime more if there were if the Chicago Bears ownership
somebody
group
that
said,
doesn't have ties
come
to
and
him.
talk to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because the story right now is that he was kind of pursuing the Raiders and they weren't interested in him. So the official tally of teams that are really interested in Prime right now would be Jerry Jones.
Exactly.
Like you're not hearing other teams.
And that's what takes me back to my original take on the entire situation. These are two friends helping each other out.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you to look in the future. Do you think Prime in a couple years from now will have interest from NFL teams? Or is this really it?
If he does, it'll be probably another 2 years down the road.
If I tell you what, though, T-Mac, to what you said a while ago, if they end up winning the Big 12 next year with a freshman quarterback and another team that's not dominated by Sanders' family members,
right?
His stock will rise up even higher than it is right now, and probably be more legitimate than it is even right now.
Well, I'll tell you this. If he does that, Shedeur gets drafted by Tennessee. Tennessee sucks. Prime will be the next head coach of the Tennessee Titans in 2026 if all those things happen. Like that is Callahan was lucky to hang on to his job.
Which I honestly think is a far easier path to coaching his son.
Oh, way easier.
Waiting out another year.
Yeah, it's not crazy. I mean, Tennessee was the worst team in football. You know, who knows who the next GM is going to be. I mean, I think that could happen. That's way easier, right? I mean, that's a way easier thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if you're the Titans, maybe that's what you're thinking. Like, we'll just get Prime next year. Whatever. Let's see if this works. You know, if it doesn't work, we'll get Prime next year and we'll go from there.
And see, here's where I guess you could accuse me of taking a shot, and I really don't mean to. But I think you're way overvaluing Deion's value to the NFL. I don't think the Titans are thinking about that for a second.
Yeah.
None of them want to think about it, though. None of them want to think about it now. They got to think, we got a legit coach, and if we can get a legit quarterback, you know, we should be good. Now, if you get your legit quarterback and then you win 3 games again next year, then they're going to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if a couple of dummies like us could figure this out today, you know, it's a team is certainly going to have it in the back of their mind. I mean, they're not going to root for it necessarily, but I'm sure the Raiders were rooting for Antonio Pierce to work out, not to be a complete failure. You always hope what you have is going to be the answer, but, you know, you'd be an idiot to not really be able to say, well, we could do this too if this doesn't happen. Anybody who drafts Shedeur, any team that drafts Shedeur may have in the back of their mind, what if we hired Prime if this didn't work out? I mean, anybody could think of that. That takes no brains whatsoever. So again, this is what CU is going to have to deal with Prime. But
those are good problems, man.
Exactly.
I mean, that's like
exactly.
It's what you dream of. You dream of being in this situation.
Sean Payton said it's not a problem if your assistants are getting job offers. It's a problem if they're not getting job offers.
But that's why when you ask me, do I think it's awkward at CU right now? Hell no. They're in heaven.
Okay. All right. Because they know it's going to be temporary no matter what, or it could be temporary?
No, that's not even what I'm saying. They're at a spot right now where they're coveted.
All right.
And that's a great place to be.
Does Deion Sanders sign a contract extension with CU in the next week?
No.
Yes.
No, not
not the next week?
No.
Scott, you say yes?
By the time I get back from Orlando.
Okay. Because the head coaching jobs will be settled by relatively quickly. You'll know in a week if you're up for something or something's going to happen or not. You will. And if Prime is just sort of trying to drive the price up or do whatever, he's only got about a week or so to really, really make that happen. Unless he's thinking about going to another college, which I'm not going to totally write off either. But plenty of drama up there at CU. There you go. Let's Football Go comes up next with Dan Tanner. That is the funniest quote. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Yeah, we're not joking around there. That is Jalen Hurts talking about A.J. Brown and the book thing.
Never seen him read it. Puts it in his hands.
I can't even read.
I can't even read. All right, Dan, Buds, Quinn Stanner, what's good?
All right, fellas, let's hear from Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. So shout out to Josh Grismer. He got this sound down at Clean Out Your Locker Day down there at Dove Valley. Bo was asked about where does he think he needs to improve the most over the offseason?
I mean, again, it's a loaded question. That's going to be a lot of the self-scouting I do this offseason, but right off the top is just understanding the difference in NFL and what I learned this year with red zone and third downs. That's the most important part of the game, and so I feel like the red zone and third down areas on the field are where I can make growth and understand, be a little bit more aware of certain situations and just different football topics that I can learn from just within the reps that I had this year, just what I could do differently for next year and keep us on the field for longer.
Okay, so Bo says red zone and third down is where he'd like to improve the most. You guys agree? And what is the one area where you guys would like to see Bo Nix improve the most coming into year 2?
Down in red zone.
Red zone's a good one for sure. We can't live behind the line of scrimmage for another year. So we got to start living in the 7 to 12 yard range, pushing the ball down the field here a little bit. These bubble screens have been cute and everything, but we got to start pushing a little bit.
The vast majority of quarterbacks in the NFL can move the ball between the 20s. Can you convert on third down? Can you convert in the red zone? And can you lead your team from behind? That's it. So it's really the area where every NFL quarterback has to be great in. I mean, they're all good enough to more or less put your team in field goal position. Seriously, every quarterback in the NFL is basically good enough to do that. But can you convert in those 3 big operations? Come from behind, third down and red zone. That's it. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's complicated. It's hard to do. It's easy to say. It's hard to do. So literally, he has to improve in that, but everybody does.
Didn't they lead the league in 3 and outs?
I do not know that. Did they? Obviously, that's a problem.
Yeah, I thought I heard or read that somewhere that they led the league in the NFL in 3 and outs. So, I mean, that goes to third downs, right? That goes to, and I think if we wanted to boil it down and make it in its simplest form, you go, 42 to 18 time of possession in that playoff game. And that means you weren't keeping the offense on the field, you weren't converting third downs, and you weren't moving chains.
I'm looking that up. That would be. I'm looking that stat up right now. What team has the most 3 and outs in the NFL this year? 1 is the Bears, according to what I'm looking. I would be surprised if the Broncos did that. I got 1 is the Bears, 2 is the Cardinals, 3 is the Packers, 4 is the Giants, 5 is the Lions. I don't have the Broncos here till 14, Scott. At least what I'm looking at.
Teach me to listen to Nate Crackman.
Well, unless I'm looking at, StatMuse. What team has the most 3 and outs in the NFL this year? And it's got the Broncos at 14. Is that what Nate said? I don't know. I'm not trying to doubt Nate. But
where would I get that?
Yeah, I don't know. You're just
Raj.
Throwing Raj? You're just throwing people under the bus?
One of those. Yeah.
Left and right?
Yeah, Vic.
Okay.
Accountability, Scott. Accountability.
Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Mike Tomlin said teams interested in potentially trading for him should not even consider it. He said, quote, "Save your time." He signed a 3-year extension with the Steelers last offseason. He said, "I understand the nature of what it is that we do, the attention and criticism that comes with it. As a matter of fact, I embrace it. To be quite honest with you, I enjoy the urgency that comes with what I do and what we do. I don't make excuses for failure. I own it, but I also feel like I'm capable, and so as long as I'm afforded an opportunity to do that, I will continue to do so." Do you guys think Mike Tomlin is the head coach of the Steelers next year?
Yeah, I do. But I also buy the fact that they would trade him if they could. They are You guys remember the run that the Bengals had back in like the early 2000s of making the playoffs every single year, and they just couldn't do anything with it. Who is the coach? Why am I drawing a blank on his name right now?
White?
No.
For the Bengals?
Yeah, I can picture him. Anyways, that's who the Steelers have become, and they got to feel a little bit trapped right now. They were feeling trapped last year. They made Mike Tomlin play on a contract year, and they were confused on what they wanted to do.
Mike Tomlin's definitely taking some heat, by the way. It's happened. Yeah, Scott.
Al Davis said years and years and years ago that he felt head coaches had a 10-year shelf life, and no matter where they are, playing well or whatever, that you replace a head coach every 10 years. He did it to Madden, he did it to Flores, and both those guys were successful.
Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis. Yeah, there you go. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, we'll stay with the Pittsburgh Steelers because Russell Wilson will be a free agent this offseason. He said he wants to remain in Pittsburgh. He said that's the plan.
Okay.
I love it here and everything else. I think we have a great football team. Obviously, it didn't end the way we wanted to, and I think there's a lot more we can do. So he's 36 years old. He signed a 1-year, $1.2 million contract with the Steelers a season ago. So if Russ isn't back with Pittsburgh,
yeah.
Number one, what do you think the number is as far as the AAV? And what do you think is the best and most likely destination where Russ could end up?
Let me put my fingers together to make a zero. There is zero chance Russell Wilson, zero, is going to be the plan as a starting quarterback for any team in the NFL next year. Zero. I'm not saying he won't be in the NFL, but there's zero chance he's going to be the planned starter. So his average salary, what do backups like Joe Flacco get paid? Because if he wants to stay in the NFL, that's going to be his role.
I tend to agree with that.
10 as a backup, and then he became a starter. So
I'm not saying people don't get hurt.
What did the Steelers do? Did they do just last year? They gave up on Mason Rudolph,
Kenny
Pickett. They gave up on 3 quarterbacks. They're like, nope, we're getting rid of them all. We're bringing in 2 new guys.
Guy, you forget. Yeah,
Justin Fields?
Ended up getting up on Justin.
No, that's this year. But my point is, do they do the same thing again?
Well, it's easy to keep going with Justin Fields a little bit if he's not costing all that much money and he's around.
I think they made their decision on Justin. As long as Mike Tomlin's the head coach, I think they made their decision on him.
Great. Good luck drafting where they're drafting and finding a quarterback. And I don't know what their cap space is and what they got going on. I mean, they might be desperate, and they may bring in like Aaron Rodgers
I could see Tomlin being a Kirk Cousins guy.
I could too. Absolutely. And they are on the – listen, this is why I was laughing at the Steelers. And they're in a world of absolute misery because they are in a terrible place to draft a quarterback right now. Horrible. And there's no capital to move up. I don't know where they are with cap space. You're right. It's going to be an Aaron Rodgers – or a Kirk Cousins, or we'll see what they got money wise. But if you want to know why Sam Darnold may make $50 million a year, go check out the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, teams are going to be desperate, and they're not going to have a lot of choices. It will not surprise me if Sam Darnold gets $50 million per.
No.
Well, what are you doing if you're the Steelers?
If he gets over 40, I'll be shocked.
What are you doing if you're the Saints? What are the Raiders doing?
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. He'll be starting, but I don't agree on how much he'll make.
Russell Wilson, man, listen, the guy's had a borderline Hall of Fame career, and I don't think Russell Wilson is actually that big of a distraction. I really don't. Not now. So we'll see how much he wants to stay in the NFL. But as a starter,
I get this weird feeling he's not going to get those extra 3 or 4 Super Bowls.
You might be right about that. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, CBS has an article out, the biggest questions facing all the NFL wildcard weekend losers. So we'll just go straight to the Broncos. The question they ask is, can they upgrade Bo Nix's weaponry?
Yes.
More specifically, to what degree can they do so? Because Bo showed in his rookie year that he's got a real feel for the NFL game, especially as a naturally mobile thrower. Now it's on Sean Payton and George Payton to give him a formidable supporting cast. So is that what this draft year in your guys' mind is going to be? Just get as many freaking weapons on offense as possible?
Well, the first round pick is going to be Tyler Warren if they can figure it out. It's going to be kind of a little bit of a boring build-up. We'll all get hyped about Tyler Warren, and hopefully it'll make it happen. I think the more excitement will come in free agency if they can get themselves, well, T. Higgins specifically, but one of those guys. You know, that will be interesting to see if they really make a play in that direction.
You know, I don't think I even want T. Higgins. I don't want to pay T. Higgins $30 million.
Well, that'll make it interesting in free agency if the Broncos do. I got you.
One thing you know now is where the Broncos are drafting, and that's locked in.
Yep.
So they're at 19, right?
20. They're 20. Yeah, they're 20. Yeah.
They're at 20. That's locked in. So start looking at the back half of the first round and forget about top 10 guys. Forget about top 15 guys. Start looking at the second half unless you're willing to fire. And I really hope you don't fire for a tight end. I'll tell you that.
Well, they're in a great position for Tyler Warren. So what's your take on Tyler Warren, I guess, would be the bottom line.
I'd take him.
Who's higher, the Warren or the kid from Michigan?
Warren's by far the first. He's by far.
But Colson Loveland's in the conversation. Warren's ahead, you're right. But, you know, Loveland's the second tight end. He's the second guy, Scott, to talk about in that department.
I'm looking, try to see.
Well, I mean, what am I even doing here? We're going to do this. Let's do it the right way. Talking mock drafts, I freaking love it. Scott actually asked a question about it. It's your fault, Scott.
I didn't ask about it.
You did? You said, where's Colson Loveland fit in there? That's a draft question.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
I don't think we're going to be even close to Tyler Warren. I actually disagree with you. I don't think he's going to be an option.
I'm just looking at the collection of the mock drafts. NFLmockdraftdatabase.com. Go pick it out. He's the #1 aggregated draft pick for the Denver Broncos, Tyler Warren. But that's just that. You know,
I'll be surprised if he doesn't go in top 15 is all I was saying.
Okay. Well, maybe. I don't know. You got to go through it. But I'll look through NFL mock draft database anytime you want. All right. It's dangerous having that button. I agree with you. Scott, you still with us? You here?
Yeah, I'm looking. I want to see if any names excite you. Harrison Bryant, Mo Ali Cox, Johnny Munt, Hunter Long, Kylan Granson, Tyler Conklin, Tommy Trimble, Zach Ertz, Mike Gesicki.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Zach Ertz is good.
Johnson.
Juwan Johnson's pretty good. Yeah.
Those are your free agent tight ends.
There's a couple good ones in there, sure. But they ain't Tyler Warren. I'll stop. Let's get to what the Nuggets have in store for them. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, if you value relationships in life the same way that I do, and you're in the market for a new vehicle, then you're going to want to do what I did and go over to Phil Long Ford. Guys, this is Tyler, and I've been buying all my vehicles there since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back time in and time out because it's always a great experience. Guys, they're going to take care of you. They're going to give you the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect you as a human being. That's not unique to me. That's unique to everybody that walks in the doors at Phil Long Ford. And what I love about Phil Long right now, not only are there great prices, not only the incentive deals rock solid, the interest rates rock solid, but you are going to find the vehicle of your dreams. We're talking about one-stop shopping. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford, and find the vehicle of your dreams because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles right on their lot right now. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep your vehicle serviced to Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Well, I can admit when I make a mistake, for sure. I made a little bit of a mistake. On the aggregate mock draft thing for the Broncos, it is not Tyler Warren who's number one. It is
Becca.
It is not. It's not him. I know who you're talking about. I can't pronounce his name.
Becca Egbuka. Emeka Egbuka.
Yep. It's Colston Loveland by, and again on NFLmockdraftdatabase.com, they aggregate all the mocks that are out there, which is why we need to establish, what's the thing? The sticky...
OrangeStickyFingers.com.
OrangeStickyFingers.com.
Fingers.
Yeah. So Colston Loveland is at 18.5%. Tyler Warren is at 16.6%. So I will tell you this, just early.
Tyler's probably going to be gone.
Well, there's a distinct possibility for sure. So, but that is a strong percentage, of 35% saying the Broncos take a tight end. And we'll
it's
go
not
from there.
rocket science, man. I mean,
No,
the people that do this, it's not rocket science. They just look at it. They find the team needs. The Broncos, we need a running back, we need a tight end, we need a wide receiver. All right. Now, how many wide receivers are going to be off the board? What tight ends are left? That's really it's simple as that.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, Scott, I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, you're definitely, of course, you're right there in the middle of it. But I on the surface, this whole we're in the playoffs in the middle of the season sort of vibe by staying in the city. I don't know, man. I think it looks all right. What's your vibe on the whole thing and being in Dallas for such a long time compared to bouncing around to a couple different cities?
It's easier on the body travel-wise, so that's good. You're able to establish, and these guys, when they travel, they take over 2 or 3 little banquet rooms. One set up as, a treatment and massage and activation room. One is for food. One's for film work and all this different stuff. I mean, it's an endeavor. So you don't have to move all that equipment. Guys can set up, and you're there for a while. So from that standpoint, it's good. But you're right back on it. You travel, we'll get home probably at 1 o'clock, 1:30 tonight. You play a good team tomorrow, and then you're flying out at 9:30 the next morning, which is the dumbest thing in the world, the schedule makers, and travel to Miami and Orlando for 3 days. So, it's okay. Every coach I've talked to a lot of coaches and a lot of front office people and a lot of different teams, and every single one of them sit there and say the cup games really has screwed up the
really
scheduling for a lot of people. Yeah.
Okay, wow. All right.
I think the only people that are happy with the cup are the people that live in New York and cashed in $2 billion.
Yeah, I found my energy for it. Despite the glory of the different colored court, and I really lost interest in it this year. I kind of was into it last year, and this year was just and who was even in it this year? Oklahoma City and somebody nobody cares about.
Milwaukee
won
it. Yeah, Milwaukee, Oklahoma
beat
City.
Somebody, but did they beat Golden City?
Oh, I don't know. Whoever
Oklahoma City.
Who cares?
Oklahoma City.
Nobody cared. Nobody was paying attention. It's pretty dumb.
And all it does is screw up your everybody's schedule.
I'll go with you on it, right? And then we got to play the Clippers again. Great. That's awesome. I love playing the Clippers again.
Yeah, but again, you know why? Because everybody in New York thinks L.A. and Denver are real close to each other.
Yeah, that's another dumb thing. We want to thank our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. The Nuggets were able to come from behind twice against Dallas. What will it take for him to have a little bit more consistency here, Scott, tonight? And let's keep in mind, it is a back-to-back night because it's, Dallas, and it's a late Dallas. This is another one where you get screwed. You got a late TNT game, and you got a back-to-back here in Denver against Houston tomorrow.
Who will be watching the game from their hotel room in Denver tonight?
Yeah, that is really stupid. Anyways, what can we expect tonight?
I don't know. I think the one thing that happens when you play a team back-to-back, I think they got a little bit caught off surprise with how hard the Dallas started the game, doubling Nikola, and then they didn't make a shot. They still only made 6 or 7 threes all game.
Right.
And it really wasn't until all of a sudden Russ took over and even Michael started taking over and cutting to the basket and getting layups. Kind of changed the outcome of the game to where now – they're getting switches. They're putting smaller guys on it, and now what do you do? So I think probably similar game plan. You got it. This is an important game. I know Denver's been good on back-to-backs, 8-0, but this is going to be tough. This will be tough because, like I said, you'll get in having been gone for 4 days, you'll be in town for, 24 hours, 27 hours, something like that, and then you're leaving again. So this will be tough. We'll see where the focus is. The focus there tomorrow night, or is it here tonight?
Just checking here. Who's the fifth starter tonight?
They'll keep it the same way as it was last
AJ
game.
will come off the bench.
Okay,
So we'll go
checking.
Jamal, Westbrook, Christian, Yoke, MPJ.
Okay.
By the way, I'm glad to see MPJ had time to do the Jim Rome show. Good for him.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, got time. Talk to Rome.
Jealous?
Just saying. Saying he had time to talk to Jim Rome. I'm just saying he had time to talk to Jim Rome. It's good.
That was nice of him to do that for Jim.
That's good for him to do it for Jim. All right, Scotty, you're on the call tonight with Kaz. Pregame at 7 right here on 92.5. You want to catch the Avalanche? They're on 950. 5-game homestand for the Avs kicks off tonight against the Rangers, who you don't see all that often. And then after that, it's like, woof, Western Conference Palooza with Edmonton, the Wild, Dallas, and Winnipeg in town. So nice stretch. And yeah, tomorrow night, Scott, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow it's, the Houston Rockets, who are playing way better. Like, they're having a pretty good, decent season right now. So, okay. And tomorrow we have the big end of the year, I think. It wasn't today. There was a vibe. It might be today. It wasn't, so likely it'll be tomorrow during our show, where you were a star last year, Scott.
Star
last year.
Yeah.
Commandeering the end of the year press conference with Sean Payton, George Payton, and Greg Penner. So all of your Broncos.
Yeah, I'm checking out of this year's.
And why is that?
Because I'm going to get in at 2 o'clock, and I don't really want to get up and drive down there at 8 or 10 and then drive back to radio for 3 hours and then drive home and jump in the shower and then go do a game for 4 hours and then go home and sleep for 5 hours and get up and then fly for 3 hours.
Well, there's a very good possibility, not to rain on that logistics parade, that the press conference happens during the middle of our show. So
that's beautiful.
It did last year also.
I mean,
though.
I want to go. I was planning on going. Yeah, my bad.
All right, Nate and Andy are coming up next, and Kevin Demoff, who had to logistically figure out all that Rams stuff moving it to Arizona. Look forward to that story coming up at 3:20 today. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Darnold slings it, and he's picked. Intercepted by Durant. Darnold bowls out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown. Darnold can't let the ball go and takes another sack. 4th down and 2. Darnold is sacked again. Rams kind of back out. Darnold backs up. Ball's got to come out. He takes another big sack. 2nd and 10. Darnold pulls it down, and down he goes. Sack number 9.
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
Seeing ghosts.
Seeing ghosts.
That's not good.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
And Rooney's office. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Welcome into the program. Yeah, Sam Darnold got sacked 9 times last night, 6 times in the first half. Rams roll down in Glendale, Arizona. They will go to Philly this upcoming week. 27-9 your final. Andy Stafford came out cooking, and Sean McVay and company had the game plan. They were ready to go last night. Like, I think Detroit sort of put it on film a couple of weeks ago, and then they got a good look at it, and hey, that guy wants to hold the ball forever. He wants to wait for things to open up down the field, send the house at him. And, I mean, every time you looked up, it was another DB was going after Darnold last night. Akello Witherspoon had the forced fumble on the touchdown last night, our old buddy. But, yeah, it was a rough night out there for Sam Darnold and company. Great season for the Vikings, but, yeah, you turned back into a pumpkin at the end.
Multiple thoughts there. Let's start with this. All my condolences to my friends up north there. Are the Vikings the team that they've become the team I can't take seriously? I don't care how good the record is. I just don't take you seriously.
That's fair.
You lost to the Giants a couple years ago in
Yeah.
Gable's first year. You're like the team that rules the regular season, and you suck in the playoffs.
They've never won a Super Bowl.
Dude, they can't even get like close to the championship lately.
No.
And so they were 14-2, and I guess all year long, I liked the story of Sam Darnold, and I kept just going, is this real this time or not? Did Kevin O'Connell, did he do a real thing here? And this is going to be, because their defense is always good.
Yeah.
And the offense puts up awesome, I hate to kind of say this, but they're the Indianapolis Peyton Manning that's an actual team that just destroys the regular season, and then something always happens in the playoffs.
He really was, like, in the regular season, he really was one of the best passers in football. That part of it wasn't fake, and he had a great year, but the issue is that Sam Darnold has always had an issue with hanging onto the ball, has always had an issue with pressure getting into his face, the see and go stuff that Spring played at the end of the open right there, and they went up against teams that had the kind of speed on the defensive side of the ball at the very end of the season that were able to expose those problems with Sam Darnold. They had a great year.
They did.
The Vikings were, to an even greater degree, they were the NFC Broncos.
Yes.
They were the team. Denver's win total was 5.5. Yeah. They won 10. The Vikings win total was 6.5. They won 14. Marvelous year. Great job by Kevin O'Connell. But last night, the problem is that Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold, who did wonderful things this year, they ran into Sean McVay and Matt Stafford. And you got to give the Rams credit. They've done a great job rebuilding that defense without Darnold in there. And they fly around, man. That team is tough. They're really good. And this is the time of year where Sean McVay kind of shines. This game coming up here in Philly this week is real interesting. And I tell you what, Andy, like I won't be mad if I'm watching Matt Stafford in an NFC Championship game. I never have a bad time watching that guy play football.
No, I'm fine myself. I think I'm rooting Lions-Bills for the Super Bowl, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I'd sent you guys the note on Twitter. I guess I didn't. So how about this? The Vikings got off to what, like a 5-0 start?
Yeah.
Played the Lions and the Rams. then went on another long run.
Right.
And then had the season ended by the Lions and the Rams.
Yeah.
That's nuts how that worked out.
Yeah.
Because I remember I was at Stoney's. That was a Thursday night game when it was the Rams and the Vikings. And that was not a good Thursday night game, if you remember. It was brutal. So I just thought that was an interesting little, what would you call that?
Symmetry.
There you go.
Yes.
A pattern that had it happened. All right, what happens now with Sam Darnold? Here's what I think is crazy about this season, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, just a month ago, where are we at? The 15th, roughly 15th is tomorrow?
Yeah.
Prior to Christmas. This is around the time, if you need to remember, in Bronco terms, they're getting ready to play Indianapolis. They just had the game with the Browns, all that kind of stuff. Russell Wilson was on his way to a big deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers and was going to take over and be the guy there for the next few years with Tomlin. And Sam Darnold, they were talking about who are they going to trade J.J. McCarthy to? Will the Giants give up the number one pick for J.J. McCarthy because the Vikings have found their guy, and now I don't think either guy is going to be with their current team next year.
In some ways, like, didn't this – okay. Clearly the Vikings would have rather won a playoff game and continued. All right. But also, the way that it went the last 2 weeks, the way the Lions and the Rams crushed Darnold over the last couple of weeks, like any argument that you were having in the building in Minnesota or you know, on radio airwaves or anything else, any argument you were having of like, oh, okay, either kick the can with McCarthy for another year. Remember, they really liked him. Like, they got to look at him in camp, and they were excited about him, and then he goes down with the injury.
Like, what, half of football in his preseason game?
Good start for him, but suddenly it was, oh, man, we're going to have to hang on to Sam Darnold if this thing ends up being special. If this is an NFC Championship, Super Bowl type of season, then you got kind of a problem on your hands. This sort of answers the question for you, okay? Like, you drafted a quarterback in the first round that is your quarterback of the future. It is his time now. Sam Darnold was a bridge guy for a year, kind of unintentionally, but a great bridge guy, and you won 14 games, and you went to the playoffs, and you had a magnificent season, and you damn near were able to get the number one seed in a bye. Yeah, you were down to the final week of the regular season. Now it's like the Vikings really know what their path is, so they sort of had a favor done for them. I don't know. Sam Darnold, is he a Raider? Is that the move there? Pittsburgh is going to need a quarterback. I can't imagine they go forward with Russ.
Well, yeah, now it's wild. Assuming that they keep things calm in Pittsburgh, which they tend to do.
Yeah.
Everyone's having Aaron Rodgers tab now for the Steelers. I don't know where Russ...
Does that make anything calm, having Aaron Rodgers?
I'm with you. It seems like a wild way to go after what you went through with Russ.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the different circus, new animals. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I just think it's wild that two guys, and in a way it just shows you how cruel the NFL is, because for the most part, both Russ, not Russ as much as Darnold, but they both had earned places to come back to next year, and now nobody seems to think either guy is going to end up with it. I don't know if Russ has a team. Darnold will be with somebody because of this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Russ will be in the league next year. Russ is not a backup quarterback.
No, he's not. And it's two situations ended so poorly now for Russ. The last two destinations have really ended. And really, Seattle didn't end well either for Russell Wilson. There was a lot of ugliness with that parting by the very end of it. So, you know, we don't know politically what it was like inside the building with Russell Wilson. If you know, I thought he looked okay on Hard Knocks. It seemed like he and Tomlin had a good rapport and all of that, and maybe Russ was perfectly content there, and he didn't feel the need to go throwing his weight around or anything else like that. But also, like, the Steelers do need to get on with their football life, and if you're the Rooney family, I think that's what you got to be telling Mike Tomlin. It's just like, okay, like this 500 thing, or you know, barely squeezing out playoff spots and then getting our ass kicked. Like, we need to make a change right now.
Well, yeah, because we live that life under Shanahan.
Yeah.
And you respect, like, you don't, I get torn about this because, man, it looked ugly after you got rid of Shanahan.
Right.
I was just thinking, I don't know, maybe you should have held on to Mike. But the problem is you are constantly picking around 17 to 22.
Yeah.
And you're not getting any top quarterback at 17 to 22. And you're too good to really improve, and you don't have the guy. They're just going through... The Steelers are probably the closest to what the Broncos went through post-Elway with Shanahan as coach, because they just keep maintaining, like you said, ways to get into the playoffs. But my God, it felt horrible last year. How badly? Like, I saw your joke about the committee getting the Vikings wrong or whatever.
Yeah.
Was that it? Or I don't know which team you picked, but you almost needed a playoff committee because everybody knew. Everyone's griping about the Broncos getting in and not the Bengals. Dude, it should have been the Steelers spot if you were going to sub them out for somebody.
Yeah.
Steelers are on a 5-game losing streak. You knew what was going to happen before it happened.
They were terrible by the end of that season. Yeah, it was hideous.
I just think it's crazy how all that worked out. And
Let's just take a moment, by the way. We are in Denver, Colorado, and you know what? Like, we're having this conversation, but we're not talking about the Broncos. We're not mentioning Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, none of that nonsense for the Broncos. Broncos got a dude.
Broncos!
They got a guy, Jim Nance, and we don't, for a full offseason, we just get to talk about that dude instead of what pile of crap are they going to dredge up and haul in here to play quarterback
all right,
for him.
I want to hear from everybody. 303-504-0925, because I'm not pushing back on you. I said it yesterday.
Oh, you want Sam Darnold?
No. I do believe the rookie year showed we are going to get Bo will see the end of this contract
Cousins
as
to
the
come
starter.
in and compete with Bo?
No.
Okay.
None of this. But tell me why. Here's right. Again, the past haunts me, Nate. Why do we feel better about this than we did Drew Lock? Is it the longer sample size? Is it the coach QB combination? Is it what is it?
Yes.
Text in why.
Yes.
303-504-0925.
To those things. That and he was a better player.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
But
so put all those.
Drew Lock's the last time when you said what you said right there. I just had the flashbacks to that COVID year, and we're drafting all the receivers, and hey, we got a guy, we're not worried about it. Then things got weird like the first 5 games.
I can only speak for me, and I'm not here to pat my own back, even though I got no problem doing that. I never bought Drew Lock. People hated my guts because I didn't buy Drew Lock. Even after that 5-game sample size, it was like, okay, let's see what we got, but I didn't buy Drew Lock. And then I watched him going up against Teddy Bridgewater in camp every day, and I was just like, my God. This is absolutely brutal. So I was not a Drew Lock guy ever, so it doesn't feel at all like the same thing to me.
Okay.
Am I being too optimistic?
No, I hope not. No. But I think of things like you led the league in 3 and outs. How do you improve that?
Yeah.
And that's not all and everybody around you.
Pick up more first downs.
So
we got a lot to do today on the show. Our friend Charles Johnson, MVP of the Orange Bowl. CJ is going to join us on the show. We're going to talk about the life and the career and the accomplishments of the late, great Bill McCartney. CJ will join us today on the show at 4 o'clock. But after the break, the Rams, victorious last night, State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. How did they do it? How did they ship their entire football operation down to Arizona on a couple of days' notice to get ready to play a playoff game and win that playoff game and deal with everything with the horrific wildfires? We'll talk to Los Angeles Rams team president Kevin Demoff. He's going to join us when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Are you looking for things like bed covers or step rails or maybe some of those KC lights or a tow winch, towing stuff in the back? Whatever you may need, they've got it over there at Colorado Off-Road. What I want to focus on today, real simple, is the remote start. Again, we're about to have a weekend, I guess, by all accounts, that's going to feature below freezing temperatures, minus temperatures, all the negative temperatures, I should say. All that kind of good stuff. You know what you need for something like that? A remote start, so you can go out to a warm vehicle before you get your drive started, not have to sit there and warm it up with it. So they can do that over at Colorado Off-Road. The best thing I think, honestly, I've added to the vehicle was the remote start kit, because it's always good to get the engine warmed up, get the cabin warm quicker. it's great. And this time of year, they can do it for you pretty quickly. I think it took them about 90 minutes to put mine in. But you'll have to call Jerry and get the exact time from him. But anyway, Jerry Jones, his wife Wendy, they own this great Colorado business. They'll point you in the right direction no matter what you're looking for. Find Colorado Off-Road on the web at cooffroad.com. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. 303-761-1264 is the number.
Darnold bowls out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown. Witherspoon knocked it out. And Verse took care of the rest.
Yeah, our dude Akello Witherspoon making that play last night on the forced fumble. Jared Verse takes it to the house. Joining us right now to discuss that Rams victory and, more importantly, discuss how you move an entire NFL operation on a couple of days' notice to a completely different city, a completely different stadium, and get ready to host a playoff game. It is LA Rams team president Kevin Demoff. He also, by the way, is the president of team and media operations for KSE, a.k.a. our boss's boss's boss. Kevin, how you doing, man?
I'm a little exhausted, but
I bet.
Great to be on with you guys. And, we're turning the page. We got a Nuggets game. We got an Avs game tonight. Let's go.
Damn right. Let's do it. Kevin, let's go back to last week. And you mentioned your exhaustion level right there. The fire and the evacuation started in Pacific Palisades on Tuesday. You guys are scheduled to host a playoff game at SoFi the following Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings. Over the course of that week, the fire breaks out in Altadena. More fires break out. The Santa Ana winds are raging at 80 miles an hour. You guys haven't had rain in Los Angeles in 8 months. What was last week like, sort of starting on Tuesday when you were starting to get an idea of how bad it could be and sort of taking it up until you guys made the call to move the game?
Yeah, I think you guys will understand this. I was at Ball Arena getting ready for Nuggets Celtics Tuesday night. And my wife started texting me. We do not live near the Palisades or Altadena, thankfully, but my wife started texting me that, this looks really bad. Then I got calls and my daughter started texting me, and you could just tell, I had the same pit in my stomach I did in 2018 when the Woolsey fire broke out here in LA, that this was going to be bad. Try to watch part of that game and just wound up in my office, just focused on, okay, our community is suffering. And, I took the first flight home Wednesday morning and was on the phone with the NFL pretty early Wednesday talking about Arizona as an alternative. But, we had a chance in 2018 to play a Monday night game against the Chiefs. I think people remember for the game more than anything. But for those of us in LA, it was a celebration of first responders in a very meaningful way. And we were hoping as an organization to get that game, kind of that opportunity again. I should say, that's a terrible choice of words, but you never wanted to revisit that game. But if the community was going to go through what it was going through, we wanted to play a role in the healing. And, we thought things were kind of starting to die down Wednesday night, Thursday. We were hopeful that we might be able to play the game on Monday night. And Thursday afternoon, I had a conversation with the fire chief here in LA, and you could just hear the wariness and concern in his voice about staffing our game, but even more so just the idea that, just sounded like even having the conversation was the distraction. And we had said earlier in the week a drop dead date with the NFL of Saturday morning to move the game. And I called the NFL up immediately after that call and I said, we need to move this game. And there was really, 3 reasons. The first was a distraction. Heaven forbid a single home or car, or even worse, a human life was lost because we were playing a playoff game at SoFi Stadium. The second was that, we're holding 500 rooms for the Vikings, the Rams, NFL officials. Those rooms could immediately go to evacuees on Thursday afternoon if we made that decision. And then finally, from I think a football and a logistics perspective, we were going to play a home game in Arizona, what it would take for us to move 400 miles east and pick up SoFi and, put on the game of our lives for our fans, for our community. We did it every possible minute. And so by Thursday evening around 6:00, the decision was made along with the commissioner and the Kroenke family. We decided to move the game. Within 24 hours, we had 400 people, 6 dogs, 2 cats. Amazing offensive linemen have cats. We'll leave that as an aside for a future day. But all on a plane to Arizona. We practiced at the Cardinals facility Saturday and Sunday. They were amazing to us. And obviously, I think the world saw last night what the group was able to pull off, both from a football perspective and a game perspective. One of the most powerful moments I've ever seen, helping our city start to heal. There's so much devastation here, and I don't think reality will sink in until this playoff run is over. But an amazing week for our organization, for KSE, and to show the power of what sports do for communities.
Yeah, Kevin, when that decision gets made that the entire operation is going to get moved, staff and team and everything else, I mean, people have homes in this community, and so it's like, okay, I want everybody to now work around the clock so that we can somehow facilitate this move while also remembering that real life and real tragedy is happening all around everybody. What were those couple of days like, sort of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? What was the feeling around the organization and for you of trying to make these decisions sort of in the midst of really just awful chaos around you?
Yeah, I don't want to call it denial on Wednesday because, obviously Tuesday night was terrible and the devastation, as you could see it in the Palisades in Altadena, was just horrific. But it seemed like the initial batch of wins had died down. They were starting to get, stop the spread. So we were trying to proceed as normal because we wanted the opportunity to host that home game.
Of course.
Players had earned it. We had done it once before, and we just knew the moment that we thought it could provide. Thursday was where it kind of hit the climax. Immediately after the conversation with public safety officials, we started a very short practice. We had rested our starters the week before. We had an extra day for Monday Night Football, so we were kind of on an abbreviated schedule. But as we were going out to practice, the Palisades fire, which you could kind of see visibly the smoke from our facility, flared up, and the smoke got darker and darker and closer, and you could see our media all started to go out and take pictures, and you could see our players just kind of wondering, like, are we really doing this? And then immediately after that, a fire broke out, the Kenneth Fire in West Hills, which is where a lot of our players and coaches live. 40 players, coaches evacuated, including Sean McVay. That happens at the end of practice, people scurry off, and then the city of Los Angeles sent out by mistake an evacuation order to every resident in the city, all 10 million people. And that freaked everybody out. And I think that kind of back to back, that was in about 30 minutes, is where nerves were frayed probably the most. And you just said, we need to get this team out of here. Now, mind you, in the midst of all of that, our headquarters got, not our practice facility, we have a separate business headquarters, that got evacuated in the midst of the Kenneth Fire. So as we were starting to move this game and align people around, hey, we're going here, because I had been very clear to our staff that we were only focused on playing a game at SoFi Stadium. We were going to let the NFL handle the alternate plans, and when it came time to pivot, we would pivot. So now you say, we're going to make this pivot, and oh, by the way, entire buildings evacuated, practice facilities being evacuated. It was a moment. And, there was a moment last night when I got home. We got back to LA around midnight, got home around 1 a.m. And I don't know that I've been that exhausted physically and emotionally in a long time. And it's all dawning on us heavy, but there's a lot of work still to do. We have dangerous fire situations today and tomorrow. Hopefully it seems pretty calm right now, and our city is going to be healing for years. And if we can play a small role in that process, as I said, we're so fortunate. The Cronkies stepped up and did everything you could ever ask from an ownership group, no expense spared, to move families, pay for evacuees, hotels here in Los Angeles, everything you would want to see an ownership group do. But, it is not lost on us. We had the power of the NFL, the power of the Kroenke family to move mountains. So many people in our community do not have that, and they got a notice they had evacuated and will never see their homes again. And, what it did to move a football team was amazing, but it's, pales in comparison to, what people actually had to go through, in their daily lives.
All right. So, and I can tell it's hitting. Look, everybody that has to talk about this, Kevin, I keep seeing that, the reality of the situation tends to overwhelm you. I was watching Malika Andrews on ESPN, and she was trying to hold it together. I don't know that any of us will truly understand what you guys are witnessing out there in LA when you look out your windows some days. So it is amazing what you were able to pull off. I do wonder how much of your staff appreciated just being able to get to another location and maybe focus on football and forget about, real life for a minute to get ready for this game. What I'm curious about is all the logistics, because I've told you in meetings before, I like to watch Good Morning Football. And Jamie Erdahl was talking yesterday morning about where you had to get the paint from the field, and the locker room you guys chose to set up in, and all the decisions that you made just to make this feel as much of a home game as possible. Can you give us some insights on what you what you purposely tried to do so it felt like home when you took the field?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. So, we started with the basics, and we have to give so much credit to Michael Bidwell and the Cardinals organization for, rolling out the red carpet, doing everything they could to make us feel at home. So when we landed, in Phoenix at about 8 p.m. on Friday night, a bunch of our staff went to the Cardinals facility. They set up a locker room, so it looked like our locker room. Our players had their names on the lockers. Everything was hung the way they are back here at home. Obviously you saw on the field last night, the paint markings were our SoFi Stadium paint markings. The end zones were designed, the center field logo. Our game presentation team went to Glendale and made sure that, even for our coaches, that the end game, the scoreboard, the down and distance was our SoFi scoreboard. So they didn't have to locate it. They could just look across and see exactly what it was like. Even though we were the home team, we stayed in the visitors' locker room because that's where we always go to that stadium. And we've had a lot of success there. We had won 9 of our last 10, now 10 of 11, in Glendale. And, we try to have the same coaches booth. We try to do all the same routines we normally do, in Phoenix when we travel. But then, you get into, every little piece we could. I mean, it had a feeling a little bit like a Super Bowl week. You were in a hotel with all of your families, and players would go for meetings and then they could go see their families. They're playing football in the hallways. And it was a nice break for so many people who have been so stressed for a while. I was talking to one player Saturday morning who said Friday night was the first time he'd slept in days. But then, how do we get our fans there, right? How do you get season ticket holders who bought tickets, to go arrange for 2,000 fans to travel on 30 buses back and forth, and trying to make the tailgates set up the same way they could, and trying to give our fans instructions of where to sit, what tunnel, the players would come out from, all of those little details, an amazing job by the entire organization. And I thought Jamie and Peter Schrager did a nice job this morning, kind of capturing that on Good Morning Football. We had Jamie fly back with us last night on the team plane. So it was, a ton of moving parts, but Sean's mantra the whole week to the team was we were built for this. And I think that goes beyond the players. I think that goes for the organization and KSC as a whole.
Rams get the win last night. They beat the Vikings convincingly, by the way, 27-9. We're talking to Rams team president Kevin Demoff. Sort of along those lines, Kevin, Sean McVay, the game plan impeccable last night. The team played magnificent. The pass rush was vicious. Stafford came out, was cooking on that opening drive last night. Again, given all of the challenges, did you have any trepidation about how the team would perform once they got out on the field? Because really, I thought the Rams looked great last night from the go.
I had a lot of trepidation after, just what I watched Wednesday and Thursday. You could tell our players weren't ready for a playoff game, and nor should they have been. Once we landed in Arizona, you got a good feeling, and then we do what we call a Mamba competitive practice period. The first period on Friday practices this week was Saturday, where it's ones versus ones, Sean McVay versus Chris Shula. They can call anything they want. And we scored on the first play. And usually you can tell the energy of the practice. And we hit Kyron Williams into the end zone on a little arrow route, and the place went wild, both sides chirping, and you could tell our guys were dialed in. That practice, one of the best practices we had all year. And from that moment, talking to Sean and the coaches at the practice, like, we're ready. We feel good. And, you never know how things like this are going to go. They're either going to galvanize you and you're going to play your best, or they're going to overwhelm you and play your worst. And look, we're so fortunate to have, Sean McVay. When I look throughout the KSE system, whether it's Jared Bednar, Michael Malone, I'm tired. Michael would yell at me if I called him Mike. So I'm, I'll make sure I correct that.
You're not a sideline reporter, Kevin. I think you'll be okay.
Yeah. Mikel Arteta, when you look at Sean, like, we're so fortunate throughout our entire system to have these amazing, coaches. And I'd add Chris Armas to that now, but Sean, I've been with him 8 years. We're so fortunate to have him. And, you can walk into his office before the game and you can always tell how we're going to play. And this was a no doubter. And the first drive was a reflection of how we felt, the game would go. And it only got better from there. And, hats off to, I know a lot of people don't know the name of Chris Shula. They might recognize the last name being Don's grandson, but, 4 straight games with our starters where we've held a deep opposing offense under 10 points, to do NFL playoff record, 9 sacks. what an amazing job by our players. But hey, the job's not done yet. We got to turn around and go to Philadelphia. We're fortunate to be one of the final 8, and this is a team that, got the much better end of us about 2 months ago, and we got to go fly across the country and get ready for them.
Can you tell us now what's next for you guys? I mean, again, I don't know how the LA Rams facility, the practice facility looks, but I'm always amazed that, SoFi is an open air facility. You do have to worry about the air quality. We unfortunately dealt with a lot of wildfire activity 2 years ago. I can remember just trying to work in it, felt impossible. Your lungs felt like they were constantly burning. What do you guys have to worry about now for the week of practice and prep for this next game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing, air quality comes to mind, just making people are settled and can go to their homes. We have 40 people who are evacuated. We still have a number of people who are evacuated, just trying to get them to focus on, hopefully we can keep, the firefighters, first responders done an amazing job in knocking down these fires, even driving in the office everywhere. You didn't see any smoke. You didn't see or feel the air quality. So hopefully that continues. And look, our Colorado community went through it with the Marshall Fire 2 years ago, right? I mean, it's not only the fire, it's the weeks after, the imminent fear that something could happen any other time. And, trying to get around that. The players have off today. They'll come back tomorrow to get ready for the Eagles, and we'll fly out, Saturday. And you're hopeful now to get back to a cadence, that's normal playoffs. And this is, we have the exact same setup we had in 2021 when we made the Super Bowl run. We're the 4 seed. We won on Monday night. Now we travel to the 2 seed. In the divisional playoffs, we're going to be rooting like hell for the Commanders Saturday night for a chance to have a home game, maybe here at SoFi if we're fortunate enough to beat the Eagles in the conference championship. But, hopefully we can have as normal of a week as possible. For this is a football operation now. The organization won't, thankfully we don't have to put on a home game in Philadelphia. Although I'd be very happy to, versus instead of walking to one of the most hostile places in the NFL. But, we'll just go try to focus on, from the team side, we'll go focus on the football, and from the business and community side, we'll focus on healing and doing everything we can to lift spirits. The number of texts and emails I had this morning, just thanking the team and the organization for 3 hours of joy last night in the midst of a terrible week, reminds you of why you get into this.
Real quick, is there truth that the caught audio, the comment picked up by mics of Dan Campbell saying, "See you in 2 weeks," help motivate some things around your parts?
Oh, they're, definitely motivation. Look, everybody sends it to you as if you didn't see it yourself. And I think for those who enjoy it, there was a good meme yesterday that we saw on the plane that was the statement by Dan Campbell, and then Jason Bateman, I believe it's from, I can't remember which movie it's from, basically saying, to heck with that.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was.
The bleep you are.
I get off on that on the plane, and I don't think Dan Campbell meant anything, but our guys certainly took notice, and our team did. But hey, we that's all over now. We got to go focus on the Eagles. But look, you never lack for motivation when you get to this point of the season.
Kevin, you guys are you're kind of America's team now, and I think a lot of people are really inspired by what you guys did. It was the first time ever that a natural disaster forced an NFL playoff game to a neutral site. People want to know, and if you have any insight, what can people do to help either financially or with donations or anything else?
Yeah, look, I think the first thing, if you want to help donate, the American Red Cross is the best kind of place to go. The LAFD Foundation, which supports firefighters and their families, that's where the Kroenke Family Foundation made $1 million gift, along with the Texans and the Vikings and the rest of the NFL, which was an amazing gesture by those teams that we played. The Vikings could not have been more gracious over the whole week, and even last night, after the game, so gracious in defeat and understanding what it meant for our city. If you want to buy the gear that you saw on the sidelines, you can go to our website or the NFL website to buy the hats or the shirts or the hoodies. And then if I can't imagine a ton of people in Denver want to wear LA Strong shirts with the team logos on them, particularly not, I'm not necessarily saying the Lakers or Kings. Maybe you want to go find something else, but those are for sale at Fanatics if you're looking to get some gear and to wear it. So those are great ways to do it. But if you want to keep it in the KSE family, then Rams website would be the best way to go.
That's well put right there. Yeah, and find ways to support the LA Fire Department. Kevin Demoff, team president of the Los Angeles Rams. It is on to Philadelphia now for LA. Kevin, I know you have no time to rest, but I hope that you're able to find some. Thanks for giving us a few minutes this afternoon.
My pleasure. It must be awesome for you guys to have to interview your boss and try to say anything. So I appreciate that you didn't make this like a hostage video. It's really nice.
Well, you see, Kevin, most of the time is after we have the guest on, then we make fun of them in the next segment. You don't have to be a victim of that.
We also wonder, are you a friend of the program?
Yeah,
so we'll be real nervous about that question. So
I'll be disappointed if you don't make fun of me in the next segment.
Okay, good.
I won't be there tonight at Ball, but look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow night against the Rockets.
Okay, we won't talk about Stafford's fumble that was overturned then. Kevin,
That
thank
was
you.
not that was not a fumble. And if you want to talk about that, we can talk about roughing the punter and some other things.
Just one of those shovel passes directly into the ground. That's all it was. Okay.
Hey, what that was looked at by the league office and correctly officiated. So I appreciate that.
Kevin, good stuff. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that is Kevin Demoff. He is the team president for the Rams. He is also the president of team and media operations for Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. Yes,
you know what you are?
He is our boss.
You are Maverick. That's what you are. I'm just Goose riding in the back telling you don't do the flyby. Don't do the flyby. But there you go.
I know.
You got to go do the flyby.
Every time.
And now we'll be down in Flex office getting yelled at by the Admiral about the coffee spill and the whole deal. You had to talk about the fumble, didn't you?
Well, here's the good news. It wasn't a fumble.
Good enough.
All
Good
is
enough.
well.
The one I thought was funny was Jared Verse with the Superfly Snuka.
Right.
Body slam on Sam Darnold.
Also, we had a moment last night where we had the game on, right? And Abby is like, "Is that guy's name Othello Witherspoon?" I was like, "No, that's Akello Witherspoon. It's our dude, man. He played for the
Played at
Bucks."
CU.
Yeah, that's our dude right there. And she was just like, "Man, my dad's name is Mike Brown, and that guy gets to walk around being named Akello Witherspoon."
I thought you were going to tell me she was very disappointed. Have you ever known an Othello? Have you ever played Othello?
Othello Harrington. Wasn't that former Georgetown big man?
Here we
Othello
go.
Harrington?
Sure, yeah.
There you go. Deep pull for
I don't
you
have
right
a lot
there.
of Othellos for the Othello draft.
That was the one I could think of.
Yeah.
That was the
Again,
one I had.
played the game Othello.
Yes.
And I don't even remember the rules to it.
I am Maverick. Sorry, dude. I always have to poke just a little bit. No, that was good stuff. Thanks again to Kevin Demoff. By the way, quick disclaimer. Our boss did not call us and insist that he come on our show and talk to us.
This was Nate's idea.
Yeah, this was on me. He would have, I promise you, he would have rather been doing anything else this afternoon than chatting with us. But when you have access to the team president that had to move an entire operation to another state to play a playoff game, I think that's a good story and something that people would want to hear. So thank you again to Kevin Demoff for joining us right there. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, coming up at the top of the hour, we will talk to our old buddy Charles Johnson here on the show. Need to talk to him about the passing of Bill McCartney. Sad news that came down over the weekend. The legendary Coach Mack, national championship winning head coach at the University of Colorado. Coach Mack passed over the weekend, so we'll talk to CJ all about that. The story of Bill McCartney is it's a layered one. It is a complex one, but also, and I think you'll hear in our conversation with CJ, it's the story of a man that really changed a lot of people's lives and made a lot of people's lives better and brought a lot of football players to the University of Colorado, did an awful lot of winning, but also made them into better people. So I'm looking forward to that conversation coming up here at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. You can watch the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Twitch. Our Twitch feed is presented by Safeway. Shop Safeway's Winter 4 times point event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Nuggets tonight in Dallas, 7:30. I believe, as far as we know, Jamal goes tonight, right? Played the other night through left knee inflammation. Apparently at halftime, Michael Malone said, "I want to shut you down." Jamal said, "No, I want to stay on the field." Or on the court, I guess is what they call it in basketball. Got football on the brain. But Jamal said he wanted to play, and he was a huge part of that fourth quarter. Scored 15 of the 28 in that huge run to get back into the game. Jamal was fantastic. That's a guy that wanted to be out there for his team. Jokic, Jamal, AG, and Julian Straw, they're all technically listed as probable to be able to play tonight, which then raises the question, do the Nuggets need to be shutting Jamal Murray down, or do the Nuggets need to be taking greater precaution with the knee injury to Jamal Murray? Because really, I believe tonight is another one of those games. You got your big six out there, and the team is going to have to make a decision as to what they want to do in terms of a starting lineup, in terms of rotation and everything else. Is Russell Westbrook going to move into the starting lineup? We don't know. But for now, Jamal Murray wants to go. Andy, is that the right call?
I mean, there literally was a report they thought about shutting him down at halftime. The last game, right?
Yeah, and he battled through.
The Dallas comeback, right?
And he was terrible in the first half of that game. And then he did the Jamal Murray thing again, where he just has nights like that where it's like he's dead, and then suddenly second half he wakes up and he's the reason why you win.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's a very tough question for this reason. I hate to sit on the fence. We're not paid to do that.
Sure.
But the reality of the situation is you need him back and right. But I don't know what the answer is anymore to getting him back and right. Because quite honestly, there's been a couple of times where I thought, I don't know, the game without Jokic that they won, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jamal looks like Jamal. He's finding his shot. He's working the guards. He's becoming a tough cover. He's hitting a couple of those turnaround jumpers that they can't seem to stop. Jamal's going to be Jamal again. I thought that about maybe 10 different times this year. And then the next game, it goes back to Jamal not being Jamal. So I don't know. And again, and I get it, it's their prerogative. They don't owe us an explanation. But whatever the injury is, whatever's hampering him has just lingered on and on and on. So, like, what is it? Does he need to be shut down? You know, the Rockets, that's a bigger challenge tomorrow. Like, what game would you rather have him for? Aren't we kind of in a situation where, you know, do you need him tonight or you need him tomorrow? Which win would you rather have?
Right.
Because the way, for those that haven't checked in on the Rockets lately, they're playing really good.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the Western Conference is full of a bunch of good young teams that look like they're going to be a pain and going to get in Denver's way as far as this multi-championship thing. So do you save him for tomorrow? I mean, would you like to send in, or is this a more winnable game? Especially considering you're the one, I mean, are the Rockets already here? You're the one getting back at 3 a.m. or whatever. So do you just go all in tonight and get this one and then just see what happens tomorrow?
Well, they don't lose on the second night of back-to-back, so
That's
they're fine
true.
there. 8-0 on the year, good to go.
What would you do? I don't know what to do because I don't understand what the injury is. At the end of the day, I don't really understand what the core physical problem is. Is it the hammy? Is it knee soreness? Is it something else? Is it a new deal? Is it just he needs to get in shape because of all this stuff that's hampered him to this point in the season? I don't know.
Let me give you the most base answer I possibly can. If you're healthy, you play.
Fine.
You know, it's so funny, too, because we talk all the time about, the NBA and load management. It's in hockey, you can have your leg falling off and, they got to sew the thing back on and you get back out there and you go and you play. Jamal Murray is just, he's battling his way through. He's doing everything that we ask of our pro athletes. Go out, play for your team. He wants to be out there for his dudes. He knows how important it is. He said the other night, I can go. I got this. This guy's out there competing, and yet it's like we're doing the opposite thing of going, now you need to go and sit down. Well, hey, Jamal Murray knows his body. He's battling his way through this thing. If there was risk of greater injury, I don't think they'd be playing him. He's got the foot. He's got the knee. It's his left knee. It's the ACL one. He's got inflammation in it, but I think if he can go, he's going to go, and I think that's how he wants to handle it all right now, and that's how he wants to fight his way through this season. Here's the good news. You have another ball handler. Russell Westbrook will handle the rock, so that is a huge, huge help. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about Bill McCartney with our friend Charles Johnson. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How have your energy levels been? How about your sleep? How about your focus? How about your gains at the gym? What about, very simply, very to the point, your sex drive? All this could be signs of low T if you're struggling with any of it. And if you need to go to talk to somebody about it, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place. This is all stuff that you may notice that could be a sign that you're dealing with low T. The brain fog is a big one, even sadness or depression. And if you're dealing with that, please don't let that go on. Go have a conversation with the guys over the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. What'll happen is you'll go and have your first visit. They'll draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you can make the decision together with their medical team. The cost of that appointment is $99, which does include the consult, the T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. For me, it was mainly about the lower energy. Did not like it. The first couple that I had were like the best cup of coffee ever. Get back. I'd love to tell you that I've seen better gains in the gym, but if you can see me on Twitch or in person, I'm not hitting the gym all that often. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, have a discussion with them, make the decision that is right for you. They've got 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sanders runs out the clock. And the figures may be number one for Colorado.
Figures. And that closes the ball game. Colorado 10, Notre Dame 9. Congratulations to the Colorado Buffaloes.
And CJ's not answering his phone.
That's all right. That's okay. It's all right.
Not acceptable. Anyway, hoping to chat with our friend Charles Johnson coming up here in just a moment. Want to talk to him about Coach Mack. Obviously, everybody saw the sad news. Bill McCartney passing away at the age of 84 over the weekend. Andy, the greatest coach in CU history, the winningest coach in CU history, won a national championship at the University of Colorado in 1990, and a guy that you think of the greatest of the greats. Like, until Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders came along, like, almost all of them, you talk about they played for Bill McCartney. And he brought those guys, whether it was Darian Hagan and Canavis McGee and Alfred Williams and Mike Pritchard and Eric Bieniemy and all the greats that came through, to later on Cordell Stewart and Rashawn Salam and Michael Westbrook and all the great players that came through there. Mac brought those guys to Boulder. He was the one that built the brilliance of that program. And joining us right now, just answering his phone, our buddy CJ. What up, man?
What's up, Nate? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for remembering your 4 o'clock
How many phones
interview.
you working these days, CJ?
I lost count at about 7 there, Andy. What's happening, fellas?
CJ, we're talking about your old coach, and by the way, our old radio partner. We should also add in there as well. But CJ, let's just start with you're a 16-year-old, 17-year-old in Detroit. Country Day. Do I got that right? Am I making sure I'm
right? That's right.
Remembering it correctly. Bill McCartney. Tell us the story of how Coach Mack came into your life and brought you from Detroit, Michigan, to a place that really socioeconomically, anything else you want to think of geographically, could not possibly be more different than Boulder, Colorado.
Well, before we do that, if you don't mind, Andy, I'm sorry, Nate. If you,
I'm here too.
I'd like to talk a second about the Bill McCartney on radio partner. I don't know if you had a chance to share that story.
He's kind of hinted at it.
We laugh at it, Nate, and because if you think, what, about 12 years ago, maybe even longer than that, who knows? But oh my goodness, man, you got a real taste of who built the passion and the commitment to his guys.
Yeah,
that was unparalleled. We'll talk more about that. But to your question, man, it was I was a late recruit. I didn't visit Colorado until June of 1987, which I had graduated from high school the month before, and so most recruits I had committed to going to Eastern Michigan University. And they had a shortage of quarterbacks at CU. And Bill McCartney, Sal Inessi was Prop 48, and Mark Walters had blown his knee out. Mac had 3 senior quarterbacks. Mark blew his knee out in spring ball. So Mac had 3 senior quarterbacks, no underclassmen quarterbacks on the roster going into that 1987 season. And so I was a late ask. There were no scholarships when Bill McCartney came to Michigan. He was speaking at a coaches convention in Detroit. Talked to my high school coaches. He was soliciting film from any coach who would listen because he desperately needed a quarterback. And so That's how I ended up here, unbeknownst to me on the day before that coaches convention that I'd end up in Boulder, Colorado. I had never been west of Chicago in my life. And a week later, I'm in Boulder. Certainly wasn't the plan, but as fate would have it, here I am.
Still to this day, and now you're stuck doing a radio interview here with me today. But CJ, when Coach Mack brought you guys and your generation of talent that went through of Darian Hagan and Mike Pritchard and Al and Canavis and EB and all of those guys, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but when he brought that generation of players to Boulder that would eventually go on to win the national championship, how did Mac go about the process of bringing you guys from all over the country, going to a place in Boulder, all of these young black men in a predominantly white environment that was not the most welcoming to them? How did Mac mold you guys, besides having great players, into such a damn good team?
Well, I think it started, and Andy, Nate, I appreciate the question in terms of where it started, because it did start in recruiting. Bill McCartney was such a man of high integrity. When he sat there, wherever he was on the map recruiting student athletes, Bill McCartney would look the parents, primarily the mothers, but the parents in the eyes, and make them a promise that, in essence, their young boy will return upon graduation a young man. He would make sure that we were safe. He told our parents that he was going to coach us hard, that he was going to lead us hard, but he was going to protect us and made sure we got our education. And that was music, you could imagine, to the mom or dad of an inner city kid from wherever on the map. Many of them obviously traveling thousands of miles to get to Boulder to hear education and safety as the primary tenets of his recruiting pitch is exactly what parents many of us lived in communities where danger was ever present. And so he started there, but he kept his word. And so it built and built and built. And Bill McCartney ended up with players, given the stature of CU's program, that he had no reason getting. And my incoming class, Nate and Andy, Eric Bieniemy, I think, was this. George Hemingway was either number 1 or number 2 running back in the country rank. Eric Bieniemy, I think, was number 6, and Mike Pritchard was like number 13 or 14. Mm-hmm. Imagine that. 3 of the top 15 running backs in the country coming to Boulder, Colorado in 1987 in one class. Alfred Williams was an All-American along with Canavis McGee. Joel Steed from right here at Hinckley High School in Aurora was highly coveted. It was a long list of great student athletes, young men who ended up in Boulder. And then the following year, as you mentioned, the 88 season or recruiting class, that was Hagan and Dion Figures and Eric Hamilton and Chad Brown and so many greats that came along that, you look at it and you say, wow, like this guy had to be special. And indeed he was. But he was a man of such high integrity and moral, strong moral fiber that parents loved him. He scared the hell out of us. Parents loved him. And, that was, I think, the sort of the magic to who Bill McCartney was.
All right, CJ, you've done this job. A lot of times you ask a question you kind of know the answer to. I truly don't know the answer to this, and I'm curious about it. And you know what? If I'm just on the wrong path and it had nothing to do with Bill and you guys managed it in the locker room, please tell me. But
Andy, I've been listening to you for a long time. This is not uncommon for you to ask questions if you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. But go ahead, man.
Well, but this is so you and I used to do the pregame and postgame at CU, and we would talk many a times before you go on and do buff talk. And quite often during those days, we were talking about why can't we get back to the days of Bill McCartney. But you had told me once, and a couple other guys had told me that at some of the reunions you would have for this team, there was still just a little bit of there were guys that maybe didn't always share the same side of the room. Guys came from neighborhoods in a culture where you didn't mix neighborhoods, if you know what I mean. How did you guys manage that? How did he keep? Because I think it's one of the great stories of teamwork. Guys had a lot of things rooted in them where you're not supposed to get along with other guys that you now share a locker room with. How did Coach Mack manage all that? Because I think that's kind of special.
Andy, that's actually a great question, man. And,
I know you're shocked. You want to just take a minute, catch your breath?
I spare no opportunity to take a shot. But it's a great question, and I'll put a little more color to it, right? Because I know exactly what you're talking about. During my years at CU, that was when the gangs, and particularly in South Central LA, were prevalent. Bloods and Crips, red and blue, many of whom ended up being recruited right here to the same locker room. And again, it's just an opportunity to share how great a leader Bill McCartney was, and I think a big part of that was, when I think of Coach Mack, the one word that just always comes to mind is integrity. And so Coach Mack had rules, and he was clear about what his rules were. And he was even clear about what the punishment for breaking his rules would be. And I think, and I've seen us all back in the day mature through the posting of the rule or the sharing of the rule, and then the punishment that was, handed out as a result of breaking his rules. It didn't matter who you was, whether you were the top recruit in the class or the last walk-on in the class. The rules applied the same. And I think the lesson we were all learning at that time, in which there were, as you mentioned, some bitter sort of rivals within the neighborhood, sort of things that we inherited from the various neighborhoods that we were from. A great deal of misunderstanding or not knowing or not understanding from a race perspective, right? Many of the young men came from very monolithic communities and backgrounds. And all of this stuff blends. It all sort of comes to a point in the locker room, if you will, at the University of Colorado. And Bill McCartney was so adamant about just having integrity and sticking to the rules and building. You could see the machine building, that guys fell in place. We fell in line. It was, look, we're the same. I don't care how much we might think we dislike each other based on some silly neighborhood rival crap. In Bill McCartney's environment, we're all the same. And you were going to fall in line or fall out of CU. And those who survived it, to this day, Andy, I'd say one of the great takeaways for me is all of the relationships I have with guys. I couldn't imagine having gone anywhere else, given the relationships that I've had. I've been to funerals of parents' funerals, and children's weddings, and weddings of my colleagues. I mean, we have been long-time partners with scores of young men from all across this country, and I attribute that primarily to the leadership of Bill McCartney.
CJ, we got about a minute here, but to this day, what from your time with Bill McCartney, and really it was your lifelong relationship with Bill McCartney, I believe even up through his very last days, CJ, but what from Bill McCartney do you carry with you every single day?
Every time I saw Coach Mack, he'd tell me, CJ, I pray for you every day. And that's That's been consistent from 1987 through the last time I actually had a conversation with Coach Mack had to be about a year or so ago when I visited him in his memory care facility. I saw Bill McCartney Saturday, the Saturday before he passed. So that would be about a week and a half or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to know that Coach Mack was declining. And so I, made sure I was okay for me to go visit him. I walk in, Nate, and Coach Mack is there, laboring, breathing, eyes closed, completely drawn. You could clearly see physically that he was declining. And I put my chair right up next to his bed, and I said, as loud as I could without being obnoxious, Motown, because that's what every time he saw me, he would say that, and I'd say the same to him. And he rotated his head from left to right, slowly opened his eyes, focused in on me for maybe 5 seconds, and began to whisper. I couldn't make out what he was saying. And for 5 seconds, he was laboring, trying to say something. He turned his head back around and closed his eyes again. And all I could think that Bill McCartney was trying to say to me was that, CJ, I'm praying for you. That's what he would say to me every day. I believe in my heart that's the last thing he tried to utter to me last Saturday when I had a chance to see him. I kissed him on his forehead, touched his chest, and I walked out knowing that was the last time that I would see Coach alive. But Nate, to answer your question, those words that he would utter to me hundreds and hundreds of times over the course of the last 35 years plus, CJ, I pray for you every day, is what will be a lasting memory for me when it comes to the great Bill McCartney.
All right, CJ, I'm going to get us all in trouble, but I'm going to do it anyway because I want one story from you because I've not heard these kind of stories, okay? And I'll give you – I had a lacrosse coach growing up that used to take me to a bar, dump out sugar packets, salt packets, and teach me the game. Probably shouldn't have been there, but whatever. It's how it went.
Wait a minute. You had a coach who took you to a bar?
Dude, Mickey's on Federal. Look it up.
Was it Walter Matthau?
Yeah, I was like 15 years old, and he was literally chugging a beer. But he would use look. He taught me the game, and he'd drive me home after practice so I could figure out what I was trying to do without a father figure around at the time. Do you have one? Like I want like a you and Max story. The game of football bonding you or buying his trust. Did you ever get like a one-on-one moment like that from him? And what was he like in that moment? I mean, we hear about like the fire and brimstone preaching Coach Mack, but when we were talking ball or something like that, can you give me one story you remember like that?
Wow, Andy. Yeah, it's so interesting, man, because I don't know that I can give you one story, particularly when it came to football. I've always said when Mac passed, I said it's so interesting. He may very well be the only Hall of Fame, literally college football Hall of Fame coach who's known more, or whose memory will be more intact for things not even related to football. Can I share a quick story? I know you guys are
please.
Quick story. So this was in my post-football days. I was doing a show called Live at the Barbershop. And Bill McCartney, this was right around 2002, 2003 maybe. Bill McCartney was going to be our guest on the show. It was myself, Big Al, and we had other, former athletes around town who was a guest on the show. And so Max said, of course, CJ, I'll do it, but you need to come meet me at the spot and then drive me down into Aurora, and I love to do the show. So I met Mac. I pick him up. And I said, Coach, now I'm going to ask you some tough questions. And he looked at me like, are you kidding? Like, what question could you ask me that's too tough for Mac, right? So he's like, bring it. I said, Coach, this is something that's been on my mind, but I want to ask you about. And it had to do, if you guys recall, when Coach Mac took the podium back in maybe it was 1991 or so, and made the comments about gay people, about homosexuality, because he was quoting the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Coach, I want to ask you about this. I want to have this conversation with you because this is something that I don't know that I understand, and I'm not certain the public understands, but I want to get your opinion. So we get to the show. He was like, absolutely, I'd love to talk about it. He was eager to talk about it. So we get to the show, and I said, Coach, you made these comments back on the day, and you got, there was a bunch of controversy because you said it at the podium of the CU Seal, and you were punished for it, you were admonished for it. I said, Coach, do you understand, like why you were punished for it? He said, oh, I absolutely understand. I shouldn't have said it in front of the podium. I said, but Coach, do you understand that if statistics are correct, I probably had a handful of teammates who were gay on the team that, I loved, and I'm certain that you loved as well. I said, but do you see where there may have been an environment in which they thought that their coach, the one who preaches to all of us how much you love us, didn't think that you loved him? He was shocked. He said, why would anyone think that? I would die for them no different than I would die for you, CJ. I said, I know that, Coach, but that's the point right there. I'm not certain that after you made those comments, whoever those teammates were, and I don't know of any, I don't know that I know of any, but whoever they were, do you see where that might not have been the case, that they felt that you felt that way about them? And for the first time, Coach sort of hesitated and said, no, I didn't think of that, because there's no way that it could even imagine someone who plays for me not knowing that I love him. For 1 second, fellas, it was that moment where I was scared as hell, too. I didn't know that I wanted to do it. Big Al he climbed up under the damn chair and just disappeared. So it was just me and Mac. But that, Andy, is a moment that, because there was a different kind of breakthrough for two, at this point, adult men, the teacher and the student, having this real life sort of conversation where perhaps it was sort of explained or demonstrated to him in a way that he was like, oh my God, I can't imagine that someone actually thought that I didn't love them because of the words that I used in describing and quoting a Bible verse. And so, that's probably not the answer you were looking for. But when you ask me about Bill McCartney and the moments, that's one that really sticks out to me, because that's a demonstration of the man that I love so dearly and that I will miss equally as well.
And a man that you could have that conversation with, and a man that was willing to reflect on the power of his words and what they did. Charles Johnson, everybody, that is the MVP of the 1991 Orange Bowl. By the way, the University of Colorado, the athletic department, will hold a public memorial for Coach Mack. That event coming Wednesday, January 22nd, so next Wednesday at the CU Event Center. It's a public memorial, open to the public, and it will begin at 10 a.m. CJ, buddy, thank you so much.
Listen, man, I love you guys. And Andy, if your old coach need me to put some money on his books, because certainly he's behind somebody's bars.
He's back in Maryland. He's all right. Everything's okay. It all turned out. He had a 20-year career here.
I love you guys, man.
It was the 80s, man. They didn't ID everybody.
That's right. Charles Johnson, everybody. By the way, ball didn't break the plane on the fifth down.
Oh, he knows. He gave me I shot a video with him when we went to Missouri for the last time in the Big 12.
Yeah.
On my phone.
Yeah.
And at the end, I go, did it get over? He won't tell you no. But he ain't real convincing with his yes.
Holiday touched the plate. Ball crossed the plane.
Oh,
told him that many times. Hey, thanks
you need
again.
A little bit of luck.
Exactly. Thanks to CJ for coming on the show right there. That last story, saying something like that to Bill McCartney, that's a scary moment. But Mac would sit and have that conversation with you. It's funny, and I just want to share this quickly. The CJ and I were joking about the radio show that we did a full couple of years of radio shows with Coach Mac, and then we had to do the show the day after that John Embry and Eric Bieniemy were fired, and Mac came on, and he told me before we started the show, he was like, "We're gonna get John Embry his job back today." I was like, "All right, okay." And I come from the world of radio shtick. Okay, that's the world that I come from. There's no shtick with Bill McCartney. No, he meant every word that he said. And so we start the show, and it's just Mike Bone's going to listen to this, and he's going to make the right decision, and he made a mistake, and he messed this up, and this program is on the right track, and Mike Bohn is burning it to the ground, and this is wrong, and this is unjust what has happened to John Embry. And I kind of, I listened to Mac do that for 2 segments, and then around 3:45, I just said to him, "All right, Coach, to play devil's advocate, is there a world where we could consider that maybe Embo won't get his gig back? What does Colorado need to do next?" That was when I had the fear of God put into me.
He give you the look.
He pounded the table and absolutely he chewed my ass out.
Maverick.
Right there on my own radio show. All right, Mac.
Are the tapes anywhere?
I think I have them.
Did you just slide back a little bit, just quietly,
just
a little
Homer Simpson, just
back into the bushes. All right.
All right. The stage is yours.
Meanwhile,
sir.
Alfred's pulling old Pappy Simpson, walking into the bar, taking his hat off, turning around, picking it up, and going right back out the door.
CJ is just looking at me like, "You got this." No, I don't, my friend.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll help.
Yeah. Longest 3 hours of my life. Andy,
did he keep shooting you the look too whenever you got going?
Oh, there was when that man's mind was made up, and it was made up that day. Whew. The great Bill McCartney, everybody. Again, the public
Kevin
celebration
may give us
of life.
that look when he comes in and sees the break time.
Hey, we're having a hell of a day, aren't we?
That one's on me, Kevin.
That's Mark Springer producing the program. Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. Maybe we're back after the break. Thanks again to Charles Johnson. Thanks again to Kevin Demoff. We've been guesty so far today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Double dip tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets are at Dallas. 7:30 is the tip on that one. We'll get your pregame coverage starting at 7 o'clock. The Avalanche will take on the New York Rangers at home at 7 o'clock. We will get pregame going at 6:30. So we're jam-packed tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio between 92.5 and 950 and all of that good stuff. Michael Porter Jr. appeared on the Jim Rome Show, or JRS, and MPJ told JR where he thinks the DNs stand right now after their recent winning streak.
Yeah, I think we're doing well. I think it's a little bit of a roster switch up. We lost a couple players from last season, and we gained a couple players. A little change to the starting lineup. So I think early on in the season we were still kind of getting adjusted, but I think we're starting to find our groove. We finally got everybody back healthy. Aaron joined us back yesterday. Jamal's finding his groove, and then Nicola's doing what Nicola does as a 3-time MVP. So I think we're starting to hit our stride.
I mean, they've won 4 of their last 5 games as of right now, and those wins include beating San Antonio, beating a Clipper team, albeit a shorthanded one without Kawhi, but the Nuggets were shorthanded as well. Winning on the road at Dallas. Road wins are always good. You got another one of those coming up here this evening. But some decent wins on the resume, all slammed together right there. The Nuggets are right there in the standings where they need to be, like they've weathered some injuries early on in the year. We know Jamal has not been 100%. We've watched the Westbrook and Jokic thing really start to take shape and work. All right, Andy, are we doing the thing again where we overreact to a bad stretch of Nuggets basketball while forgetting the championship pedigree of Nikola Jokic and company?
I don't know. I'd like to say yes. No. You know what? No,
we're
not overreacting. You know why? We could say we were overreacting a year ago, okay?
Yeah.
Because at this time a year ago, we didn't know you were going to blow a 20-point lead in Game 7 and not get past the Minnesota Timberwolves. So no, not now. Yes, you were able to get by off that a year ago after you'd won the championship and maybe we're being too greedy. But not right now. Things have not looked, they've looked unsettled. You've fallen behind way too much. You can't keep asking for the energy that it took to come. Weren't they down 19 twice or 17 twice in the game the other day?
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep asking yourself to come back from those because you're not gonna. There's just going to be, again, maybe against the Mavericks, by the way, without 2 of their top players, you're going to be able to do that. I'm not even sure you're going to be able to do it again if you try to pull it off tonight.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, no, I don't think we're overreacting simply because this just, Nate, at what point has this felt... And I know you're not necessarily big on that, but for me, I don't feel the flow. I don't feel the chemistry at times. There's too many times where you're knocking the ball around like a volleyball and it goes out of bounds, and there's way too many consecutive streaks of you not scoring much and then giving up bad hoops on the other end, or not protecting the three-point line, or not able to get an offensive rebound and giving another team 3 or 4 chances at getting a basket. There's just been too much of that for me to just dismiss it.
I mean, to that point, the degree of difficulty has been very high this season. And a part of what we want to see out of this Nuggets group is them not having to expend so much damn energy to compete and win night after night. To your point, comebacks are exhausting.
Yeah.
I mean, that really is asking an awful lot. And Jokic is always asked of Nikola Jokic. That part of it never ends. And it's like, okay, I think what we're doing is we're sitting around and we're going, all right, what did it look like when this team was able to win an NBA title? Well, the season where they won an NBA title, they locked up the 1 seed in March and coasted into the playoffs, absolutely just rolling down the hill in neutral all the way, taking stupid losses. And you and I were on the radio going, this is problematic. This team does not have it. And then the playoffs started, and they annihilated everybody because that team absolutely ruled. Well, last year, you had a very good regular season, but you run out of gas at the very end of the year, and you lament the loss of Bruce Brown. And now we sit here and we're looking at what this season has been, and it's just like, this is high effort. And for a team that is in a championship window, what you need is for them to be able to get to the postseason and not just be completely drained. It doesn't feel like that's what we're watching right now. This is all really tough for this team. Now, look, maybe you get to the All-Star break. Maybe that break then refreshes this team. You find a better pace than you did a year ago down the stretch, and you're able to get to the postseason, stay out of the play-in, and be in better shape. And Jamal's a little bit healthier. Maybe they learned a bunch of lessons from last year about how to finish a season, but I can tell you what we've seen so far has just been a team having a seemingly red line night after night. Jamal's minutes are up. Jokic's minutes are up. They're just asking so much of their stars.
Yeah, and like Michael said in the cut, you've got new players. I don't know how you're going to respond to all this come playoff time, right?
Yeah.
Where you're playing, I mean, they've already had a wax schedule, but you're going to be playing sometimes right next to each other. At times you get 3 or 4 days off. You don't have – here's my biggest concern about this team. Who do you bring off the bench, back into the game, whatever, to help gain control if the starters don't have it? You had KCP, you had a Bruce Brown, and KCP was a starter. That allowed a Christian Brown to come in and apply that irritating energy that he has on the defensive end.
Yeah.
And he could redline, to use your term. He could come in and redline for 15 minutes a night or whatever it was, and then you'd be fine. And then a couple of years ago, as you've referred back to, Bruce Brown, man, if one of the stars didn't have it, just put Brucey in there.
Yeah.
Switch a couple things up.
Yeah.
He'll gain some order. You don't have that guy right now.
What level of trust right now, beyond the 6, okay? The starting 5 in Westbrook, or the starting 5 in AG, or whatever you want to call it right now. Beyond those 6, who are the guys that you think Michael Malone fully trusts in a playoff game?
I do think Julian, well, that's great. You put playoff on there.
Yeah.
I think Julian Strother's playing the role of Christian Brown from the championship season, where he's getting enough regular season minutes to buy the trust.
Yeah.
Now, I do think, as
Doesn't
we saw
guard
with a
nearly
couple of
enough, but yeah.
Well, and I think when you get in the playoffs, trust is burned quickly with
Right.
Michael Malone. We
Right.
saw that with Christian in a couple of the series.
Saw
right?
with Peyton Watson.
Yeah. So I do think you have to wonder about that. Again,
Does he have a Justin Holiday that he can discover
right.
this year?
That's a good point.
I don't think so.
We forget about him not being around, but he was a guy that was a little bit of a spark plug in the playoff run last year.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the guy you're trying to go find at the trade deadline or whatever you're trying to do. But look, he may not have a choice. You got a young roster. You're playing with a hamstrung cap situation. It is what it is. If they're not going to make a trade, and as we went over and over time and time again, your only real trade, if you're going to get anything of value, is probably MPJ. And I don't know how many people are high on that idea anymore. You got to make this work somehow. What about Kenny Pickett? Is Kenny Pickett finding his way into Kenny Pickett? Jalen Pickett? Kenny Pickett's screwed on the bench of who's he playing for? Philly? Kenny Pickett's hoping he doesn't go into the game.
I don't like the Nuggets' chances if Kenny Pickett is in there.
Jalen Pickett, right? Do I even have that part right?
You do have Jalen Pickett.
And do you think Pickett gets to play a little bit? I mean, look, at some points, you make that face.
Yeah.
Let's say this, and I get it. I do.
Not in the postseason.
Well, but what if they do have to shut Jamal down a little bit? You said you've got one ball handler. Technically, you got 2.
Then you got to lean on him. Yeah. Yeah.
Could he earn any trust there? But what does that look like?
7-2 over their last 9 games. It's not.
But does it feel that way?
It's not, because it's not a murderer's row necessarily that you've been going up against. But again, let's, again. I keep saying this about the Nuggets, but it's like, all right, let's find out in another week. Let's find out in another week. All right, what do you got tonight? Okay, you're playing this Dallas team again. You just beat those guys, so they're going to be motivated and pissed. I know they're shorthanded, but what do you got tonight in this game? You got a second night of a back-to-back tomorrow night. That's a tough back-to-back. Having to play in Dallas, then come back home, play a good Houston team, good, young, hungry Houston team. You got to go to Miami. They're a little bit of a mess right now, and then deal with Orlando coming up on Sunday. Yeah, let's reconvene again next week on the Nuggets. Let's just see how they continue to play. Maybe Porter's right. Maybe they're finding something.
I hope.
Right
I would
now.
hope he's right. We're past Christmas.
I would
It's
hope
when
as
we
well.
thought you might find it.
From ESPN, Andy, the Dallas Cowboys are in the early stages of their search to replace Mike McCarthy as head coach, but one name is already known. That's Dion. A source said Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders spoke Monday And while an interview has not been scheduled, the two are expected to continue their dialogue. Fox Sports first reported the conversation between the two sides. Sanders was linked to a Cowboys job that was not even open in the fall.
Yeah. Look, got a few thoughts on this. You want them now?
I do.
Okay.
Expunge.
I don't know what's going on up at CU. My guess is, because I've been asked this a lot, look, folks, I don't have any great insight into this because Deion's got a tight circle around him, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I've got somebody that's cracking the circle, okay? He has a great working relationship with Mark Johnson. He doesn't tell Mark Johnson his business that I'm aware of.
You don't text Lil Wayne?
No, Lil Wayne and I aren't going back and forth
Okay.
about hits. Now, I'd given him a couple beat lines, but I try not to talk about Prime.
Fair.
I feel like he wants more money than the offers on the table. We know there's an offer in front of him thanks to our pal Joel Klatt, who said it on a podcast a week ago. But even Joel wondered, he said it's a very fair offer, but even Joel wondered why he hadn't signed it yet. You know? So my thoughts are twofold. I think he does want more money.
Yep.
But look, I really wonder, and this is just me, I think any of us can relate to this emotion, okay? I can remember being at the old shop at KOA when both Schlereth and Hastings did not work there anymore. And those were two of my main guys that I just kind of leaned on and got through the workday with and whatever. And they weren't there anymore. You start thinking, well, am I going to be here much longer? Am I going to be here forever? Okay. His kids are gone. Did he really think about life and coaching after he wasn't coaching one of his kids?
Right.
I'm sure as a
Because
parent.
it's all he's ever done.
Yeah, and as a parent, I wouldn't be looking forward to that. That would be something in my mental mind. Like, my daughter is of age, she could move out anytime. I don't want to think about it. I'll deal with it when it happens, right? Because right now, I like having her around the house. So I can't imagine what I just do wonder, what's his new mental state knowing neither of his kids are there? And you're probably going to go, we know Shedeur is going to be in the league next year. Will he be starting? I would assume, maybe not. But if he's starting, he's going to want to go watch those games. How does that factor in?
Sure.
Now, this is a guy that could get a private jet and fly out there, but do you want to all the time? Can you really, Sundays are the college tape day. That's when they all talk about going in there and watching the film and all that other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So this is just me. Something. When these things have come up before, I felt like, no, he's here. I don't have that same conviction anymore that I feel like he's here.
I think
something's going on.
I think he tried to use the Raiders for leverage.
Okay.
I think he's trying to use Dallas for leverage. There's no interview that is scheduled yet. And I would say this, right now, I don't take this terribly seriously until there is an interview scheduled. Like Leggy said yesterday on the show, Deion does not fit the profile of a typical Jerry Jones hire. Now, to be fair, Jerry Jones has failed an awful lot. Maybe Jerry Jones is trying to look for something that does not, match the profile of his typical hire because his typical hires suck. So he could be looking to do something different right now. But also, we do know that I think that Deion is trying to squeeze a couple of extra bucks out of the University of Colorado right now. Okay, fair enough. There's also another thing that's at play here, and I turned on my TV. I think on two separate occasions today, I turned on my TV, and both times that I did, it was on a show on ESPN, and they were talking about Deion to Dallas.
That's all they talked about this morning.
Because, Andy, this is the perfect marriage of two talking, yelling heads. This is their favorite subjects, okay? The Dallas Cowboys and Deion Sanders. They managed to work Dallas and Deion into damn near every show that they did this football season. Now you get to marry the two and put them together. These producers are salivating, so this is going to get an unbelievable amount of oxygen pumped into it when you start talking about a connection between these two names. So there's going to be a ton of noise. I will say this, and I'm not saying that Deion is all in on being at CU because I wonder about exactly what you just said, but also until there's an interview scheduled, I'm just like, we'll see.
No, I'm with you. Mike Greenberg flat out said on Get Up, I need this to happen.
Yes.
He said, they talked about Jerry loves that the Cowboys and Deion, you could check in. It was mentioned on Good Morning Football. It's on all the shows.
Every one of them.
He wants to be talked about ad nauseum.
Yep.
Now, when you cut through all the hyperbole that you talk about, because none of the players, Jeff Saturday, Dominic Foxworth, none of them bought that he was going to go there at all. And Saturday and Foxworth both said what he's ultimately probably going to do, and this seems like good strategy, he's going to wait for Philadelphia to lose, and he's going to go nab Kellen Moore, his old offensive coordinator that he didn't want to lose in the first place, but McCarthy knew he was the coach in waiting, so McCarthy got him out of there.
Yeah.
And so now Kellen Moore is having a successful season with the Philadelphia Eagles, despite some passing problems lately. The likely solution to this, to your point, is Jerry does not want the bigger personality. He still wants to be the one that everybody goes to talk to and get answers on the team. You're not going to have that happen with Prime. Now, I'm not sure Prime's going to get all upset if Jerry talks. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Prime doesn't ever look like he's in too great a rush to get to his presser after the CU games, and he's got other stuff he's got to take care of post-game. But I just think none of us is going to care anymore. If Deion's running the team, only if he does something silly or whatever, bad coaching decision, well, then people want to talk to Jerry. But Jerry knows the minute Deion walks in, everybody's going to him first, and I don't think Jerry wants that. Plus, does Jerry want to pay $8 million to go get his coach?
The glow of coaching Shador and Shiloh, the glow of having a Heisman Trophy winner, those things have all just walked out the door up in Boulder, okay? And now there is Deion, and he's done a great job putting together this next class of transfers and recruits. Like he's working it, but also it's hard to win consistently at Colorado. It just is. There are just realities that you bump up against. There's financial realities that you bump up against. You do not have endless coffers like an SEC or a Big Ten program or an NFL
Bill
team.
Armstrong that I'm aware of waiting to write you another $20 million check to cover your financials for the players.
Exactly. So there's this thing is going to get a little bit tougher without some of the added benefits for Deion. How long does he want to stick around? We'll see.
And how much more money can they really give him? I don't know what the offer is.
Yeah.
But we all got to be thinking it's around $10 million, right? If we found out Bill Belichick's getting $10 million to coach in North Carolina, Deion has got every right to ask for that, doesn't he?
Of course he does. Of course he does. He's actually won at that level.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely fair to take a look at. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll dive into some of that coming up. Plus, also in the 5 o'clock hour, trade rumors around Mikko Rantanen. What is happening here? Avalanche and Rangers tonight. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here to tell you about Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Download Sport Trade onto your phone. It's Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. It is a brand new app. It is designed just for you. Great live betting experience. Plus, with Sport Trade, you can view the odds as probabilities. You can take a look at a game coming up tonight and say, all right, I can bet a team to win pregame at 40%. They take a lead at the end of the first quarter. They go up 60%. Cash out right there. Sell your bet. Buy low, sell high. It's real simple. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. See how it works for first-time bettors out there. This is your calling. You don't got to worry about understanding confusing odds like plus 115, minus 145. You just buy low and sell high. That's how Sport Trade makes it easier for you. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. We got football news to start off the 5 o'clock hour. We call it the High Five. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Nate. It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary. At Bet365 today, we learned the nominees for the NFL Pepsi Zero Sugar Rookie of the Year Award. Your nominees are Bo Nix, Brian Thomas Jr., Brock Bowers, Bucky Irving, Jaden Daniels, and Malik Neighbors. This all appears to or will be determined by fan voting at NFL.com.
Why are there so many nominees for this award? Like even in in a film award ceremony, there's only 5 available to you. There's a lot of names in here.
So this is the Rookie of the Year? I thought that was an AP thing or something. No?
I thought it is, yes.
Why is this fan voting?
Yeah, that's for the Pepsi Zero Sugar Rookie of the Year. Mm-hmm.
All right, Bo, I think's got a shot.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, you think Jaden Daniels walks away with it?
I think Jaden Daniels will finish first, Brock Bowers will finish second, and Bo Nix will finish third. That's my guess.
Look, you know I love my guy Brock Bowers. I do not think I think a lot of people love them some Bo Nix. I won't be surprised if
they do.
For this one, I think he makes a hard push. I think Daniels is running away with the AP one.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is running away with it. But one of the big reasons why is that Bowers he's got these records. Like I mean, beating Puka Nacua, being able to hold those up and say I had the best rookie pass catching season ever, and I think it gets him a ton of credit when you see what a mess the Raiders were this year and who his quarterbacks were. So I think that's going to get Bowers an awful lot of love. Don't forget the Broncos kind of stumbled down the stretch a little bit. Like so much of these awards, we talk so much about them in October and November, and then
the season gets real.
People make up their minds in December.
You're right. Look, I think fans love quarterbacks, and I think it's going to be. I think Bo Nix finishes no worse than 2, but we'll see. You may be right.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones reached out to and spoke with CU Buffs head coach Deion Sanders yesterday. While an interview has not been scheduled, the two are expected to continue their dialogue, according to sources telling ESPN and Fox Sports.
All right, Deion Sanders at Colorado. We've talked about this many a time, Andy, but he rules the roost, okay? Yep. It is his operation. He can sell his branded merchandise. He can print money. He can have his Amazon show. Like Deion's doing, he's got full control. That wouldn't be the case in Dallas, but would he be willing to cede some of that control, dictatorial control, for the opportunity to, let's see, you got a never-ending checkbook with the Dallas Cowboys. You are amplified by the most recognizable brand in North American sports by being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. You will be front and center every single week, which is only more commercials and more opportunity and everything else. While I think it's a very different operation, he still gets to print money if he goes and coaches for the Dallas Cowboys.
He does. He's a very smart businessman.
He sure is.
Success is part of you continuing to be a very good businessman.
Yeah.
This is probably a bigger discussion. Is he like a Dan Campbell? Can he be the next Dan Campbell? And I say it this way. When you bring his name up, and a lot of people have even said it on national radio, they've talked about it around national TV, whatever. Oh, he's not right for the NFL. You're coaching men. Nobody wants to hear his speeches, all that kind of stuff. Well, I got to be honest with you. When I first heard Dan Campbell give a press conference, I thought this guy's a kook, and it's never going to work. Then he went 3-13. But you know what? It was with the Detroit Lions. Nobody cared. They're not the national brand that the Dallas Cowboys are. So Dan Campbell had enough time to show, no, I'm not a kook, and players do respond to me, and I am right for an NFL locker room. Deion may have some of that in him. You know, look, we just talked to CJ about Coach Mack. I told you in the break. I keep looking for a football story about Coach Mack, and I keep hearing more about the guy, this speech and this preaching and this that just fired me up or moved something inside of me. I would not count Deion out in any job that he decides to take because I've just seen it's just too powerful what he brings. I don't know if every NFL listen, if he doesn't get the Dallas Cowboy job, I'll put it this way. Who else is going to give him a shot? Jerry's doing this because he loves him.
Right.
They are mutual friends. You know, look, Troy Aikman told us how he felt about the state of the Dallas Cowboys on ESPN last night.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like he's going to get invited to the Ring of Fame ceremony anytime soon.
Again, this is a completely left turn for Jerry Jones.
Right.
Might not be the worst idea in the world because what he has tried has not worked out all that well. And guess what? You will be able to pay any assistant coach whatever you need to be able to pay them. You have a Rolodex. You have the draw of the Cowboys brand. And, worrying about whether or not guys will listen to Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is one of the greatest NFL players of all time. And a lot of guys in the NFL grew up idolizing that dude. Okay?
Right.
He's going to have their attention immediately.
But for how long?
It's a good question. That's where it's on Deion to be able to be like, okay, here is the initial pull of it all. Now, what is the substance behind him? That's on him. But I tell you what, man, 2 years up at CU, he went from 1 win to 4 wins to 9 wins.
I do agree with you.
It kept showing up.
I don't disagree. Look, I'm just telling you.
Every time that I think that there's nothing to Deion Sanders, he keeps winning football games.
No, I'm with you. But again, at the NFL level, it can be so different. Now, maybe it doesn't have to be, but I know this. He's got to have great coordinators to put the game plans
Without
together.
a doubt.
You know what I mean?
But that's every NFL head coach.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know.
He's got to find his Ben Johnson.
It's the stodgy, at times stuffy NFL. How many guys Dan Campbell, how many other teams are breaking down his door to talk to him?
Right.
It was only Detroit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Again, I'm not telling you he can't work in the NFL. I'm going to give Coach Prime the benefit of the doubt anywhere he goes. And hopefully he just stays right here. But I don't know that the NFL's ready for are we truly ready for the big personality NFL coach? I don't know. They love them to be cliche machines.
Yeah, maybe. And Campbell is a good example of how it can be done differently, but also...
And Sean Payton's got some of that going, too.
I think the biggest thing is that guys are just... They are looking for honesty, and really... This is one thing I will say about guys in the NFL. They do want to be coached hard. They do want to be coached hard because they want to get better and they want that next contract. And really, ultimately, in the NFL, that's the biggest thing you can provide to guys is I will help you get paid. And if Deion can do that, then he will have the trust of a locker room. But that's any NFL coach.
No, I don't disagree with you. I just don't know if NFL owners are ready for it.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, so obviously Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown was reading the self-help book Inner Excellence on the sidelines of the Eagles' first-round win over the Packers on Sunday afternoon. Today, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni went on sports radio WIP in Philadelphia, and he was asked if he was okay with A.J. doing just that.
No, I'm definitely okay with it. Everybody has their... the crazy thing is it's been happening for, he's been reading this book on the sideline for a long time. It just so happened that a camera saw it this week and kind of, I don't know if made a big deal about it or not, but everybody has their own way. We talk so much about dog mentality, playing the next play, focusing your mind on what you're about to do so you can play with great effort and great detail. And some guys pray, in between. Some guys meditate in between. Some guys, AJ reads in between. Whatever these guys need to do to put their mind in a place where they can play with great detail and great effort, I fully encourage them to do that.
I mean, they don't have anything else to do. They go back. They got their position coach look at the iPad with them, but that takes a minute. And then they got nothing to do but kill time until they go out there again. To Sirianni's point, guys do all kinds of crazy crap. Why not? Flip open a book.
Yeah, Spring, let me know. Jalen Hurts had a different take on what was going on over there. Have you heard that cut?
I've never seen him read, but I've seen him carry the book.
And the way he says it, if you want to hear the tone of voice, they've got some issues.
Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of tension going on right there. But look, maybe his New Year's resolution is to read more this year. He's like, well, I've got time.
What would you rather have?
Drag
him
open a
pull
book.
out the book and just sit there like he did, or
Or
the
a guy,
Terrell Owens visual of him stalking Donovan McNabb on the sideline, yelling at him, getting him to pay attention.
or a guy
to him.
going over and proposing while he's on the sideline, exactly
Wow,
like
that one was mid-game.
pulling out a cell phone and DMing chicks, whatever these guys
liking Instagram posts,
exactly,
about
whatever they
somebody getting fired
could be up to. Just again, crack open. It's a self-help book.
Yeah, the fact it was a self-help book. Now, was it his? I don't know. Did someone lend it to him? Possibly.
I think it's nice. Seriously, maybe more guys could benefit from this.
I don't disagree. I also think these players know the cameras are always on them.
Oh, yeah.
I think there is a little bit of a...
Oh, without a doubt, it's performative. It's a part of the brand.
There's a message sent by the little birdie.
Yeah, it's a part of the brand. He wants it known. I'm the guy that reads. And finally, Spring.
Is that the worst?
High five. Mike Tomlin talked to the media today. He had just signed a 3-year contract extension last offseason. Apparently, at least one team has reached out to the Steelers about possibly trading for him, and Mike Tomlin was asked about that today.
At least one team has reached out to inquire about your availability, understanding that you have a no trade clause in your contract. What's your message to any team that may reach out to the Steelers to gauge interest or availability in your services?
I have no message. Save your time.
Well, there you go.
There it is. He claims he will not be traded. I think that's an organization that needs a hard look on kind of where they're going right now, and for Tomlin himself to assess, is this the place where I can win?
Look, I get it. You're in a place a long time. You don't want to leave.
Yeah.
We can both, attest to that professionally.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the move for me has been very good.
Yeah.
Maybe it would be the same for Tomlin. Give it a shot.
Go work for Jerry. That's the high five.
Sure.
The 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. There's trade rumors around big number 96.
Yeah, man, I don't like this, but we got to get into it because people seem to be saying a lot of the same thing.
How loose is the moose? We'll discuss that next. Avalanche tonight, they got the Rangers at 7 o'clock. Nuggets in Dallas against the Mavs at 7:30. We'll have it all for you here on Altitude Sports Radio tonight. Berto's got all your pregame coverage. They're blitzing. They're all that stuff. The fellas are busy tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy. According to NHL reporter Renaud Lavoie, he believes the Avalanche will trade Mikko Rantanen if they are unable to agree to terms on a new contract before the trade deadline. This according to a post on Colorado Hockey Now. I'm reading it. But yes, the Avalanche, if they cannot get a deal with Mikko, who is an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, that the Avalanche could potentially be looking to move Mikko Rantanen with the impending danger that he could walk and they would get nothing in return coming up this summer. Andy, can you imagine a world where the Avalanche, in a Stanley Cup window, having made the moves that they needed to upgrade the goaltending, to get Blackwood and Wedgwood in here, playing better hockey of late, with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar in their prime, and Mikko Rantanen as the number 3 star on a team with 3 massive stars, that the Avalanche would say, you know what, we'll punt on this spring, we'll punt on this championship run with our core, and we'll make a move now for future considerations. Can you imagine it?
No.
No.
I mean, how can you? You won a championship with the guy. Look, I didn't want to see Malik Jackson leave. I didn't want to see Danny Trevathan leave. I didn't want to see Nazem Kadri leave. I didn't want to see Bruce Brown leave. I didn't want to see KCP leave. You don't want to see your cores
after they won the title.
No, I got it.
You're still in it.
Fair enough. Well, but the Avs won one with Mikko.
No, it's what I'm saying. Like right now, you are in those guys. Like the departures, like Nazem Kadri leaves after you win a Stanley Cup. Okay, because financial realities have hit you. But we're mid-season for a team in a championship window.
Right. Here's the thing. This harkens back to, you might have been too young a pup to remember this.
Okay.
But people are getting all over Bernie Bickerstaff because Dikembe Mutombo made it pretty clear, I ain't hanging around here.
Yeah.
I want a bigger market.
Mm-hmm.
I want more marketing opportunities, on and on and on.
Sure.
And none of us wanted to see him go, and so he did not go, and you got nothing when he left.
Oh, we've watched it.
Yeah, we could go to other examples.
Call our friend Richard Monfort and ask him how that goes.
Well, but I mean, that's just.
You'd like that, wouldn't
that's
you?
That's just a different deal.
Yeah.
That's just doing business. I can't imagine this team without Mikko. I mean, we all have a hope of one day, and I was hoping in the playoffs, seeing Gabe and Nate and Mikko back together. The famed big line.
Of course.
From the Cup run, okay? He's also been, look, he's been a great Av. You know, if you were to stay here his whole career and keep on the points pace that he's on, the goals pace that he scores, who knows? You might be talking jersey retirement, okay?
Yeah.
A whole bunch from this core is going up to the rafters to join all the guys we've had previously.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I can't imagine it without him. But, and I don't want to steal you setting the table for the discussion, but it is a conundrum as to what to do if you face an uncertain future of getting nothing for a player as good as Mikko.
Okay. This is a tricky one because, to your point, Andy, like, would it sting? Absolutely. All right? Would it sting if he walked out the door? Of course it would. But also, the McKinnon and Makar prime doesn't last forever.
Right.
And right now, you are already paying both of those guys at the absolute premium. You have Mikko Rantanen under contract. You can't look at it and say, well, you didn't really need Mikko. He's your leading goal scorer on this team. This is a 50-goal dude. He's just below that pace so far this season. This guy puts the puck in the net, and he's having a fantastic season. Again, you've remade your goaltending position already with designs on we want to be winning right now. That's why they made those moves, right? We want to win right now, and that's why we did that. Trading Mikko Rantanen, and unless it's like you're swapping expiring contracts, like you're trading for Mitch Marner or something like that. Right now, kind of look at it this way. This is what I told you when we were talking about it this afternoon. Mikko's your rental. Then just view it as that.
That's your trade.
You're trying to win right now. Mikko Rantanen is your rental. Okay? You're not making the move to bring him in. He's already here, and you know he could be walking out the door, but also your best chance to win a Stanley Cup is with that guy on the team right now. Kick the can down the road if you want. Move him at the deadline and get a haul of prospects and everything. And sure, that'll look good for the future, but what did you do for this very season? They won a Stanley Cup 2 years ago. Like, this window will not last forever. If you want to maximize your opportunity to win a championship this season, and the way the Avalanche have done business so far this year suggests to me that that's what they're trying to do, you keep this guy here and you say, we have until July 1st to get something done.
Yeah, he's a hell of a better rental than Sean Walker ended up being.
Right.
Or any of the other guys, Yakov Trenin or Duhaime, all the guys you got last year, right? And the chemistry's already there. So I don't mind your way of thinking. You know, there is a part of me that I'm with you. I don't know. It's easy to say it now because I don't want to lose the player, and I know how well he's playing this year, and he and Nate just have something special. What I'd like to believe deep down, and I'll credit Raj for this because we did the scramble together over the holidays.
Yeah.
And I brought up, when are you going to pay the goalies? How are you going to figure out how to play, when are you going to pay Blackwood and everybody? Well, Raj had said at that time, he said that Mikko has to accept he's not going to be paid higher than Nate. And if he's all right with that, then there's going to be a contract and they'll come together, and that's how it's going to work out. But if Mikko wants to be, say, a $15 million a year player, which he very well could get, probably would get on the open market, and the money's what matters to him, then we're going to all just have to wish him luck, tip our cap, thanks for the memories, and enjoy your cash.
One other idea, a couple other ideas, actually, I want to add to this. First off, good text here from the 301. If you keep Mikko and he walks after the season, that also opens up a bunch of cap space. You're not wrong about that.
Right.
So you have greater flexibility to add a few pieces if Mikko Rantanen is no longer here. So you have that option. Again, do you miss out on the haul of prospects and everything else that you could bring in here if you were to move Mikko Rantanen? Sure, but also if you trade Mikko Rantanen at the deadline, unless you're getting a guy that is able to walk through the door and produce at a 50-goal pace, you're a worse team. You're flat out a worse team, and you have diminished your chance to be able to win a Stanley Cup. And I think that would be, honestly, a betrayal to Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar. You sort of, what is it Calvin Booth says? I'm the steward of Nikola Jokic. Well, Chris McFarland has to say, I am the steward of Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar, two of the all-time greats in the history of this franchise. I have to do everything I can to win right now. One other note, and I saw this in a couple of different places. Pierre LeBrun has suggested the Avalanche could use perhaps deferrals as a way to be able to keep Mikko Rantanen and financially be able to make it all work. So that's also something. Anaheim did that with their defenseman Vetrano. That is something that the Avalanche could potentially go to look at. So something to think about a little bit.
But don't you have to keep the integrity that Nathan MacKinnon, there's a part of me that says I hope that doesn't factor in, because every guy should know you get your turn, you set the market. That makes it easier for me if I'm still top of the market next time. But I do know in hockey, this is what kind of got involved with Duchesne and O'Reilly and all those guys back in the day, where, there was the captaincy and who's going to get paid more. And I think O'Reilly wanted more than Duchesne, so people can help me out with that history, 303-504-0925. But, it does get a little wonky in the locker room. The best guy, your best player in the locker room should be the highest paid. Now, we could argue, is it Nate or is it Cale right now? Because they're both phenomenal. It's a great problem to have.
The answer is yes.
Yes, I'm with you. But, I'll just put it this way. If Mikko does want to get paid, I don't know how we can begrudge him. The hockey players...
No, get paid. I'm all for it.
Look, man, they don't make the money that the NBA players do, clearly. They don't make the money that even the football players make at this point, okay? Yeah. Here we are talking about $15 million a year. If Mikko was a basketball player, he would be, who's the highest guy right now? $50 million a year? $40 million a year? What are we doing? If you were an NBA player.
Is Jaylen Brown still the highest paid player in the NBA? I don't remember who it is at the moment. But anyway.
40, 50 million, something like that?
Jokic is going to be pulling 60 per by the end of his contract.
There you go. But I'm just saying, Mikko would be in a $40 or $50 million range, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get mad at any NHL player that's going to make as much money as they can while they can.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, but by all means, it flat out comes down to what are you doing to give yourself a best chance to win another Stanley Cup? And if the Avalanche were beset by injuries, if they weren't able to get out from their bad goaltending situation and revamp their roster and fix their most glaring issues like that, I would say, you know what, this might just not be the year. In which case, if you think you can't get, if you're concerned about getting something done with Mikko, if the asking price is too high, go ahead and make a move. I'm all for it. Load up on whatever you can get on prospects that you could potentially move again then later to get NHL ready talent, whatever you had to do. But this team's too good right now. This team can win a Stanley Cup right now. You don't mess with that.
Yeah, and they're looking to get healthy.
Yeah.
Jared Bednar said a whole slew of players. Ivan Ivins down with the Eagles. Hopefully he's going to be getting a little conditioning run. Then he's back up with the big club. You've got Miles Wood coming back soon. Nichushkin back hopefully soon.
These windows don't last forever. Andy, there's 8 teams remaining in the NFL playoffs. The Broncos are not one of them, but again, great season. Nothing to be upset about. Earlier in the show, we talked to Kevin Demoff, who is the team president of the Rams. And it was great to have him on the show, and we talked to him about the Herculean effort required on the part of that organization to move that game down to Arizona, and they blow out the Vikings last night, sack Sam Darnold 9 times in that game. Stafford has the great opening drive. Defense takes it from there. Kevin O'Connell is still trying to get it going with his run game late. Terrible end-of-game management, but there you go. The Rams move on. So, looking ahead to the final 8 teams, this is kind of a corny question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Who's America's team now? Who's the team now that people want to see win it all?
Well, you did a good job of letting the boss know you feel the Rams are, and you might be right.
They have the element of, people right now are behind Los Angeles. People want to see, they're watching that community come together. They see all the suffering. People want to see some joy come for the people that live in Southern California right now, that live in L.A. So the Rams, they get a little bit of that bump. Now, the Rams are far off from a traditional America's team kind of group, but again, they're certainly playing through some stuff, and I thought last night was a great story. Then you got the Lions.
Yeah, that's my vote.
Yeah.
And Buffalo. I'll agree with one of the texters, too. 2 of the longest suffering fan bases. You know what's funny? And I've said it on the show to you before. I'm normally staunchly against rooting for the team that whoops you, and Buffalo did that. But I have got a number of friends that are Bills fans. I do like Josh Allen. I got no issues, frankly, with the team.
Josh Allen?
Our guy Del Reed, man.
Del Reed, yes.
By the way, did you see I sent it over to you, the ESPN piece on Bills Mafia?
Yeah.
Del was heavily featured in that. I did not know that Schefter
started all this.
Was the villain in the origin story of Bills Mafia. It was a great story that was in there, but
it's got to be the Lions.
I mean,
I love Dan Campbell. I did not when he was hired. I love Dan Campbell now. And Detroit, like I think of the Brett Canes of the world. Okay, when I think of Buffalo, I think of Rob Trujillo. When I think of Detroit, I mainly think of Brett Kane. Talk about it. Brett Kane, like Boston Red Sox fans, and they finally won theirs in the early 2000s or whatever it was, late 90s. Brett Kane can't post every week. They can't lose if I can't remember with his little beer can or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great game. You're not suffering anymore. You deserve this. Dude, the Lions have been terrible my entire lifetime, pretty much.
I on this Bills-Ravens game, I will be happy for whatever one of those teams wins, and I'll tell you why. Because both of those quarterbacks are right now. I love the narrative of getting to watch a quarterback that has been vilified for the he can't win the big one, then finally win the big one. This one's for John. That's what this football city was built upon. That was Elway. He was that guy. John can't win the big one. Well, John Elway ended up winning the big one. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are both living that world right now. I think they're both amazing players, and I'll be happy for either one of them if they can kill that narrative. I like killing a bad narrative.
Yeah, I hate the Ravens and will forever because of the Flacco fling, but let Lamar find a second chapter of his career as long as I'm with the Chiefs or Raiders, and I will root for him.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, America's team can't be the Chiefs.
I think America's had enough of them.
Yeah,
it took them all to get. Took everybody a while to get to my place.
Yeah.
But you're all hanging out with me now.
You're
all in the sweat lodge.
That dope in the upper deck kind of killed the Eagles having any chance of being America's
come on,
team.
It's Philly. We all know what kind of. I don't know. I've always had a good experience in Philly. I shouldn't really talk any trash.
I was gonna say I
them.
like Eagles fans.
I do
don't
kind of
like that guy.
Yeah, that clown.
Yeah, exactly. So it can't be the Eagles. We know that. Jaden Daniels, great story. It's too early. It's too early. Like, again, you gotta fail for like 5 or 6 times the way that Allen and Lamar have, and then I'll start to lean into that.
Okay,
but
would it be cool to see a rookie quarterback win one?
Sure.
That's why I'll root for the
Manders would be a stunner.
And look, everybody talks about how great a guy Dan Quinn is. A guy we took a pass on twice here, by the way.
Yeah, numerous
Still
times.
Can't really figure that out.
Around these parts.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so.
The stink of Dan Snyder is off that organization.
Right.
They're more likable.
I kind of like, I like Dan Quinn. I really like Jaden Daniels. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't have an issue with it, but I'm rooting for the Lions. They've just been too long suffering.
Okay.
Who you got? Pick one team, baby.
I'll take the Rams.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll take the Rams. I'll take the story.
Good company, man.
Yeah. It's that's who owns those guys again?
Demoff will come on to talk to you next time. I'll have to excuse myself.
America's team, Sean McVay and Matt Stafford. I'm all for it. Plus, Akella Witherspoon's on that team. Again, he's got a cool name. Who is America's team? We all know it's the Lions. It's Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, we're loaded up tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio. Avalanche and the Rangers at home. Nuggets in Dallas on the road. Good Times Bambino burgers are legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino, the Bambino Supremo, with bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. Nuggets begin the evening as the number 4 seed in the Western Conference, tied with Memphis in the loss column, technically a game back of the Grizz and the 3 seed, so a victory tonight would be good, plus it would knock off Dallas, the team that is just below you in the standings, so that would certainly help. Obviously, a banged-up Mavericks squad for this game this evening. They are limited. Still no Luka Doncic, still no Kyrie Irving. Nuggets need to go out and handle their business. I got some quotes here for you, Andy. You like quotes? Here we go. This is from Bennett Durando of the Denver Post. Ask Jamal Murray if he feels like he needs built-in rest days during the dense portion of the schedule. Quote, I think everybody does. It's just the grind of the season. Everybody feels things during different times, so I just don't want to pay attention to it too much. Just got to keep playing. If I'm good enough to be out there, I don't want to complain about it or think about it too much, so I'm just trying to go about my business. Murray was asked how much his knee is affecting him and said, if you watch the game, I'm sure you'd be able to tell, at least the last game, but I should be better today. I mean, he's got the plantar fasciitis, which he deals with the flare-ups from that. He's got the left knee inflammation, which I'm sure is probably also a flare-up type of situation, and the more taxing that he puts on it. The team's been playing a lot of back-to-backs of late. They got another one coming up tonight and tomorrow with Houston right here. I think that a little bit of Jamal's view of this, Andy, is they are in the dog days of the NBA schedule. Everybody is grinded down right now. So I think Jamal's view of it is, well, who the hell am I to complain? Everybody's playing through something right now.
Not that he would because of the time missed,
but
he's wanted to make an all-star team forever. This is probably the year he doesn't care. Right.
Just
wants to go to Cancun.
Yeah,
and
give me the break.
Kick the legs up and call it good.
Exactly. Let me lay around and ice that sucker.
I'm sure Joker wouldn't complain if America fell out of love with him for the All-Star game for a year or two.
What will be the starting 5 tonight?
Well, you said Gordon's a go?
Yeah, Aaron Gordon is, he's probable, so I'm assuming that meaning that he.
You know what I would
do?
Here's what I think I would do. I would put Jamal on the bench. I would start Gordon tonight.
Okay.
And I would see how it goes. And I would probably try to get through tonight without Jamal. You already thought about it last game when you thought about shutting him down at the half. If he's admitting to you, yeah, my knee's bugging me, but I think tonight it's okay. All right, well, then you know what? Let's see if it's not more okay for tomorrow night at home versus Houston.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to get through the game. Now, again, if it doesn't look like it's going to go that way, because you really shouldn't be coughing up one to this shorthanded Mavs team. Fair?
Yeah, you should win this game.
Yeah.
You're 3.5-point favorites on the road. You already beat them in that building. Yeah, you should get this one tonight.
You use them if you need them.
I think this is a tough game tonight. This is a tricky, tough spot right here.
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't disagree with
They're
you.
They're shorthanded, but also you just beat those guys the other night. They blew a big-time lead.
Well, and the thing about guys that have to fill in for the stars, they're also hungry to play.
Yeah.
And it's almost a new life because guess what? Anybody can take the shots.
Also, the Nuggets kind of suck on the first nights of back-to-backs.
Well, fair enough.
They're great on the second night.
Fair enough.
I think this is a sticky spot.
I still would try to get through without it. Now, here's the other thing, though, that I like.
Mm-hmm.
They fed that big double team Joker, and in classic Joker fashion, you get about a half to fool Joker if you come up with something.
Yeah.
And then he figures it out, and it doesn't bother him anymore.
By the way, Jared Green did tweet this afternoon. I misspoke. Kyrie is playing.
Well, there you go.
Kyrie said he will return tonight from a 5-game absence.
Well,
with
then
the
I guess
spasms.
you just start Jamal.
Yeah, you just
and
go.
You
go.
I don't know. Do you need Russ to play defense on Kyrie? Try to bother him?
He'll get some of that matchup tonight. Yeah, he will deal with it.
But what if he's not in the starting lineup?
It's going to be CB's matchup mostly.
Then do you put CB on the bench? I almost go CB on the bench. Where are we at with CB finding his 3-point shot?
He was 0 for 4 the other night.
Okay, that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Why not let him play a couple games in his familiar role of first off the bench? Let Russ be the guy in there. Could you do that?
You could. I think,
or is it real? Are we just talking Russ and Jamal at this point? Is that the only option?
Ultimately, the decision that you make is Westbrook will start. He will run the point. Jamal can be more off ball. That allows Jamal to have possessions where he can rest offensively, and then you bring Brown off the bench. And then matchup-wise, you do what you need to do down the stretch. Is that the greatest defensive lineup in the world? God, no. But I do think eventually that's what they settle on. I think Aaron Gordon needs to be in the starting lineup on this team. He's too critical. He is such a perfect complement in the dunker spot playing with Nikola Jokic. So
in a lot of ways, he is your physicality too.
He is. It's just that it's so funny. And you said this the other day. And God, it's so right. Is like you subtract any of the dudes off their front line, and they are not nearly. They quickly look smaller.
They look like a junior high team against the Celtics a week ago.
Yeah.
Now they were without what? They were out without Jokic and
and
Gordon.
AG.
But I was like, my gosh, you don't have any size.
Yeah, no. When their front line is intact with Porter and Gordon and Jokic, they're huge. You take one of those guys out, and you're like, man, that changes in a hurry. Peyton Watson. Good player and able to use his athleticism and everything else like that, but it is not the same size out there.
He's a high metabolism player, is what I'll say. He needs a little Andy's metabolism to get a couple pounds on him, then we'll be okay.
How do I get that high metabolism? How do I make that happen? So there you go. Nuggets tonight. I would go with the same starting group that I had the other night, and I'd bring AG off the bench and just do it under the guise of kind of working him back and everything else, although he played really, really well in that game. And then eventually, maybe to your point, maybe it is simply a matchup thing. It's just, the thing that's so sticky about it is like you want to maximize these Westbrook-Jokic minutes together because they're so damn good.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, the hard conversation is coming as to – does Jamal probably, I don't know, Jamal or Christian? Here's the thing. Christian had a really good start to the season.
Uh-huh.
It's been a little iffy for a couple weeks. Is that fair?
The shot has gone, and it does mess up floor spacing, but he's so critical defensively. Okay, I'm gonna say something, and it's just like
you can retract
it. KCP was just so perfect.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he really was, wasn't he? He was floor spacing and a defensive stopper. He was just so perfect with this group. I want to see CB, again, the floor spacing becomes a little bit tricky with him. So something to think about a little bit.
Here's the thing though. Mm-hmm. So what's going to make that even tougher is if you'd have kept KCP, you wouldn't have gotten Westbrook.
No, it's very true. It's very true.
Screw you, new NBA cap rule.
Be in the second
Tired
apron.
of y'all. Thanks for coming up with this as the Nuggets are in their window. Perfect timing. Oh, we're going to create aprons. We're going to have more aprons in the kitchen. You got an apron at home?
I do.
What's it look like? Does it have a funny saying?
Are
you funny saying apron guy?
It's a Cubs apron.
Okay.
Yeah. My cousin's grandmother
Not
made
just
it for me.
Straight black.
Pretty sweet.
Is it frilly?
Hey, can I get it is, yes.
I thought of frill when you said grandma.
It is frilly.
Where, on the sides or on
the
Cubs
bottom?
Logo?
There's a frill on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The frill is gone.
Can I get a ruling on something, by the way?
Rule it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. And maybe this calls for a longer discussion, but so we're at Hofbrau yesterday, right? Late in the show, I go into the bathroom, got to hit the John. I walk in.
Yeah.
And one of my fellow Hofbrau inhabitants.
One of the patrons
is tying his shoe in the bathroom. Shoes come untied. I get it. But
Don't
this
you
guy,
tie it before you go to the bathroom.
This guy, maybe he didn't notice it until he was in the John.
All right,
fair enough.
Fair enough.
This guy had put his foot up on the rim,
the cone of the urinal
to tie the shoe.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean, want to jump in?
I saw it and I was like, really? That's
bold move, Cotton.
I mean, I can get wanting to bring the shoe closer.
Yeah, I need that.
Sure.
But not on a urinal.
with the driblets.
Yeah, exactly. That thing is at contact with what you're trying to avoid in there.
And
This guy's deal.
the dark curlies that are sitting on the rim.
All right. I didn't even take that. I don't need. Yeah.
No,
gross.
no.
I mean,
Come on. No.
I mean, it's the bottom of your shoe, so it's gross anyway, but your hands are in such close proximity.
Yeah, no. All of it's no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Not the urinal, not the sit down, not any of it.
There...
Get back outside. First off, again, you don't want the shoelaces dragging on that floor to begin with. But don't go right to the source where you know, at least on the floor, there's a chance nothing's happened.
Yeah.
But when you go to the cone of the urinal, something's happened.
Mm-hmm.
So before you go in there, prop that thing up against the wall, get it handled, then walk in.
I'm with you. Okay. And that's the ruling that we needed.
Or go with the Skechers slip-ins and get rid of the stupid shoelaces.
Get some Velcro.
Something.
Get your damn act together.
Yes, thank you. Perfect.
We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Birdo's coming up next. Avs tonight, Rangers. Nuggets tonight, Mavs. How many wins do we celebrate tomorrow, Andy?
It's the big 2-0.
You're saying 2-0.
Come on, baby.
Okay.
Kenzie Blackwood, he's ready.
Okay.
Our toothless savior is going to shut down all them blue shirts action.
I like it. I'm going to hedge my bets and say it's a 500 night.
Oh, yeah? Which team?
I think.
That'll do it.
I